seconds ago. Happy days, thank you for the memories.
He didn't mind. I mean, I know him well enough, I think.
Well, good morning from the Incora County Ground in Derby, where we are getting ready for day 3 of Derbyshire against Worcestershire in the County Championship this morning. Worcestershire will start today on 243 for 7 after 86 overs. So they trailed Derbyshire by 147 runs. So for Derbyshire today, their big aim is to get those final 3 wickets as soon as possible, really, so they can get themselves those maximum bowling points, but also get themselves a chance to bat once again and possibly extend that lead further. As for Worcestershire, well, of course, they'll be just looking to put some more runs on the board and take that deficit down, as I say, from 147 runs. My name is Tim Steer. I'm in for Fletch today, who is once again covering the well, ever-improving form of Burton Albion, it seems, at the moment. So I'll be with you today. So despite that disappointing news, the good news is that Frank Watson is back from BBC Hereford and Worcester. Good morning, Frank.
Good morning, Tim. Thanks very much, and lovely to be here again in the sunshine. And you're absolutely right. I think from a Worcestershire point of view, trailing by 147. And I know this because I spoke to Tom Fell last night, what the plan will be, just to see if they can reduce that deficit. Certainly, you know, if they got it down to 100 or below 100, I think you're still in the game. But anything over 100, and they'll feel that it's a big ask to gain parity. But still got some batting out there. Ed Barnard got 100 at Chelmsford last week. Alzari Josephs made a couple of decent scores in Test cricket. Joe Leach to come. And Dylan Pennington at number 11 made his career best at Chelmsford last week. So they'll be hoping that they can do something. But new ball taken just before the close last night. And Connors ready to go this morning. Sam Connors, I'm sure Derbyshire will be hoping they can finish things off pretty quickly.
Yes, absolutely. That'll certainly be their main aim as Connors comes in to bowl the first ball of the day, and that one is clipped down at leg side, and that should be 2 runs. It's going to be a quick second, but they do manage to get 2, so that gets Worcestershire off the mark for the day and on to 245 for 7, as Frank will go and update the good people of Hereford and Worcestershire, and I'll be providing an update for BBC Radio Derby in a few moments' time. So a lot of what I've just said in the introduction there, you'll probably hear again in a couple of moments' time, but forgive me, as Connors comes in once again to bowl for Derbyshire. And again, that one is put just wide of mid-on this time, and it's heading towards the leg side boundary, but it's going to be 2 once again for Worcestershire. Moves them on to 247 for 7. Quick reminder of how today is going to pan out. We will be playing through until lunch as normal at 1. And then, of course, today, with it being the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh, we will be having a pause in play as Connors comes in once again. This time it's left to go by the off stump and through to the wicket-keeper. We will be having a break in play between 10 to 3 and 10 past 4 for the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. And then we'll resume at 10 past 4 and, well, play as long as we can play, basically, today. Just give an update now. We're just a few balls into day 3, and Worcestershire are 247 for 7 at the moment. They've started brightly with the bat. From Derbyshire's perspective, though, they'll be hoping to get these final 3 Worcestershire wickets done as soon as they possibly can, so they can get themselves those maximum bowling points and also get themselves a chance to bat once again and further extend that lead that they currently have at the moment. But Worcestershire are currently 247 for 7, so they trail Derbyshire by 143 runs. I did say you might hear a repeat of what we mentioned in the intro. But no change to the score, 247 for 7 during that update, as Connors comes into bowl once again. Right arm delivery, that one's at good length. Left to go through to the wicket-keeper. Frank will be rejoining us soon as he provides his updates. It's Joseph at the non-striker's end, and Ed Barnard is at the striking end at the moment for Worcestershire. What is a beautiful sunny day today. Clear blue skies, just a few small wispy clouds above us, but sunshine bathing the pitch as Connors comes in, and that one is played to mid-on to bring up the end of the first over of the day. And Worcestershire are 247 for 7, so they trail by 143 runs after Derbyshire were 390 all out. And the 2 batsmen out there, Ed Barnard on 15, Alzari Joseph is on 10. Do get in touch with us throughout the course of the day. We would love to hear from you. I will double check actually what Frank's Twitter handle is when he comes back. I'll give mine out, but mine takes about 5 minutes to explain what my Twitter handle is, so we will see about that. But if you do want to get in touch with us, we can. You'd be very much welcome to do so.
Yeah, I'm at Frank Watson 58 on Twitter.
There we go.
Tim.
No problem.
At Frank Watson 58. Had a few tweets from various fans in the last day or two. Always good to hear from them. Here's Lewis Rees to bowl the second over of the day from the City end. He's in there, bowls to Alzari Joseph. Left arm over the wicket. That one a couple of feet outside the off stump, left alone by Joseph, who is on 10. Couple of beefy blows from him last night. One of them uppish, went just wide of Billy Godleman, where he is in that position at sort of short extra cover last night. I think Joseph, if it's up there, he's going to give it a bit of a biff. He's not going to hang around, but with the new ball being quite hard, it does go off the bat quite quickly. We're hoping he can find the boundary a couple of times. This one is short, and it's not Lewis Rees, I beg your pardon. It's Mikey Cohen who's been given the ball. Lewis Rees shared the new ball last night and his left arm over too, but Mikey Cohen, and quite clear the difference because Cohen got a bit more pace than Rees, banged that one in, and it cleared Alzari Joseph's head. We were watching Cohen a lot yesterday, bowling from this end, from the racecourse end, and he struggled with his line. Clearly was getting some shape on the ball, bit of in-swing to the right-handers, and bowls with a bit of pace, gets in close to the stumps. He's in now, bowls, that one's fired across Joseph, but he struggled with his line. He would bowl 1 2 feet outside off stump, then one that swung down the leg side, and then one that went straight. And speaking as a coach, I got the binoculars on his hand behind. I was trying to work out what it is. I'm convinced it's to do with his wrist, but he's played enough first-class cricket and been with first-class cricket coaches in South Africa and in this country for people to have worked with him, and I'm sure there's a bowler in there. I really do think there's some real potential there. Certainly got some pace. He's not the tallest, but skiddy sort of quick bowler. He's in again now and bowls, and that's a good delivery, and it's a really lovely shot too from Alzari Joseph. Good delivery on a length, off stump, but Joseph really timing it beautifully, smashing it off the front foot, but sadly for him and for Worcestershire, straight to Billy Godleman, the Derbyshire skipper, at that extra cover position I was describing. Lovely shot though.
He was very unfortunate, to be honest, because you're right, it was a very clean strike.
Here he is, waits again now, the tall Antigan, as Mikey Cohen comes in again from the city end and bowls to him. That's good delivery. That's what I mean. That's when he gets it right. A little bit of shape back into the right hand, a good length, and Joseph had to be pretty quick to get on the end of that. He's got some pace, Mikey Cohen, no question about it. Probably the quickest of the Derbyshire bowlers, but also yesterday, I think it's fair to say, the most wayward. And that's the conundrum that he's dealing with. But he's got a chance in the side at the moment. They're backing him, and Billy Godleman giving him first go at that end this morning at the city end. He bowls this one short to Joseph, and he swivels on it, doesn't quite time it, but gets enough bat on it to punch it past Finn Hudson Prentice at square leg for a boundary. First boundary of the day, last ball of the over from Cohen, a disappointing one, and Joseph moves on to 14. Barnard, who added 4 in the first over, is on 15. And the 250 is up for Worcestershire, 251 for 7.
There were a few hopeful shouts of catch, but I think Hudson Prentice would have done extremely well to to catch that one at the square leg area. But regardless, that's a nice shot played from Alzari Joseph. So change of ends as Connors comes back in to bowl for Derbyshire towards Barnard, who got himself 4 runs in that first over of the day. In comes Connors to bowl. There's 3 men in the slips for Derbyshire. And that one is just clipped onto leg side. No runs added on.
Upish. Upish just dropped short of mid-wicket, didn't it? Just a bit slower than he thought, maybe. I think Connors maybe just took a bit of pace off that one, but almost deceived him. One thing that we did notice yesterday, Tim, was that Billy Godleman gave everybody tiny little spells, 4 overs maximum. He changed and changed and changed his bowlers.
As Connors comes in again, and that one is just defended onto the offside this time.
The only bowler who bowled any spell of more than 4 overs yesterday was Matt Critchley, the leg spinner, who obviously got into it. But he was doing some of them just 1 over, change, 1 over, change. And I asked Tom Fell, who was batting for a lot of the time last night, whether that disturbed him. He said no. He said, I was aware of it, but it didn't really disturb me. But then Tom Fell is a very relaxed character. It takes a lot to disturb him. I can think of other batsmen who might have been a bit more perturbed by Godleman's tactics.
But he just takes it as it comes.
He seems to.
There's Connors in again, and that's defended once more.
But we were musing about this. Billy Godleman is, I mean, I don't know him personally. Dave obviously does. Dave Fletcher, who's with me for the previous 2 days, and he's an unconventional thinker about the game. I think that's generally pretty accepted. When he took guard in the first innings, at one stage against a couple of the Worcestershire bowlers, he batted 18 inches outside off stump. So he blocked off the stumps. You could see them behind him almost.
Connors in once more. That's a very short delivery, and that one wisely, Barnard just ducks out the way, goes through to the wicket-keeper.
And then at other times he would move back and bat on off stump, and he was really trying to sort of challenge the bowlers a little bit. And then yesterday, I think the John Brown, the Derbyshire scorer, brought us around a little bit of paper which said, I might still have it in my pocket, but it said something like, we've had 16 different spells in the first 42 overs or something like that. It was change, change, change. And really, Billy Godman clearly decided to try and do things a bit differently, and it paid off.
Connors again, another short delivery, and Barnard swings out on high, but it goes through to the wicket keeper.
Good delivery from Connors. Occasionally, I think we've seen bowlers from both sides. Well, Alzari Joseph was all over the place for Worcestershire a bit on the first day, and Connors and Mikey Cohen yesterday, as I was saying, using the short ball, but often not really directing it very effectively and wasting energy, really. But that was a good one. He played at it, and he could easily have got a glove or a nick on it, couldn't he?
Connors in once more, and that one's just glanced backwards of square leg, and that'll be a single for Ed Barnard.
Leg by, I think.
Is he given a leg by?
Yeah,
Yes, he has. There's a tap from the umpire. And that brings up end of that over. 251, 252 for 7 as the scoreboard ticks over now. Apologies, because it is such a beautiful sunny day, but I'm sure you've already covered this with Fletch.
Yeah,
but
it's difficult.
It is difficult at times to see the scoreboard, so apologies for that. But one good thing about the beautiful weather is, of course, there's no chance of any rain or sleet or snow, as I saw at Edgbaston when I covered Derbyshire last Saturday. Yeah. We had all 4 seasons in that day. That was remarkable, to be honest.
It's been very chilly here. It's warmer today, definitely. Worcestershire dropped 5 catches in the Derbyshire innings, and none of them easy. Not one of them easy. Some of them really sharp, but I'm sure it was a contributory factor that the hands were so cold. Really, really difficult, but it is better today. Mikey Cohen to continue from the city end, left arm over the wicket, angled approach, coming in now past umpire Robinson. Bowls short to Barnard, who got into position with his feet to pull that and then decided against it and just dropped his hands underneath it. And he's just going through that exercise again, just replaying in his mind what he did. And I think it was quite a good decision. It didn't bounce as much as he might have expected. Good pace again from Cohen. 252 for 7, Worcestershire. They've added 9 so far this morning. 2 slips in place as Cohen moves towards us. Arms pumping. In he comes. Bowls to Barnard. Good delivery. That one's on about middle and leg shaped in a little bit to the right-handed Barnard. And it was pretty quick. And he just got a thickish inside edge to square leg where Hudson Prentice again does the fielding. Good batter, Ed Barnard, to have coming in at number 8. As I say, big 100, well, big 100. His first-class 100 last week at Chelmsford in difficult conditions. Had shared a huge partnership with Jake Libby. Here's Cohen again. Bowls. Barnard this time pushes defensively on the onside and there's no run. And as we said yesterday, and I think quite a few people will have appreciated, every now and again, cricket, we all know it's a leveller and we all say it, and cricket's a great leveller. Enjoy the good times because the bad times are coming, etc., etc. Don't get too down, don't get too up. But Jake Libby's experience yesterday really, really encapsulated it. So last week he played the 2nd longest innings in the history of Championship cricket, we believe, depending on how you measure it. But he batted forever at Chelmsford. He was on the field for the whole game, and yesterday was out first ball. So it just shows you. In comes Cohen, bowls. That's a good bouncer, short and ducked under by Barnard, and it didn't go very far over his shoulder at all. It probably only got up to about 4 or 5 feet, and then it died on Harvey Hussain behind the stumps, and he got a hand to it, couldn't stop it. They took a bye, and Hussain hurt his hand and is flapping that right hand, as you do. And as an ex-keeper, I have every sympathy with him, because even with those gloves on, his hands will be a little bit cold this morning, and that probably hurt. Everybody thinks he got those gloves on, can't possibly hurt, but sometimes it does if you don't get it right. Anyway, a bye, 2-5-3 for 7. Cohen into Joseph, bowls wide, outside the off stump, and Hussain moves across and takes this one around about shin height, just in front of first slip, who is Leas Deploy, who played so well for his 98 on day 1 of this game.
Yeah, I was pleased to see that from his point of view because, again, sadly, when I saw him at Warwickshire, he was out for a first ball duck. So it's those highs and lows again, isn't it?
Absolutely. He was out. He got a pair, didn't he? He got a pair.
He did, yes.
And yet came out here had a life early on actually, and then played really well. He played quite aggressively actually for somebody who'd been struggling. He was determined to not to be sort of worried by that pair. I think you could tell from the start. And this is a real beauty from Mikey Cohen. I would argue that's the best ball he's bowled in the whole game. Started outside the off stump, left alone by Joseph, and then really snaked back and only just missed the off stump. But as we said yesterday, there's two sorts of leave, a good one and a bad one, and if it misses the stumps, however good it is, it's a good leave. And that was a good leave from Alzari Joseph, but it was a really, really useful delivery from Mikey Cohen. End of the over, 2-5-3 for 7, Barnard 15, Joseph 14.
Yes, the reaction, you may have heard it in the effects mic from Mikey Cohen, I think said it all there about that delivery. That's all of a sudden it looked like I thought it was going to hit that off stump, but amazingly it didn't. As Connors is back into bowl for Derbyshire. A score of 253 for 7, so that's Worcestershire trailing by 137, and that one goes by leg side, and Hussain actually does really well, diving to his left to catch that one. That turned down leg side, so no runs added for that one. Yes, I forgot to give you my Twitter handle. We've got Frank's now. It's Frank Watson 58. Mine's Tim Steer VO. And if it takes about 5 minutes to explain your Twitter handle, it's probably not a very good one. So
VO.
Do your best, yes.
At Tim Steer VO.
Yes.
At Frank Watson 58. Do get in touch. Always good to hear from people and find out where they are. We had somebody from Cape Cod the other day.
And that one is defended onto the offside. Cape Cod, yeah, that's America, isn't it?
Yeah, Cape Cod, sitting outside with a glass of wine, listening from Cape Cod. Fantastic.
That'll do. Very nice indeed. Well, to be honest, if you can find me on Twitter and send me a message, then I'll give you a thumbs up straight away if you're able to find me. So
it's
fair play.
At Tim Steer VO.
Yes, and to add to further complications, Steer's got an E on the end. That's what I mean. You see, it's not straightforward.
Yeah.
As Connor comes in once again, and that one it's away down leg side, and that'll be a single from Barnard.
So you might really be better saying it's at Tim Steer EVO.
Oh, I like it. I hadn't thought of that.
At Tim Steer EVO.
I like that.
At Frank Watson 58.
I'm stealing that quite happily.
I picked up a few followers the other day. It was very nice. I think they were mainly Derbyshire fans.
I did hear about yesterday, because I caught a little bit of the day's play yesterday on the fantastic stream, I should say, and so the German Society of the University of Southampton
followed both of us. Yeah.
I would love that follow. That is a dream follow. As Connors comes in once again, and that one all of a sudden just died and goes down leg side through to the wicket keeper. That was a fuller length delivery.
We did see a few balls in days 1 and 2 keep a little bit low for no apparent reason. It was odd. It wasn't a regular occurrence, but it happened more than just once or twice throughout the 2 days. This ball's only a few overs old. It's hard. It's 10 overs old, isn't it? It's hard, and that shouldn't be happening. Odd. Maybe just a little bit of wear in places on the pitch.
As Connors comes in with a good length delivery, that one, and that one's just defended onto leg side, so a dot ball for Alzari Joseph. I was keen to see Joseph play because there's been a lot made about his impending arrival as was to Worcestershire, so I'm looking forward to seeing how he does.
Yeah, well, in the first innings he bowled quickly. There's no doubt that he's the quickest bowler I've seen this season, but he was a bit wayward, bit better in his third spell when he came back from the City end.
Connors in once more, and that one is left this time to go by the off stump by Joseph. And 254 for 7 now is the Worcestershire total. Decent spell with the ball once again from Sam Connors.
Yeah, just looking at Alzari Joseph's, I'm just going to see if I can find his stats, because certainly when he came to Worcester, one of the things that people were quite interested in was the fact that he is able to bat. He's not. No, I wouldn't say he's a batsman. I wouldn't say he's a. But he's a bowling all rounder. But he's he's not a bunny. He knows a little bit about batting, shall we say, and indeed, I think he's made a couple of decent scores. He's got a Test average of 14, highest score in Test cricket of 86. I think he's got 2 80s in Test cricket against Bangladesh. In Bangladesh, not easy to do. I would suggest he's a reasonable player of spin. He's been quite purposeful while he's been out there, although less so this morning. Anyway, he's non-striker at the moment as Ed Barnard takes guard against Mikey Cohen, a South African left armer who bowls a good delivery, which Barnard plays nicely up past the stumps on the offside and wants a run, sets off, and Joseph sets off, and then Barnard sees how quickly Billy Godderman was moving across from wide-ish mid-off, and he says, no, and they abort the attempted run and return to their previous positions. Joseph non-striker, Barnard on strike, as Cohen comes in again now and bowls to Barnard, who gets a run this time as he just flicks this one off his hip down to long leg. Meat and drink for most professional batsmen of any ability. That ball into the thigh pad, just tucked away around the corner. And Barnard goes to 17. And Worcestershire 255 for 7. Have added 12 this morning. Alzari Joseph's decided he wants a different bat, but not either of the 2 that have been taken out. Oh, has he changed? Yes, he has changed, but he initially, I think he's just telling Josh Dell, who the Worcestershire 12th man, there's another one in that other bag. Can you go and get that for me? I'm disappointed to see Josh Dell coming out. I'll explain why in a minute. As Cohen moves in to bowl now. Bowls, and that's down the leg side, taken by Harvey Hussain, no run. The reason I'm disappointed to see Josh Dell coming out is because if he wasn't here acting as 12th man for Worcestershire, he would be playing for the club that I have affiliations to in the Birmingham League, Ombersley, who start their campaign today. And I'd far rather he was batting 3 for Ombersley than carrying bats around, wearing a mask and blue gloves on the outfield here.
Yeah, just sat on the side there.
Yeah, but there we go. Somebody's got to do it, I suppose. Sure, we could have found somebody from the 3rd 11 who would have been prepared to come here.
Up for it.
Come here and bring Alzari Joseph bats out. Anyway, here's Mikey Cohen. Bowl short to Joseph. Well, that's extraordinary. Banged that one in. Bounced nearer to him than it did to the batsman. Climbed. Joseph is a tall man. He played a tennis shot at it, really, that Novak Djokovic would have been proud of. And he still couldn't reach it as it went through to Harvey Hussain. How that? Well, no, I suppose it wasn't a wide. It was just about within his reach.
Just. But
he himself bowled with 3 deliveries that cleared Worcestershire's wicketkeeper Ben Cox and went for 4 byes. And how any of them were not wides, I do not know. It was just impossible for anybody to get near them. Ben Cox was not amused, I don't think. 21 byes in that Derbyshire first innings, and I don't think Cox could really be blamed for any more than about 2 of them, really. Anyway, that's the wicketkeeper in me speaking. Here's Cohen in again. Bowls to Joseph, who's going to get a run here, but didn't know much about it. Thick outside edge, past 4th slip, or where 4th slip would have been. Quick delivery again from Cohen, down to 3rd man. Fielded down there by Sam Connors, and a single taken. Joseph moves on to 15, and the Worcestershire responds to Derbyshire's 390, moves on to 256 for 7. Change in the field with Barnard on strike. A 3rd slip being brought in. He's not actually at 3rd slip, he's at 5th slip. Matt Critchley, where that ball went. Here's Cohen in again, bowls to Barnard, bouncer. Cohen ducks, Barnard ducks underneath it, and it clears him quite comfortably. And in that over, Mikey Cohen just sort of summing up the way he's bowled generally. I think he bowled with pace. A couple of balls were well directed, but the rest were slightly wayward. Alzari Joseph's now got the bat that he wanted, and just been brought out to him. Let's hope he puts it to good use. Looks a nice one, I must say. 256 for 7.
All together now, sanitation break.
Yes,
So
we
we'll get
we were doing it in here today. I'm going to pass.
Okay,
and
that's fine.
there's a reason for that. I don't really want to share too many sort of horrible health secrets, but I have quite dry skin on my hands, and I've got a split in my hand.
Oh.
And the nurse at the surgery where I go has told me that that gel isn't good, really.
No, I can understand that. Connors is back into bowl towards Joseph, and that one goes by the off stump through to the wicket keeper. No, I found any time that I've just cut my finger and I put hand sanitizer on. Oh my, yeah.
Gel isn't good. Gel, of course, gel is good, and I do sanitize regularly, but I'm trying to do it a little bit less. Sometimes, if you go shopping, you can go in one shop and do it, come out and do it again, go in another shop, do it, and you find that you've put gel on your hands about 6 times in 10 minutes. And obviously it's important, but it's not helping.
No, I think most people's skin would struggle with constantly doing it like that. As Connors, well, that's a really short one, and again, high over Joseph's head and through to the wicket-keeper.
All the seamers in this game have done that a little bit. They know they're on a surface where they can get a bit of bounce out of it, and maybe they just get a little bit of a kick out of wanging it in and clearing the batsman's head. But it's a lot of effort for pretty little reward.
Yeah,
I don't think anybody's got a wicket like that, and there's hardly been a glove or a top edge or anything. I mean, it's going so high over the batsman's head.
Yes.
Although he is just bringing that fine leg a bit finer in the hope that he might get a top edge. Probably will now.
Connors comes in, that one's good length, that one's defended straight back up to the bowler as Frank will go and update the listeners of BBC Hereford and Worcestershire, and I'll be doing very shortly the same for BBC Derby. Give them an update at 11:30 of the events here so far this morning, which sees Worcestershire on 256 for 7. So trailing by 134 as Connors is in. 2 men in the slips, and that one, again, just goes by the off stump. Again, it just fuller length delivery, but the bounce didn't really come up too high as it goes through to the wicket keeper. I've got a couple of shout outs to give on Twitter because people have managed to find me. And they've both said it was easy to find me, so good effort, guys. Andy, good morning. Says it was easy, really. So, all right, that's all right then. And David as well, also saying the same thing. It was easy to find me on Twitter. That's good news. As Connors comes in, and that one is left to go by the leg stump this time. So a dot ball. But if you do want to try and find me, I'm going to use Frank's method now of @TimSteer_EVO. Try it that way. I'd love to hear from you throughout the course of the day. And Frank is @FrankWatson58. Connors into bowl. Towards Joseph. Another shorter delivery. That one's hit straight back up the wicket, and the umpire had to quickly get himself out of the way there, and understandably so, as that one goes all the way for 4. But Joseph absolutely smashed that one. And Connors did stick out a right arm in the hope of stopping that one, but not a chance. That one goes all the way through to the boundary. And that's 260 for 7 now for Worcestershire, as Joseph and Barnard just have a chat in the middle of the pitch there. Barnard's probably saying good hit. And that's the end of the over as well. So Mikey Cohen will be back into bowl, giving an update to BBC Radio Derby shortly. But it'll be Cohen into bowl from the City end. Towards Barnard, and that one's left by him, goes through to Harvey Hussain, who seems to have shaken off that hand injury that he picked up a little bit earlier on in the morning. He's really shaking his hand quite violently. But Cohen has bowled well this morning. but yet to take a wicket in this one. It's 0 for 39 so far. Got Madsen and Deploy as the two men in the slips. Cohen in again to Barnard, and that one's defended towards a mid-on area. Cohen tried to stop it himself, but couldn't get to it. But it'll be a dot ball. To 60 for 7 it stays. Cohen will start his long run up. Comes into bowl now towards Barnard. That one's left to go by the off stump, and again it just bounced very low as it goes through to Hussain, and again Hussain is struggling with that hand. He's taken his glove off to try and shake off the injury again. He's been a bit unfortunate this morning, hasn't he? And I'll be giving an update very shortly for BBC Radio Derby, ready to go for that. As Cohen will come in once again to Barnard. And that one's a shorter delivery, and Barnard just ducks his head out the way. And through to Hussain once more. Stays 260 for 7. And just hearing an update in my ears from Dave Fletcher, of course, the voice of Derbyshire cricket, as he's covering Burton Albion today, hence why I'm here, filling in for him. Delighted to be doing so once again. As Cohen comes in once more, and that one is glanced onto the offside. And they're looking for a quick second here, and they managed to get it as well, Worcestershire. So that'll take them 262 for 7. It was Barnard striking, and that one is going backward of point there a little bit. 2 more runs on the board for Worcestershire. And done all right with the bat this morning so far, Worcestershire, because as I say, from Derbyshire's perspective, they're looking to take those wickets quickly. But Barnard and Joseph have been solid at it. And Cohen in once again to bowl, and that one is a swing and a miss and goes through to Harvey Hussain. A few yells of how close that was, and Cohen's been close on a couple of occasions to taking wickets, but that's the end of the over. 262 for 7. And absolutely, good morning. It's 262 for 7 Worcestershire at the moment after 94 overs. So they trailed Derbyshire by 128 in their first innings. From Derbyshire's point of view, they're looking to get those final 3 wickets as soon as they can, really, so they can get themselves those maximum bowling points, of course, but then also to get themselves back out there with the bat and try and extend that lead further. But Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph are proving to be difficult to get out at the moment. They're both on 19 runs as we speak, and Worcestershire on a total of 262 for 7 after 94 overs. Start of a new over. Connors into bowl, and there's another short delivery, and that one bounces over the left shoulder of Joseph this time, who ducks down to his knees to avoid that one as it goes through to Hussain. So it stays at 262 for 7. A quick reminder of how the day is going to pan out. We are going to be playing until lunch as normal, and then after the lunch break we'll be playing until 10 to 3, and then play will stop between 10 to 3 and 10 past 4 as Connors comes in with another short delivery, and that one swung high in the air of the bat of Joseph, but goes over him and through to the wicketkeeper. Yes, so play will stop between 10 to 3 and 10 past 4 because of the funeral of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh. And then we will resume soon after 4:10, and we will play and play and play, and we'll see how we go as far as the rest of the day is concerned. Because weather-wise, we're looking absolutely fine, he says. Touching wood.
88 overs in the day there'll be, won't there?
There will, yes, as Connors is in. The shortish one that bounces up towards the chest of Joseph this time, and that one just gets defended onto the offside, but applause all round from the Derbyshire fielders for Sam Connors.
Alzari Joseph just has a look at Connors, thinks, right, just remember your number. In case I have a bowl at you later in the day. He was discomforted by that one, wasn't he? He's got a bit of pace, Connors.
He certainly has. And it's Connors running in again. There's those two men in the slips for Derbyshire towards Joseph, and
no ball.
No ball. A few shouts went up because they were hoping for an LBW shout there, but no ball.
I reckon
Connors kicks the pitch in frustration at that.
I reckon that would have been a good shout. I really do. He looked pretty adjacent that, and they were all going up, and then I think they heard the no ball call and thought, ooh, what a shame.
Yeah, Connors just sort of put his head on his hand there in frustration once more at that. I think he knows exactly the same, that that was a peach, that one, if it wasn't the fact.
See if I can get the live stream up.
Oh, that's a good idea,
reviews
yes.
in future, yeah.
Good thinking. Connors into Barnard, and it's another short delivery, and Barnard just ducks out of the way of that one. Sort of leans back so it goes over his chest this time. While you're away, Frank, I've actually had 3 people find me on Twitter.
There you go. That's
so
fantastic. It's the magic. Tim Steer at Tim Steer EVO.
Yes, I'm loving that method. It's fantastic. I've already said hi to Andy and David who have found me, but Random Female is a Twitter handle. It says, "Found you!" Exclamation mark. You certainly have. Do get in touch with us. We'd love to hear from you. As Connors with the good length delivery there, and that one goes by the off stump through to the wicket-keeper. Keeper's company, me and Frank. We'd love to hear from you. Just whatever's on your mind about the game today. We'd love to get your thoughts on it, as always. With a total 265 for 7 for Worcestershire now.
I just had a tweet from the cricket guy who I believe is in South Africa, who says, I think the mighty Ombersley should be all right without Josh Delport. I wish I was as confident as you,
I don't know.
I really do.
Connors in. Left to go by the off stump again. A few oohs as that one goes by. And that's the end of the over. 265 for 7 Worcestershire. So they trail by 125 runs here at the start of day 3. Chasing that total, of course, of 390. As far as Derbyshire are concerned, we're trying to get these maximum bowling points. Got 2 at the moment, of course, but they're hoping to get 3. But Barnard and Joseph are proving to be solid out there at the minute.
Yeah, Mikey Cohen's continues. So Billy Godwin's decided he doesn't want on a Saturday to do his usual policy of only short spells. That's only for Fridays. So they're having longer spells today, and Mikey Cohen's continuing from the city. And I'm only joking, but there's nothing wrong with a bit of odd, well, not odd, maverick thinking, I think, sometimes. And that one from Cohen is short and wide, and Alzari Joseph goes playing tennis again, but he can't reach it, and it goes through to Harvey Hussain. Let's see if I can get the live stream going. And
there it is.
But I can only get it small, apparently, on this iPad.
All right, okay.
Oh, well, I'll work on it. Anyway, 265 for 7. Worcestershire have added 22 this morning. Plenty of buzz and noise around from the Derbyshire fielders. You can probably hear on our effects mic. 22. Turn that down a bit.
Might be coming out here.
I can hear my own commentary. Here comes Cohen. Bowl short. That's a better one. Straight to Joseph, and he swings at that one, looking to repeat that shot he played in the second over this morning, where he pulled one away for 4, but he missed it. Beaten for pace, I think. Got a man out there now as well at deep square for that, in case he mishits that pull. Matt Critchley is out there hoping for a catch. Field's fairly well spread. It's quite an interesting field now. First slip, fourth slip, backward point, big gap at extra cover. Billy Godleman at wideish mid-off. In comes Cohen again, bowl short, and Joseph does get hold of this one. Great, well, it's a great shot. There's two men placed out there, one at deep backward square, one only about 20 yards to his right. That's we've got Finn Hudson-Prentice and Matt Critchley out there, and he's banged it in short. They're inviting the shot, and Joseph said, yeah, okay, I'll hit it, and he's hit it right between the two of them. So good contest, good little game within a game going on out there. Cat and mouse. 4 more to Alzari Joseph, but it could easily have gone to either of those two players. 269 for 7. Joseph goes to 23, and Cohen comes in again. Using the short ball liberally this morning, and there's another one short, banged in short, and Joseph just ducks underneath it, and it clears his head by about 6 feet, I should think. He was on his knees. Gone are the days where you didn't bowl bouncers at the opposition's overseas quick. It was foolish.
I think this morning's proved that without a doubt.
Foolish behaviour, it certainly would have been regarded as a few years ago. But I suppose if anything goes now, you just think, well, okay, you bowled them at me, I'll bowl them at you. Joseph did, he bowled a good few, and I mean some of them, as I say, were clearing the batsman by metres. Anyway, here's Cohen again, left arm over. Field's changed. Critchley's come in now, and he bowls, and that's short, and he's pulled it, and Critchley's come in, and he's nearly caught him, but he couldn't hold on to it. Banged it in short. He's come into a conventional forward square leg position. Joseph on it, didn't get hold of it really, low down on the back. Critchley diving away to his left. Billy Godleman thinking, yeah, I've got him, I brought my man in, I've got him, I've got him. And he
worked a treat.
It landed and bounced out of his hands, as it does often when you land on your elbows. And they got a single, 270 for 7, eventful stuff, 24 to Joseph now. Barnard will be hoping he can just calm things down a little bit. It's been a bit manic this over. In comes Cohen, down the leg side, flicked away by Barnard, nicely glanced, and 4 runs. That's the problem with drifting into the pads when you're as quick as Cohen. Batsman only has a little tickle on it, and it raced away for 4. Barnard 23, Joseph 24, 6 off the over. Worcestershire 274 for 7.
That was quite an over, wasn't it? Really, we had all sorts in that over alone. But tremendous to view, and we have got the stream up and running here as well. So I've been watching that the past couple of days. I've been enjoying that. I think it's got a lot of good reviews, hasn't it, from what I've heard. So big thumbs up to the guys for that.
I'm going to see if I can get it on a different platform and maybe get it full screen.
We have plenty of ways we can try and do this. Between us, we should be able to
manage it, yeah.
Should be able to do that, I think.
Fletch had it on his laptop in between us on the first day, but he had the brightness down so low and the sun was so bright we couldn't see anything. As you said this morning, Tim, technology is good when it works.
Yes, I love technology when it works.
When it works.
It's brilliant.
Changing the bowling, Hudson-Prentice coming on at the racecourse end. He's bowled pretty well. He bowled an absolute beauty to get rid of Darryl Mitchell yesterday. Swung in late, uprooted the middle stump. That's his only success so far in the innings.
Yeah, 1 for 32 of 12 overs with 5 maidens so far for Finn Hudson-Prentice. Will he be the one to find a breakthrough today for Derbyshire and get one of these two, of Barnard and Joseph, out? Because certainly the way the scores are panning out, Derbyshire would like to get those wickets down and get themselves batting again, but Hudson-Prentice, well, he started to run up, but he just stops. Little shift around in the field, I think. Yeah, he's just moving one of the leg side fielders right by the boundary. And Hudson-Prentice comes in, and that one's put high into the air. That's going to go And bounce once, twice, heading towards the rope, but it's going to be stopped. It didn't quite have enough to go all the way through. Lewis Rees was the man to get there in the end. That one is launched, though, by Alzari Joseph.
Nice shot. I've got my stream now. Got it.
Have we got
nice
it?
Shot.
Oh, yes, that's better.
Nice shot
That's
and technically good, wasn't it? High left elbow, just hit through it. Would have been 6 on some smaller grounds. As it was, he only got 2 because it sort of, well, it didn't quite plug, but it didn't roll, did it?
No.
Good 9-iron.
Did well with that one. Hudson Prentice in again, and this time
That's a
Joseph
great shot.
drives in. It's beautiful. It's gone for another boundary. 4 more on the total for Alzari Joseph, but that one's played straight back down the pitch, past the bowler, all the way for 4. 2 really nice shots from Joseph, but that one got the reward, I suppose, that he would have been looking for of a boundary that time.
Yeah, really beautiful. Kept his shape. When he hit it, he was perfectly side on. After he'd hit it, he sort of opened his shoulders and got squared up, but it's when you hit it that matters. His weight was perfectly balanced. It was a great shot.
280 for 7 now for Worcestershire. Hudson Prentice in once more. And this one's just glanced down leg side this time, but there is a man there to stop it going for 4 this time, so it'll just be the single, and leg by has been called there.
50 partnership. Good effort, fairly quickly. Things were looking a bit grim when these two came together, with 2 wickets going down quite quickly, but they've steadied the ship. They want to go on though, still trailing by 109, so still a lot of work to do, but it's been a good morning so far for the pairs.
No, they'll be absolutely delighted with that. They came together in the middle just to a quick handshake of well done for that partnership. It's Hudson Prentice again. This one is glanced down by leg side once more.
Leg by again.
Leg by once again. 281 for 7. So Hudson Prentice on his first over of the day has had one launched, amazingly just for 2, and that one for 4 and 2 leg byes. And he comes in to bowl once more to Joseph, who this time just defends the more fuller length delivery. So that's a dot ball. .282 for 7 now is Worcestershire's total. So we're talking a little bit about what sort of score Worcestershire would have liked to aim for. Sort of anything around the 100 deficit maybe, for as Hudson Prentice comes in, and that one just goes by the off stump. It's a lovely one. And that brings up the end of the over to 182 for 7 Worcestershire. So they trail by 108 runs.
Yeah, I think last night the feeling was, if you can get the lead below 100, then below 80, whatever, you feel you're still in the game. And if you get it below 50, the opposition is only like them getting a good start to their second innings and being 50 without loss. Having said that, with these two both being capable batsmen, Joe Leach is due in next. He's also got a first-class 100 or 2 to his name. Dylan Pennington, who's 11, got a 50 last week. It's not a minefield out there. It's a decent pitch, even though it's a pitch which has offered the bowlers help throughout the game when they get the ball in the right place. But certainly, I don't think Worcestershire will be thinking, we're just happy to get to 100 behind. They'll want a bit more than that, I think. I've been quite encouraged by Alzari. He's not just a slogger, is he? I mean, when he gets a good ball, he'll play it with respect. A slightly different test now because Matt Critchley's coming into the attack, and he was definitely the bowler that threatened the most yesterday and picked up 3 wickets. Field fairly well spread. Ball still quite new, quite hard. It'll bounce for him a little bit. He's a tall man for a leg spinner, and I think this could be a bit more of a test. 282 for 7. He's on at City End. He bowls his first ball of the day to Barnard, who pushes this out, and it runs behind square on the offside and is fielded by Mikey Cohen at backward point. So yeah, Critchley, a man in real form, both with bat and ball. Must be full of confidence at the moment in everything he does. Comes in and bowls this one wider to Barnard, who leaves it. He's got runs in every innings he's played this season. He's got his fourth first-class 100 in the first game of this innings, in the first innings of this game, and he's took 3 wickets yesterday. So you must wake up thinking, oh yeah, I'm going to play cricket. And he bowls again, and that's taken by Hussain. Whereas if you're struggling and things aren't going well, you wake up and think, could I go and play cricket?
Yeah.
He's having a golden time, isn't he? Full of confidence. And he comes again now, bowls, and that's a good delivery, which Barnard just pushes out on the offside. Leg spinner, he's come on, cold morning. I know he's had a warm-up before and bowled for about 20 minutes, but cold morning, he's come on and he's landed his first 4 pretty much where he wanted to. It's good. And he comes again, bowls. And he's got a wicket. Caught it slip. Very good catch by Wayne Madsen, quite sharp. Barnard driving at it, and there you go. The leg spinner strikes. Ed Barnard just driving at one that was a tad wide, maybe, and caught very nicely. Sharp catch by Wayne Madsen at first slip. A 4th wicket for Matt Critchley, who, as I say, just continues to think, yeah, it's all right, this cricket.
I think I might be all right.
I think I might do it for a living.
Yeah, I might give it a go. Yeah, well, that's a tremendous wicket and a big wicket as well for Derbyshire, because obviously they want to get through these last 3, but the longer it goes on with the pair out there, and as you say, 50 partnership and looking pretty decent as well. So to finally get that bit of a breakthrough there, that'll be very much welcome for Derbyshire as a whole, and for Matt Critchley, well, just continues his fine form, doesn't he?
4 for 56 now.
Tremendous from him.
Joe Leach is the new batsman now. I don't know how much you've seen Joe Leach bat before, Tim, but he won't hang around.
Okay.
He might. Well, if he hangs around, he'll score quickly. That's what I'm going to say.
Right.
I mean,
okay.
He's more than capable, but if he bats for an hour and he doesn't score 30, I'd be very, very surprised. He will play some shots, I think. Yeah.
It's go big or go home, is it? With Joe in a way.
Yeah, ish. Yeah. Really, with both of these two. But certainly that's the way Joe Leach plays.
Okay.
But it's good to watch when he comes off. And I don't mean that in any way disrespectfully. I mean, I wouldn't be too sad to see him coming in at number 8, but he chose to go down below Joseph in this order. Anyway, he waits now as Matt Critchley comes in to bowl to him, and he bowls, and again, it's right on the money. That's a really, really good wicket maiden from Matt Critchley, first over of the day. He's landed every one of his balls, picked up Ed Barnard, caught sharply by Wayne Madsen at first slip, and Worcestershire, having made a really good start today and added 50 for that 8th wicket, are now 282 for 8 and still trailing by 108 runs.
I think if you could plan a first over as a bowler, that's pretty close to what you would hope for, to be honest. You're absolutely right, Frank. Tremendous work from Matt Critchley. And that total now means a deficit for Worcestershire of 108 runs behind Derbyshire. And Hudson Prentice is back into bowl for Derbyshire. Field positions these 2 men in the slips. Bowling towards Alzari Joseph, and that one's clipped nicely down leg side. And that's going to go all the way. It will do. It's gone for 4 for Joseph. He's finding his form with the bat now. 286 for 8.
I reckon it's that new bat he got. I think I was boring Fletch in the last 2 days a little bit with getting my binoculars out and look at the bats that they use and how big they are and which manufacturers they are and that kind of thing. Alzari Joseph, he's changed his bat, hasn't he? And he's gone for one now. And I've looked really closely through the binoculars, and it's one of those batsmen around the country will understand when I say this, when I describe it. I'll come back to it in a minute.
Hudson Prentice in, and that one is played over a wide-ish mid-on for a single.
Yeah, it's one Alzari Joseph's bat. It's one of those that is dark down one side and lighter down the other. The willow is not, it's not stained, it's just the way it comes out sometimes. And there's a school of thought among among bat makers. I have a friend called Mike Hawke who makes cricket bats and sells a lot of bats around the world. In fact, that might well be one of his, but it's stickered up maybe with a different company's logos. But the dark down one side and light down the other is often regarded as the very, very best wood.
Alton Prentice in again, and that one goes by the off stump. There was a little move towards it from Leach, but through to Hussain.
So it might all be you know, a little bit superstitious and so on, but if I were picking out a piece of willow to make a bat, about 14, 15, 16, 17 grains, very close together, dark down the inside edge and lighter wood on the other side. Great cricket brains, bat makers like Duncan Fernley that I've known over the years have said that's the best wood you can possibly get.
Alton Prentice in once more, and that one by the off stump again of a fuller length delivery that time.
And that's what Alzari Joseph's bat looks like to me. I might be wrong, he's a long way away.
Well,
my binoculars are pretty good, but yeah, lots of grains and slightly darker on the inside edge, and you won't go far wrong. You get one that's got 3 or 4 grains on it, it's from nearer the outside of the tree. I don't think they're as good. That's what I've been told.
That's incredible knowledge, that.
It might be nonsense.
Alton Prentice in, and that one is driven wide of mid-off, and there was an attempt to stop the ball from Godliman. He did take a little bit of pace out of the ball, but couldn't keep hold of it, runs to get it, and now throws back to the wicket-keeper. So that adds, I think it was 2 more in the end. For it was, yep, 289 for 8. You see, you've given us all that incredible knowledge, and if you now suddenly say,
no,
well, it might be...
No, it's not nonsense. Seriously, having worked in schools and bought lots of kit and played myself, and you know, had bats made by 2 or 3 different people. Amongst them, good. Really, I mean, Duncan Fernley was one of the finest bat makers in the world at one time.
Alton Prentice in, and that one from Joseph goes to mid-off for a single. Godliman is there to Fields, and I believe that brings up the end of the over. 289 for 8. Score now for Worcestershire.
So yeah, been around a few bat factories and watched bats being made and so on, and really, honestly, it's the more grains the better. If you went into the England dressing room and looked at the bats, or even the dressing rooms here and looked at the bats of these guys, they look very different from the bats that you see in the sports shop, because they are the very best wood, and often it means lots of grains close together. So they've come from an older part of the tree, because you know, that's where the best willow comes from. There you go. It's not nonsense. Honestly, it's true.
No. I'm not.
Let me know if you've got a bat with lots of grains together and it's a really good one. Let me know on Twitter at FrankWatson58 as Matt Critchley bowls the first ball of his new over. I'm going to have to leave you, I'm afraid, and go and update FM listeners on BBC Hereford and Worcester with the latest news. But I'll leave you in the capable hands of Tim Steer, EVO.
Thank you, Frank Watson58. As Critchley comes in from the city end, and that one is just defended onto the offside by Leach. No runs added onto the total of 290 for 8. Critchley looking for wicket number 5. In he comes for the length, and that one's defended to mid-off. No more runs on the total. Yes, if you want to get in touch with Frank, if you're just joining us, it's at FrankWatson58. Love to hear from you. As again, Critchley in, and just taking a backward step there, Leach, to defend that one. Finds Anuj Dal in the field on the offside. Short run up from Critchley, and that one is swiped up low by Leach, and that will go by Dahl, and that will be a single for Joe Leach. 291 for 8. Yeah, that one was just going by the off stump from Critchley's delivery, and he just stooped down low with the bat. Just gets through that cover region. Critchley in again. That one is launched back up and over the head of the bowler, and it's well fielded, is it? No, it's just gone all the way. For a minute there, I thought that Ben Aitchison had managed to stop that one going for 4, but he couldn't quite do so. So 295 for 8 is the total. After that delivery, it was absolutely launched towards long on. Despite the best efforts of Aitchison, it goes all the way. So Joseph's on 39. And Leach is on 4, 295 for 8 now. Is the Worcestershire total. Brings up the end of that over as well. So everybody changes ends. And Hudson Prentice will be back into bowl for Derbyshire towards Leach. Joseph's done well with the bat though, hasn't he, so far, as Hudson Prentice comes in. And that one's towards Leach. That one just goes onto the offside. Very well fielded there though, by the man at point, which is Anuj Dal. So no runs added onto the total. Yes, Alzari Joseph, 39 runs from 46 deliveries, 8 boundaries from him. Joe Leach, 4 from 10. And it's Leach that's on strike, and it's Hudson Prentice into bowl, and that one is played nicely through the cover region. 2 Derbyshire men. Dahl is one of the quickest men possible. He's going after that one, but it's well fielded to stop that one going for 4. It was at Critchley that was also giving chase with Dahl, and Dahl left it for Critchley to stop that one going over the boundary rope. Chuck it to Dahl and back to the wicketkeeper. 298 for 8 now for Worcestershire. As we just go by 12 o'clock. We're online via the BBC Sport website and app for BBC Radio Derby, BBC Hereford and Worcestershire. As Hudson Prentice is in with a good length delivery. That one's defended back up the pitch. It will stay at 298 for 8. Keep you updated with the scores elsewhere, of course. Also in Derbyshire and Worcestershire's group. Essex 248 for 7 in their second innings. As Hudson Prentice is in, and that one is just guided on to the offside, to the hands of Critchley down low. 298 for 8 it stays. Yes, Essex 248 for 7 in their second innings. So they lead Durham by 85 runs. After Essex were 96 all out in their first innings, and Durham were 259 all out. While Nottinghamshire are 151 for 4 in their second innings. They lead Warwickshire by 223 runs with 6 wickets remaining. As Hudson Prentice in, and that one is guided onto leg side. Lewis Rees, the man to field for a single, as Worcestershire inch ever closer to that 300 total, 299 for 8, and Joseph now on 40 with Leach on 7. I was just going through the tremendous batting figures for Joseph in this game. And he's still out there at the moment, but it's Leach that's on strike. And it's Hudson Prentice in to bowl. And that one's hit towards Critchley, who fields that one really, really well there. He's caught it.
Yeah, really good catch.
Just
low,
for a minute.
Diving forward. Really good catch. Good shot, but just a little bit uppish. And Critchley, well, he's the man of the moment, isn't he? With ball, bat, and now in the field. Excellent catch. Unlucky Joe Leach, I think. But he's gone for 7. And it's 299 for 9.
Yeah, it was a tremendous hit, and just for a minute there, I wasn't sure if he quite caught it, but he did. Critchley, tremendous catch from him. So 2.99 for 9 now, Worcestershire. And Critchley is having the time of his life at the minute.
He is. He really is.
He can bowl it, he can catch it, he can bat it.
Yeah, he is having the time. He is, well, yeah, as we say, enjoy it while it lasts, because your next duck is only just around the corner. Or your next none for 50 or whatever. But yeah, it was a really good catch, and there's not a lot else we can say about it. He's just having a really golden time. Dylan Pennington is the new batsman, number 11. He wasn't number 11 last week, he was number 10, and he made 50 at Chelmsford against Essex. Played really well, different circumstances here. I think we might see Joseph really open his shoulders now in the next few minutes if he gets the chance, and he probably will, because he's going to be facing Matt Critchley now. But good start for Worcestershire this morning. They began at 2.43 for 7, and Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph took their 8th wicket partnership to 51 before Barnard was caught at slip by Madsen off Critchley for 23. That was 282 for 8. It's now 299 for 9, with Joe Leach having just gone. Unfortunate, hammering a full-length delivery from Finn Hudson-Prentice towards extra cover, but just a little bit uppish, and Matt Critchley diving to his left, taking a two-handed catch very well, just inches off the turf. Put one down earlier today, to be fair, but that was much more difficult. But that was a really good snaffle. Had a few people contact me on Twitter, a few new followers. But if you've got anything, comment. I'm particularly interested in this thing about bats. You know, if you've got a bat that's only got 4 or 5 grains and you say it's the best bat I've ever had, fair enough. But if you've got one that's got lots of grains close together, I bet it's a good one. Because that's what you really should look for. Let me know what you think. At Frank Watson 58. Matt Critchley bowls to Alzari Joseph. Googly, I think, or released a top spinner. It fizzed on a bit quicker, that one, and nearly trapped Joseph, who'd gone back, and he just jammed the bat down on it and squeezed it out on the offside. Waits again now as Critchley comes in, bowls, and actually, interesting that it's a dead ball called by umpire Robinson. I'll tell you what happened. I don't know who made the move, but the fielder at mid-wicket, Billy Godleman, suddenly made a very, very sharp move as Critchley was coming in. Almost, I'd call it changing position, not walking in. Is Critchley again bowls to Joseph, wide outside the off stump, and he's hit that for 6. First 6 of the game, right down the ground, halfway up the permanent temporary stand, as Fletch calls it, at the City end, and first maximum of the game. I don't really like the word maximum, they use it in T20s all the time, but 6 anyway for Alzari Joseph. Goes to 46, 305 for 9, another batting point for Worcestershire. And yeah, do get in touch about bats. At Frank Watson 58 is my handle, and at Tim Steer EVO is Tim's Twitter handle, and I'd be interested to hear. But yeah, good strike from Alzari Joseph, that one. Given a bit of room, went for it. I think Critchley might be trying to mix it up now. Not sure he bowls a real googly. Certainly bowled a few yesterday that fizzed on, sort of skidded on like a top spinner. He's got long on and long off back now. Comes in again to bowl to Joseph, and he just... Bit of a shout for LBW. I think he got a bat on it as he went back to that one. Just going back to that thing where Billy Godleman moved at mid-wicket, Joseph just pulled out. He just walked away, and the ball was on its way from Critchley. If it had hit the stumps, I think we might have had a problem. But Tim Robinson called it a dead ball. Here's Critchley again bowls. This one is a more conventional, fullish length delivery on about middle and leg stump, and Joseph just pushes it out on the onside. So 46 to Alzari Joseph with that big hit.
46 off 51 balls, 8 fours and a 6.
In this game, it's quite unusual. Big shout for LBW this time. I have to have a look at this one. My view is obscured by wicketkeeper and slips, and Tim Robinson is not interested. Now going down the leg side, that one pitched in line, but just sliding on down the leg side and hit Joseph on the knee roll just outside the leg stump. I think 305 for 9 it remains. Critchley in again, bowls, and he's bowled him. Joseph goes for the big hit, beaten, great bit of bowling by Matt Critchley, really good response having been hit for 6 in that over. So Joseph is out for 46. Pennington didn't face a ball, and Worcestershire are all out for 305. That's a first innings deficit of 85, and really, really good effort from Matt Critchley, who Dave Fletcher has been calling the best spin bowling all-rounder in the country at the moment, and it's hard to argue with that. He's followed up his first innings 109 with a very, very nice 5 for here. Matt Critchley 5 for 67, really, really good effort, and Worcestershire all out for 305. Good effort from Alzari Joseph, but really when that 8th wicket went down on 282 when Ed Barnard was out, since then it's been Derbyshire's morning, and Matt Critchley deserves the rich applause that he's getting from his teammates as he goes off. Dylan Pennington unbeaten on naught, didn't actually face a ball, with Alzari Joseph going bowled for 46. So the wickets that have gone down this morning: Barnard caught at slip by Madsen off Critchley for 23, Joe Leach caught by Critchley off Hudson Prentice at extra cover for 7, and Alzari Joseph bowled by Critchley for 46. Worcestershire 305 all out. Derbyshire have a first innings lead of 85.
So tremendous morning for Matt Critchley for Derbyshire, and despite the fine effort of Alzari Joseph, as Frank rightly says, 46 of 55 deliveries, tremendous effort from him with the bat. It's Critchley that taking those crucial wickets for Derbyshire, which means that Worcestershire all out for 305, and as well as Worcestershire getting another batting point, Derbyshire getting the bowling points as well, the maximum bowling points. So they'll be delighted with that too. So we'll have a break in play, and we will be back for full commentary, ball by ball, of Derbyshire's second innings when they resume here at the county ground. Welcome back to the county ground in Derby, where we are just about to get back underway following the innings break with Derbyshire batting, and Worcestershire were all out for 305 of 102 overs. So Derbyshire with a lead still of 85 runs as they start their second innings, and Matt Critchley very much the star for Derbyshire with 5 wickets for 67 runs, and also taking a catch as well. So Critchley very much involved in taking Worcestershire all out for 305. And now we'll see what Worcestershire are able to do in response. Thank you so much to everybody that's been getting in touch so far on Twitter. I'm at Tim Steer EVO, and Frank is at Frank Watson 58. And a lot of people getting in touch, enjoying the chat about bats that we had a bit earlier on.
Got some good bat chat. I'll come to it in a moment. Joe Leach starts the attack from the City end, bowls to the left-handed Lewis Rees, clips on this one off his pads to square leg, and it's fielded there by Jake Libby. Lewis Rees was LBW to Joe Leach in the first innings, and if he'd have missed that one, they'd have been going up again because he moved right across his stumps, but he got a good bat on it. 85 then, the first innings lead for Derbyshire. More than Worcestershire would like, but less than they might have feared at one stage, given that decent partnership between Barnard and Joseph. Here's Leach again, round the wicket from the City end, bowls outside the off stump, left alone by Rees this time. Yeah, been talking about cricket bats this morning, and a few people have been getting in touch and saying that they enjoyed that chat. Had a fantastic little video from Neil Clifton sent in to me of his latest bat, which is one made down in the West Country by Millichamp and Hall. Other bats are available. We did mention various names yesterday, so I'm not too worried about saying that. And it's an absolute beauty. Here's Leach again, round the wicket, bowls to Rees, who pushes up to mid-on. Joseph Fields, no runs yet in this Derbyshire second innings. Yes, a real beauty. Lots of grains close together. Darker wood down one side, exactly
just as you said.
As I said, and
yeah.
And I've seen quite a few bats made by that manufacturer of that kind of quality, because a good friend of mine, Gareth Andrew, the ex-Worcestershire all-rounder who plays for the mighty Ombersley that I mentioned before, still tends to use bats made by that company. Also had greetings from David in Antigua, which is great. Alzari Joseph fan, no doubt. As Leach bowls to Rees, and he pushes this out on the offside. And again, there is no run. And somebody else said, great chat about bats. I won a flat-back St. Peter in a competition in 1976. This is a man of my era. That's the year I did my A-levels, and I remember the flat-back St. Peters. Tony Gregg used to use them. And in the 1980s, I bought a Newbury baseball type bat, as designed by Lance Cairns. Yes, a bit more about that in a minute. Here's Leach in round the wicket to Rees, pushes out on the onside. Newbury produced this bat that Lance Cairns used that was with sloping shoulders and a very long handle and a very short blade. If anybody more recently has seen the mongoose bats that were used a few years ago, well, Gareth Andrew again used to come out and flail the ball around for Worcestershire in white ball cricket with a mongoose bat. Was more handle than blade, really. But that's the idea. That's where the sort of Lance Cairns bat came from as well. Earliest of the real big hitters. Here's Leach in, bowls to Rees, pushes out on the offside. And that is the end of the first over, a maiden over. If you're just joining us, a very quick recap. I haven't been talking about just bats all morning. Worcestershire resumed on their overnight, 243 for 7. And Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph took their 8th wicket partnership to 51 before Barnard was out. Caught at slip off Matt Critchley for 23. That was 282 for 8. Leach then caught at mid-off, wideish mid-off by Matt Critchley off Finn Hudson-Prentice for 7. That was 299 for 9. And then Alzari Joseph bowled by Matt Critchley for 46, which had 8 fours and a 6 in it, the only 6 of the game so far. 305 all out. Matt Critchley, tremendous performance from him. 5 for 67 after his 100 in the first innings. Think he's a front runner in the man of the match competition. And Derbyshire, 85 ahead, are 0 without loss after 1 over of their second innings. And Dylan Pennington is going to bowl the second over from the racecourse end.
I think Critchley will be up there, I'd imagine, for man of the match. Just a hunch. And Pennington will bowl towards Billy Godleman. As Pennington comes in towards the Derbyshire captain, and that one ends up just trickling on up the pitch there. Dot ball.
Billy Godleman's decided it's a Saturday, so I'm going to stand in a normal position when I'm batting today.
Yes, well, watching the stream, I did see exactly what you guys meant, and it was incredible.
Couldn't see the stumps at one stage.
Incredible the amount of leg stump that was left exposed. It was fascinating, something I hadn't noticed until you guys pointed it out. It's tremendous. I've also just found a picture of a mongoose bat, which is quite intriguing, actually.
He's on a very conventional Midland leg today, I would say.
As Pennington comes in, and that one is just knocked onto the offside, but no runs added. Yes, I just found a picture of the mongoose bat. And
more handle than blade.
That's incredible, that. Yeah, it's definitely 3/4 handle than 1/4 bat by the looks of it.
I can remember when I was coaching at Ombersley Cricket Club 4 or 5 years ago, and Gareth Andrew was still using one, and I used to almost just refuse to let him and insist that he used a proper bat. We had an ongoing argument about it, and if he got bowled or missed it, I used to say you'd have hit that if you'd had a proper bat.
If you had a bigger blade.
You might as well have a bigger blade, surely, if you're trying to hit the ball with it.
Pennington into Godleman, and that one just creeps on through to the wicket-keeper along the ground.
Although I did have a theory a long, long time ago, when the West Indies were dominating world cricket with their quicks and, you know, really, really attacking the batsmen around sort of chest height and so on, I did wonder, watching Mark Waugh one day on the back foot, weaving around, whether having a little bat might help. But then probably somebody would just come up and ruin everything and bowl you a Yorker.
Pennington towards Godleman, and he swipes to that one beautifully through the covers for 4. That's not going to be stopped by anyone. And that gets Derbyshire off the mark.
He hit one like that in the first innings. He didn't move his feet, really. It's just width. He just gets width and he just throws his hands through it and then really smacks it with his bottom hand. It raced away, didn't it? Absolutely raced away. There's almost a, just don't bowl that to me, son. No point. Go and get it. Dylan Pennington, young bowler, we were talking yesterday about Sam Connors, who got dispatched a couple of times. The margins for error when you move up a level are just so much less.
As Pennington in again with a good delivery. That was knocked onto the offside. It's a very quick single, and they've just managed to get back. The attempted run out of the bowler's end of Godleman, just missing the wickets. And looking at Joe Leach there, you could tell that one was very, very close from a Worcestershire point of view, but good running in the end between Godleman and Rees. So that moves the total on to 5 without loss now for Derbyshire as they start their second innings here online via the BBC Sport website and app, and also on the live stream, the fantastic live stream on YouTube by the official Derbyshire cricket channel. As Pennington comes in once more. Delivery, that one wraps the pads, but I think that was going leg side, to be honest. So nothing going there, and that brings up the end of the over as well here at the county grounds, which sees Derbyshire on 5 without loss, 2 overs gone, and Godleman with a fine strike for that boundary, and then a quick run between himself and Lewis Rees for that 5 without loss total. Do keep getting in touch with us if you have any more bat stories that you may have. I've enjoyed having them so far. At Frank Watson 58 or at Tim Steer EVO if you want to get in touch with us. As Leach is coming back into bowl for Worcestershire, and they've set up with 3 men in the slips. Vessels at first, Darryl Mitchell at second, and Tom Fell at third. Leach with figures in the first innings of 2 for 69, 3 maidens from 21 overs. Just waiting to get this third over underway. A few people looking over towards the changing room area at the moment. So I'll just give you a wrap up of some of the scores elsewhere whilst we're waiting for things to get back underway again. With Essex 265 for 7, so leading Durham by 102 runs with 3 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire 164 for 4 against Warwickshire, so Nottinghamshire leading by 236 runs in their second innings of that one. Elsewhere today, Middlesex 5 without loss in their second innings after Hampshire declared on 290 for 4, so Middlesex needing a whopping 526 to win that one. Somerset 31 for 2, so they lead Gloucestershire by 34 runs. And Surrey trailing Leicestershire by 37 runs, with Leicester 375 all out and Surrey 338 for 4. Glamorgan 46 for 3, so they trail Sussex by 150 runs, with 7 wickets remaining in their second innings. And Yorkshire leading Kent by 200 runs. They're 86 for 1 in their second innings at the moment. And finally, Lancashire 124 for 3, so they lead Northamptonshire by 252 runs in their second innings. But back here at the county ground, and get things back underway now. With Derbyshire 5 without loss. We'll have this third over bowled shortly now, after Worcestershire were all out for 305. It will be Leach bowling, but in fact, Billy Godliman is just walking over towards one of the Derbyshire staff here at the minute. So, see what the outcome of this is, but now the 2 umpires are coming across as well here. It's all fielders patiently waiting to see what's going to happen here. We're completely baffled as to what's going on right now. We're not afraid to say that. And there's been a signal up towards the top tier of the stand away to our left-hand side where the players are. And one of the Derbyshire staff now making their way off the field after talking to Billy Godliman. We are at 5 without loss for Derbyshire after 2 overs, with Godliman getting all 5 of those runs. But we continue to wait to get back underway again at the moment. So Ricky Vessels decides to have a little lie down on the pitch at first slip. Well, why not? It's a beautiful day for it, to be honest. As I say, there's a few more clouds in the sky now, but otherwise it's a sunny, bright day. And it's just good to have cricket back here at the county ground after so long. 575 days it's been before Derbyshire last played a game here. And it's good to be back. It's just such a shame, of course, that there's no spectators and fans in to watch at the moment. But hopefully that will come soon. And Billy Godliman is walking over again to the boundary rope, where 2 more of the Derbyshire coaching staff are. And in fact, I think Godliman is heading back to the changing rooms. Indeed he is. So Godliman heading back. And as a result, Deploy is come in. In fact, he's retiring not out, Godliman. So Deploy is coming in to bat for Derbyshire. But he will be back out. So we remain at 5 without loss. And Deploy will get the opportunity to bat a bit sooner maybe than he would have expected here with Lewis Rees. Appreciate the update on the situation there. So now we're going to have Leach bowling from the City end, and he's going to be bowling to Deploy. Although from a Derbyshire perspective, that's not a bad thing, after Deploy was tremendous with the bats. Wasn't he? 98 in the first innings. And he's going to be facing the bowling of Leach. Here he comes, in from the City end then. And that nearly gets an edge as it goes through to Cox, the wicketkeeper. Just turned off stump there, goes through to Cox. So no runs added to the total, 5 without loss it remains. The lead stays of 90. That's Leach in again with a fuller delivery this time towards Deploy. That one is played towards the mid-off region, where it's fielded, and no more runs added to the total. So Frank rejoins us from updating the good folk of Hereford and Worcester.
And I have a bit of news about Billy Godleman as well.
As the latest delivery comes in, that one's left to go through to Cox. But yes, we've heard that he's retiring not out.
Retired not out, that's what I was going to say. Not sure why. Must be some sort of medical emergency. But he's going to come back in at the fall of the next wicket, apparently.
That's the one. So, yeah, we'll... if we get any more information about that, of course, we will let you know. But that's not the last we'll be seeing of Godliman today. Leach is in to bowl towards Deploy again. That one's played back up the pitch towards the mid-on region. That'll be a single. And that gets Deploy off the mark. And Derbyshire on to 6 without loss. But as I was saying, Frank, it's from a Derbyshire perspective, they've got Deploy coming in, who was in tremendous form, of course. So
and he started positively straight away. But yeah, it was an odd one, wasn't it? It took a while to sort out, and clearly had quite a considerable conversation with the physio. So there must be something wrong. Could be a migraine or something like that, I suppose.
Yeah, it caught everyone out a bit, as now Rees is on strike, and that one just squirts towards that third slip region. It's very well fielded, in fact, in the end by Tom Feld, who was there. I thought that was going to get by him then.
Fantastic stop, wasn't it?
Getting down to his left-hand side very quickly indeed to stop that one. So it stays at 5 without loss. And roundly applauded as well, that bit of fielding by Ed Barnard. So Deploy goes back to the non-striker's end, and Rees is ready to face this one around the wicket. And that one was a big shout from Leach, but from nobody else, as that one goes straight back down the pitch. And that's the end of the over. So Derbyshire 6 without loss, but with Godliman retiring not out, but he will be back once the next wicket falls. So Deploy is out there on 1, and Rees is yet to score.
Yeah, so quite an eventful morning one way or another, isn't it? With wickets tumbling, we had the only 6 of the game, and then that mysterious retirement of Billy Godleman, which took about 5 or 6 minutes to sort out.
Yes, it did.
And eventually the umpires sort of, I don't know whether, I got the impression they sort of lost patience and said, well, you know, you can't just hang around, you've got to go off. Or was he asking for a runner? I thought at one stage they told somebody to get some pads on and come out as a runner, which suggests it might be a muscular injury. Here's Dylan Pennington anyway, bowling from the race course end, and he bowls and he beats Deploy with a really good one that slanted across the left-hander and left him a little bit more off the pitch. And Lewis Deploy was pushing forward at it, played inside it, taken by Ben Cox.
Yeah, because there was a bit of chat, wasn't there, between Godliman and the physio. And then Godliman looked like he was going back. And then all of a sudden, the physio was back out again.
Yeah, and then she signalled for somebody to put some pads on. I thought he's going to have a runner. And then obviously they decided that might take too long. I don't know. Joe Leach was consulted and then he went off. Here's Pennington again anyway. He's in. He bowls to Deploy. He pushes this back up the pitch to the bowler. 6 without loss, Derbyshire then. They lead by 91 in very strong position. Just a reminder that today play will be suspended between the times of 2:50 and 4:10. So we'll have lunch at 1 o'clock. We'll restart at 1:40 and play till 2:50, and then we'll restart at 4:10 and play until the end of the day's proceedings. Is Pennington once more. Is in, away from us, bowls to Deploy, on leg stump. Deploy pushes up to mid-on. Joe Leach does the fielding. If you're just joining us, and I know people are just joining us at all times, Worcestershire this morning resuming on 243 for 7, bowled out for 305. Barnard and Alzari Joseph took their 8th wicket partnership to 51 before Barnard was out for 23. Thereafter it was pretty quick stuff. Leach out for 7, Joseph for a hard hit 46 with 8 fours and a 6, 305 all out. Here's Pennington again, bowls to Deploy, gets a single, fending this one-handed off his hip, thinks about 2 but he won't come back and take on the arm of Brett D'Oliveira, and that goes to 7 without loss. And the star for Derbyshire with the ball, as he was with the bat in the first innings, Matt Critchley, 25 overs, 5 maidens, 5 for 67 to go with his first innings 100. Thinks the game's a pretty easy game at the moment, Matt Critchley, and certainly making it look that way. And just to put icing on the cake, he took a really good catch this morning as well. So Derbyshire began this second innings with a lead of 85, and they're 7 without losses. Pennington is into Rees, and that's a really good delivery, an absolute snorter across the left-hander, just short of the thing, had to play, and then reared up at him, and Ben Cox took it in front of his chin. Excellent delivery from Dylan Pennington. Rees is not off the mark yet. He's been there since the start. Deploys on 2, and the other man that's featured in this innings is Billy Godliman, the Derbyshire skipper, who is retired, not out, due to come back at the fall of the next wicket, having made the first 5 runs of this second innings. Here's Pennington again, in, bowls across Rees, who lets it go through to Cox. End of the over. A bit warmer today, bright sunshine, I'm pleased to say, and a lovely spectacle as we look out over the county ground here at Derby. 7 without loss. Rees, as I say, yet to get off the mark. Deploy on 2.
So looking at the scoreboard, 66 overs remaining in this one. But you're not wrong about the weather. It has been lovely and sunny, and when you've been in the sun, I found, it's really nice. But at night, it has dropped. It has got quite chilly on a night time, as I found out reporting on a rugby match a couple of nights ago. Didn't bring enough layers as Leach delivers, and that one is left to go by and through.
More on bats.
Oh, excellent.
Norman Graham. I remember Jeff Boycott having fine grain bats made to order. I bet he did. I think I know who made them too. Norman says, I was Essex groundsman in the early 80s, hence putting stumps in before the start of the play. And I think those bats were made by a man called Bernie Facer.
Leach in towards Deploy, straight back up the wicket, and they'll get 1 for this. Deploy telling Rees not to try for the second, as it's well fielded.
If you remember Boycott's bats in the 60s and 70s, always had a little red C on the back, made by a company called County. They still make bats in Huntingdon, Cambridgeshire, and Bernie Facer was the man who made them, I believe. And my good friend Mike Hawke, who may well be listening, certainly involved in cricket bat making these days, basically trained with Bernie Facer.
This is his latest delivery, and that's going to go all the way for 4. And it was down the leg side. It was just clipped there by Lewis Rees. So that gets him off the mark for Derbyshire. And moves them on to 12 without loss now.
Leg buys, I think. He's not got the runs on
Is
the
it?
board.
Oh. So it is 12 without loss, but leg buys.
Joe Leach will be disappointed with his line there.
And he comes towards Rees again, and that one will just trickle to mid-on. So no run added there.
So yeah, thanks for that, Norman. Interesting memories. Working on the Essex grounds. Must have seen some great players then, I'm sure, back in those days.
A lovely tweet from Gary Charlesworth. I'll get to that in a second. As Leach is in towards Rees again with the 3 men in the slips, and that one's just left to go to Cox by the off stump. Just turned a little bit there towards the end. But yes, Gary has got in touch saying if Critchley played for Yorkshire, we'd have lost him to an England Central contract. Their loss, definitely our gain.
Yeah, we had this conversation, Fletcher and I, yesterday about fashionable counties and unfashionable counties. Yeah, can't argue with it really.
Well, I say it's a very valid point based on this game alone, as this one is clipped onto the leg side by Rees, but fielded, so no runs added. End of the over. 12 without loss now, Derbyshire. And Duploy is on 3, and Rees thought he had that boundary, but it was leg by, so no runs for him as of yet. So Derbyshire 12 without loss.
Dylan Pennington to continue from the racecourse end. They're quite interested. Worcestershire have stuck with their usual attack of Leach and Pennington, even though they've got Alzari Joseph, who maybe prefers to bowl when the ball isn't absolutely new. I will be really interested to see how Joseph bowls in this second innings. We gave him a little bit of leeway at the beginning of his bowling in this country the other day. I'll just expand on that as this over progresses. Pennington in, bowls to Duploy, who plays uncertainly up to mid-off. Libby Fields, no run, 12 without loss. It was cold. He hadn't been in the country for that long. He'd come from sunny climes. It really was cold on that first day. You could see from his body language that he was feeling it. He's down at third man now with his hands in his pockets, Alzari Joseph. But he was keen in the field and supported the other bowlers, and he was eager to bowl plenty of overs, bowled with plenty of pace, but he just seemed to just get his length and direction wrong for the most part. Pennington in, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox. That one just passes the stumps and then goes a little bit, shapes a little bit back in, or would have been back into the batsman, but it was past him. Cox taking it, moving to his right. And then he seemed just towards the end of the first day to settle and get his length a bit better from the city end, Joseph, and pitch the ball up a bit more. What I'm getting at is that I'm interested to see how much he's learned from that, and when he bowls in this second innings, whether he will make any adjustments. Pennington is in again, bowls to Deploy, he pushes that down on the onside. Because he is the quickest, there's no doubt, he's the quickest bowler in the game, Alzari Joseph. Doesn't have a particularly long run-up, quite athletic, good high action, hits the deck really hard. But, as I say, he got his line wrong and he got his length wrong, particularly length, I think, just bowled a bit too short generally in the first innings. But he's got to get used to English pitches, English conditions. In comes Pennington, bowls, full of length, hits Deploy on the pad. Probably would have hit the stumps, but certainly pitched outside leg stump, hence the strangled appeal from both the bowler and the wicketkeeper, Ben Cox.
Also from Gary, who's got in touch about a bat that he remembers fondly. He says, when I was a kid, I was given a Slazenger Garfield Sobers replica. Weighed a ton.
Yeah.
I could only just about pick it up.
Garfield Sobers autograph. Yeah. Remember those?
I'll have a look at that
little
one.
black spots on the back. In comes Pennington. He's in. Bowls, and he beats him outside the off stump with one that didn't bounce much, taken by Cox around the ankles. Yeah, my brother had a Slazenger MJK Smith autograph when he was captain of Warwickshire in England in mid-60s. And I was very jealous. And it had a little sticker on the back with the names of all the other players that used Slazenger bats. And then there were the Slazengers with the sort of double diagonal green stripe across the blade that Alan Knott used to use, and Ray Illingworth and Tom Graveney and various others. Now there's all sorts of stickers all over them, and they have adverts on as well, don't they? Here's Pennington.
They do.
He's in again. He bowls to Deploy, who drives up to mid-off. Jake Libby is the fielder. End of a very tidy maiden over from Dylan Pennington. Derbyshire 12 without loss in their second innings, leading by 97. And if you're a keen Derbyshire fan or keen cricket fan and you're watching the stream or listening and you think 12 without loss, Rees at one end, Deploy at the other, where's Billy Godleman? The answer is he's retired. Retired, not out, we think because of some sort of injury, but due to come back in at the fall of the next wicket.
Keep an eye across that one, see what happens there. But I've just found that Slazenger Garfield Sobers bat. Very nice indeed. Yeah, I can see why it would weigh a ton though when you're when you're young. I can get that looking at it. But very nice. Thank you for getting in touch, Gary.
The other thing about bats that is that they did weigh quite a bit. I mean, they often were a lot smaller than they are now in terms of profile. Even the big bats in the old days, but they weighed more. These bats these days are massive in profile, but they don't weigh a lot, and it's because they haven't been pressed as much. They haven't been rolled between the big rollers with the pressure up. So they're like tennis rackets now. The ball flies off them because they haven't been pressed.
Leach's delivery goes by the off stump, left by Rees through to the wicket keeper.
More from Norman, and a bit of a Derbyshire
Excellent.
connection here. He says, thanks for the mention. I was also Chesterfield groundsman in the late 70s. Well, we were talking about Queen's Park, Chesterfield yesterday. What a magnificent ground that is.
Yes, indeed.
And, well, I dare say, Norman, you probably know more about pitches and cricket conditions than most of us.
Certainly speaking on behalf of myself, that's definitely the case, as this one squirts off Lewis Rees and goes away from the slip area, and that'll be a single.
Turned him round there, didn't it? He got really squared up by that one. I think moral victory for the bowler there, but it has got him off the mark.
Yes, that's definitely him off the mark now, Lewis Rees. He's on 1, Deploy's on 3. Derbyshire 13 without loss.
17 balls to get off the mark. He must have been getting a little bit anxious.
It's always a relief when you finally get there in the end, without a doubt. So Deploy is back on strike. And it's Leach coming around the wicket with this delivery, and that one just heads on to the offside. No runs added.
He walked at him, didn't he? He walked at him there. He walked about 2 or 3 paces down the pitch.
Derbyshire's lead at the moment is at 96 runs. Sorry, 98 runs, apologies. Basic maths, come on, Tim, come on. And Leach will be into bowl towards Deploy once again. And that one just stands him up and again just trickles onto the offside. So no runs added on. Stays at 13 without loss. So a reminder, we'll be having lunch around about 1 o'clock, as I say, and then we'll be having that break until 20 to 2. And as Frank rightly says, we'll play until 10 to 3, and then there'll be a break until 10 past 4. So different sort of hours for this one as the delivery comes in towards Deploy, and that one's defended straight back up the pitch to Leach, who's having a solid over here for Worcestershire. Stays at 13 without loss. What have we got? 64 overs overall left. Do keep getting in touch on Twitter. I'm loving hearing your stories, your bat stories in particular so far, as Leach comes in towards Deploy. That one again, just stepped forward, leaned into that one to put it onto the offside. No runs added on. And that fact brings up the end of the over. So Derbyshire 13 without loss. Rees is finally off the mark on 1. Duploy is on 3. And Godliman is retired, not out, but he will be back.
Yeah, we're not sure why, and we will certainly find out in the lunch break, I think, what exactly the nature of Billy Godliman's problem is that he had to leave the field. Took quite a long time to sort out.
It did, yes.
And that's what puzzles me. And at one stage, I'm convinced they'd call for a runner, which makes me think that it might be a muscular injury. But not sure. Brett D'Oliveira is going to have a little roll before lunch. It's a bit of a captaincy cliche, I think. Give the spinner an over just before the interval. But it's one that exists, like all cliches, because it's quite effective.
It happens, yeah.
Cricketing cliches because they're quite effective, but even cliches in speech, people use them. I was an English teacher, well, still am really, and they exist for reasons because they do kind of generally sum things up pretty well, even though they're a bit bored and a bit boring and a bit tired. But cucumbers are cool, you know. That's why we say it.
That's a fine example.
D'Oliveira around the wicket, bowls to Deploy, who sweeps him nicely, times it well, but it's fielded on the square leg boundary by Gareth Roderick, and they only take 1. So it was Rees, he goes to 2. It wasn't Deploy. No, it was Deploy. No, it wasn't. It was Rees. They're both left-handed. They're both fairly similar in stature, and Billy Godliman's a left-hander as well. We're all a bit confused at various. We have been in this innings, I think, by what's going on. Anyway, it's 14 without loss. D'Oliveira bowls, and that's Deploy. Whack. Thinks, I don't care if it's the last over before lunch, I'm not having this. And he just walks down the ground and punches it straight down. D'Oliveira bowled really well in the first innings. He didn't get a lot of turn, but he bowled tidily. 19 overs, 3 maidens, 1 for 41. Not as effective as the Derbyshire leg spinner, Matt Critchley, who took 5 for 67. But I think Deploy's decided I'm not going to be dictated to here, and he's just walked straight into that one. First ball he's received from D'Oliveira and smashed it straight down the ground for 4. He goes to 7, 18 without loss. D'Oliveira in bowls, and yeah, just to really emphasise what I'm saying, Deploy gets a full toss and he plays a reverse paddle down to third man for 4 more. I say third man. When he's done his reverse paddle, it's fine leg really, but I'm sure you know what I mean. He goes to double figures, and it's a statement of intent, I think, from Lewis Deploy. 98 in the first innings, got a pair last week. He thinks, last week wasn't my week, maybe this week is, and he's playing with great confidence. 22 without loss. I'm going to have to nip off now and do an update, so I'll just describe this ball. D'Oliveira bowls and Deploy drives again, very sweetly on the offside, gets a run. Might have got more, but for a good save by Dylan Pennington at wide mid-on. So Deploy goes to 12, 23 without loss. Derbyshire leading then by, 108. And I'm off to do an update. I'll leave you with Tim Steer EVO.
Rather than Tim Steer Esquire, it's Tim Steer EVO. A pleasure as always. Thank you, Frank. And D'Oliveira in once again, and this one attempted to sweep, and the big shouts go up, but the umpire says no on that one. So it stays at 23 without loss. That's the end of that one, with Rees on 2, Deploy on 12. Thank you so much for tuning in. It's great to have you listening, and if you're watching on the stream as well, of course, on YouTube. Thank you very much for tuning in. I hope we can bring you the action as best we can, of course, because we'd love to have the fans in. But hopefully that will come very soon indeed. As Leach is bowling from the city end now towards Deploy. That one's straight back down the pitch, and Leach thought about throwing towards the stumps there, and very nicely backtracked there from Deploy. Very nimble on his feet there, going backwards. 2 or 3 steps back. Gets him back where he needs to be. Very balletic. 23 without loss, it stays. Wicketkeeper is tight in there to stumps behind deploys. This one is fuller length, and that one is put onto leg side, but that one is fielded by Jake Libby. So another dot ball. 23 with that. Oh, big gust of wind, and one of the advertising boards has blown off here right in front of us. And on the pitch at the moment, as all the fielders turn around bemused to see that, there's a huge gust of wind. You can see fielders are losing their hats now all of a sudden as Ricky Vessels dives down on one of the advertising boards. That's simply come off in two pieces. Yes, well done, Ricky. Yeah, we can see you, well done. Takes that one off, and let's give credit to who the other fielder is that's managed to save the other half. It's Daryl Mitchell. Good work, Daryl Mitchell, there to dive onto that other half of the advertising boards that suddenly blew into the field of play. And with that moment of drama, the players are going off now for lunch here at Derby. Well, that was a very entertaining morning in more ways than one, wasn't it, here at Derby today? And it's ended in a slightly strange fashion, but that pretty much sums up how today has been, really. So let's give you a recap of how things have gone in the morning session then. Worcestershire were all out for 305. There was a good partnership that was built between Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph for 51. That was eventually ended, though, after Barnard was caught by Wayne Madsen off the leg spinning Critchley, who has been in superb form again. That was his fourth wicket, ended that partnership, and Barnard was out for 23. Then Critchley caught Leach for 7, so that made it 299 for 9 off the bowling of Finn Hudson-Prentice, and then Critchley was back involved again to get his 5th wicket, bowling Alzari Joseph, who was very impressive, 46 off 55 balls, 8 fours and a big 6, the only 6 of the game so far, but he was the last man to fall for 305 all out. That left Worcestershire with a deficit of 85, and Critchley with bowling figures of 5 for 67. And then in reply, Derbyshire are 23 without loss. But that doesn't tell the full story of what's happened again in that opening session, because Billy Godleman was on 5, but he retired not out. But he will be back to bat at the fall of the next wicket. So Godleman, the captain, out. Retired not out for 5, and Lewis Rees is on 2, and Lewis Deploy, who came in for Godleman, is on 12, and he's gone well so far. 12 off 25 balls, 2 boundaries for him, 4 extras in there as well. So it's 23 not out for Derbyshire. The bowling figures so far: Leach 0 for 3 off 4.2 overs before lunch was called there, and Pennington. Well, welcome back to the county ground in Derby, where both teams are out ready to go for the session after lunch. It'll be a shorter session, we should mention from the start, because we will be breaking at 10 to 3 until 10 past 4 because of the funeral of Prince Philip, the Duke of Edinburgh, of course. And there will be a national minute silence at 3 o'clock as well before the start of that funeral. But we resume with Derbyshire on 23 without loss after 8.2 overs of their second innings, after a strong wind stopped play, which saw two parts of an advertising board blow onto the outfield. But Leach will come in to carry on his over, and that one is left, and wicketkeeper gets some gloves on it before it trickles onto the offside. So yes, Derbyshire 23 without loss, so a lead of 108 runs after Worcestershire were bowled out in the morning session for 305 in the end, with Matt Critchley taking 5 wickets for Derbyshire. Tremendous from him, 5 from 67 off 25 overs with 5 maidens, and of course off the back of his century with the bat as well. It was a fantastic stat, which I will bring up in a couple of moments' time about that, as Leach comes in once again. That one is played nicely by Duploy this time, and is that going to go all the way on the offside boundary? I think they're just going to keep this in. It's well fielded in the end. It was stopped by Roderick to deny that one going all the way for 4, but it was a lovely shot from Duploy there, which sees the total go to 26 without loss, and Duploy moves on to 15 now, and Rees is on 2. So yes, as we're saying, Matt Critchley 5 for 67 of 25 overs, 5 maidens for him, and that century as well that you got in the first innings for Derbyshire was significant too. He's only the 13th Derbyshire player to score 100 and take 5 wickets in an innings. Courtesy of the fantastic David Griffin with that stat, as Leach comes in. That one's left this time to go by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper by Lewis Rees. Myself, Tim Steer from BBC Radio Derby, in for Fletch today, who is covering the, I assume, continuing improvement form of Burton Albion at the moment. And Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester is with me as well. And we are taking in what has been a strange first session. Yeah, absolutely.
It was a strange morning, wasn't it?
Very strange indeed. And we have an update as well on that Billy Godliman, which we'll bring you shortly, as Leach comes in. That's left by Rees to go by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. But we have had it confirmed, Frank, about Billy Godliman.
Billy Godliman has got a groin strain and has retired injured, will return at the fall of the next wicket, and whoever's out of these two will stay as his runner, because it has to be a batsman who's already batted. So that's cleared that one up. It was all very confusing. We say it was a bizarre morning. It was because Worcestershire, it began perfectly normally, with Worcestershire resuming on their overnight 243 for 7, and they were bowled out for the addition of a further 58 runs, with Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph sharing a partnership for the 8th wicket of 51 before Barnard was out. He went for 23, Leach went for 7, Joseph then went for 46. It was 305 all out. Critchley finished with 5 for 67, all perfectly normal. I'll break off as Pennington moves in from the racecourse end to bowl now, and that is an absolute snorter, and it's hit Deploy on the hand, and it's really hurt him. It reared from not very far short of a length, and it's smashed into his glove, and it's one of those where it pins your fingers against the handle, and they really hurt. Top hand it was, good delivery, and Deploy is in some pain, which gives me time to tell you about the other bizarre events of the morning. So, as I say, that end of the Worcestershire innings passed off fairly uneventfully, but then, when the Derbyshire second innings began, we saw Billy Godliman retire with this groin strain, but we didn't know what it was. Nobody seemed to know what it was. It took an age too. He saw the physio, came back, went and saw the physio again. Play was held up for a good 6 or 7 minutes, I should think, before he eventually left the field. Then it got back underway with Deploy coming in to replace him. Here's Pennington again, bowls to Deploy, who steers this one down to third man where Joseph fields, and they get a single, which takes Deploy on to 16 and the total to 28 without loss, 27 without loss. And then, in the last over before lunch, play was held up because an advertising hoarding split into two and blew across the ground. Daryl Mitchell picked up one part of it, and Ricky Vessels picked up the other, and the umpire said, enough of this nonsense. Let's go and have some lunch. 27 without loss. Pennington in. Bowls short to Rees, who swivels and smashes that away for 4 through square leg. Great shot onto it really, really quickly. Lewis Rees, not Deploy. And he goes on to 6. Deploy has 16. 31 without loss. Just thinking about that one where Deploy got hit by Pennington just then. In the first innings, before he got started, really, Deploy, who eventually went on to make 98, he was beaten all ends up really by Pennington with a real good delivery that took the shoulder of his bat and flew over third slip. Knew nothing about it. Brought him 4, but could easily have brought his dismissal. It's Pennington again. Bowls, that's a better one. Full length and just left alone by Rees outside the off stump, and then just swinging a little bit as it passed the stumps. Pennington's at that stage in his career where he knows he's capable. Everybody knows he's capable. He's got a good action. He's quick. He's just searching for consistency of line and length. And as I said yesterday, and I think has been shown again today, he's just learning that against really good players, margins for error are very small, and when you just get your length wrong or your line wrong, you get punished. And he's in, but he gets everything right. That's a really good delivery, just outside off, and again shaping back towards the leg side after it passed the stumps, taken by Cox, moving to his right, and Joe Leach just comes across and has a word with his young seamer. But he's not in his first few games. He's played 30-odd first-class games now, I think, Pennington, and you know, Worcestershire just thinking, come on now, it's about time now that we saw some real results in terms of numbers. Easy to say. In he comes again, the young man. Straight approach. He's in, he bowls, and that's going to be 4 more down the leg side. Leg buys, I think, as Rees went to flick it off his pad, missed it, but the line wrong from Pennington. And cheap runs, really, as far as Worcestershire are concerned. End of that over. So no real alarms for these Derbyshire batsmen. Deploy has 16, Rees has 6. Godleman retired, not out, for 5, and it's 35 without loss. And that's an overall lead of 110.
Keep an eye on Deploy's hand now as well. Hopefully that was just impact injury, and he'll be okay now for Derbyshire after hearing the news of Godleman's groin injury. But that will be entertaining when eventually he has a runner. But for now, Rees and Deploy going along nicely. Rees did manage to get a boundary that counted this time. He's had 2 which have ended up as 4-leg buys. But that one that he swept away was very nice indeed. Leach is bowling from the city end towards Deploy with 2 men in the slips, the Vessels at first and Daryl Mitchell at second. In comes Leach, and that one is just away from the fielder of Barnard and heads towards the boundary on the offside, and they're going to stop it going for 4. They're looking for the 3rd. They've gone back for the 3rd now, and they've got it as well. For a minute there, I think Deploy almost said to Rees, don't go, but they went for it in the end. But Barnard can count himself a bit unlucky there. They didn't quite get a hold of that one. So it's now 38 without loss. Deploy moves on to 19. Rees is on 6 in Derbyshire's second innings here. But the 2 men in the slips there, Vessels and Mitchell, hearty congratulations for stopping the advertising boards from going any further in the outfield. Vessels with a very nice swan dive in particular. I'm sure the grounds would appreciate that effort as Leach comes in, and that one just squirts away from Rees on the leg stump.
He keeps them interested, Rees, because he walks across his stumps and he plays that sort of French cricket defensive shot, and if he misses it, they had him LBW in the first innings, you can see that he's going to be close again, and every time he does it, slips and wicket keeper, I think, here we go, arms go up, and then it's, oh, he just gets a bat on it, but you can see why. He's batting right on off stump against Leach.
He is at the moment, yes, as Leach comes in. That one is driven nicely, but will be fielded. And no runs added to the total. It's Tom Fell, the man there at the mid-off area, 38 without loss.
Worcestershire put down 5 catches in the first Derbyshire innings. The only person who did hold on to one was Ben Cox, who caught 3. So I think if somebody actually managed to hold one, there'd be quite severe celebrations out there.
Leach in towards Rees, who just took a couple of steps forward before he knocks that one onto the offside. So no runs added on for that one.
I say that because of Barnard and that one earlier in the over where he dived to his right and nearly got onto it. He put 2 down in the first inning. Most unusual for him. He's a brilliant fielder. He's caught some fantastic catches over the years. Similar to, you know, if you'd have held on to that one this morning, you'd have said, what a fantastic...
Exactly,
That's
yeah.
the sort of thing he does. But it just hasn't happened in that respect for Worcestershire in this inning, in this game, in fact.
Leach in, left well alone by Rees to go by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper.
And even Ricky Vessels put one down at slip, which is most unusual for him. Actually, Darryl Mitchell caught a good one. I must give him credit because he did catch a good one to get Wayne Madsen at second slip in the first innings. But it hasn't been a good game from a catching point of view for Worcestershire, and yet it is an area of the game that they've prided themselves on really in the last year or two.
Next one in from Leach, and again left well alone as that one turned away by the off stump by Rees to bring up the end of the over as well. So Derbyshire 38 without loss now. So they lead by 123 runs after Worcestershire were all out for 305. Rees is on 6. Duploy is on 19, looking to follow on from his impressive 98, of course, in the first innings. And Rees has already bettered his first innings score. He got 3 in that one, but he's on 6 at the moment. And Godliman, I suppose, technically, is on 5 and is still on 5, but he's retired not out for the time being.
Here's Dylan Pennington from the racecourse end. In past umpire Robinson bowls short to Deploy, who pulls. Didn't quite get hold of it. Got enough on it to pick up 2 runs through mid-wicket. D'Oliveira running around from square leg to field and now being dispatched to the boundary by Captain Joe Leach because he's seen Deploy go for that one. Pennington's going to go round the wicket to the left-hander. Be interesting to see whether that has any effect. Certainly want to keep his line tidy because he's got 5 fielders on the offside, fairly well spread on the leg side. Easy runs available there for Deploy if he gets the chance, but he goes back to one outside off stump and steers it behind square on the offside. Fell comes in off the boundary at backward point to do the fielding. Another run to Lewis Deploy, goes to 22-41 without loss. Derbyshire. And will he stay around the wicket to Rees? Yes, he will. I suggest it's not a ploy that he's decided to use against a particular batsman. It's more for his own benefit that he's changed his angle of attack. And he comes now, Pennington, round the wicket, bowls, and that's a good one. It's just short of a length outside off stump, and Rees lifts his bat well clear of it, and it kind of went through under his arm, really. Almost flicked his shirt. Good line from the bowler, and a good leave. But another inch or 2 towards the leg side, and you've had to play that, and it might have been difficult given the steepness of the bounce. But so far, it must be said, few troubles for the Derbyshire batsman against this new ball. And I'm wondering whether it'll be Alzari Joseph into the attack shortly. It's Pennington in, again bowls, width for Rees, who slices it away down to wide third man for 4. Poor delivery, too much width and too short, and Rees onto it very quickly. Slashed it really down to third man for 4. 45 without loss. Has it gone on yet? Board's sometimes a bit slow here. Sometimes it catches you out. It's too quick. And I don't think it's gone on yet. I think he's on 14, but not sure. Anyway,
We can see it though.
ill directed. Yes, the sun's made it a little bit more viewable, hasn't it? Yeah. Here comes Pennington. He is in now, round the wicket to Rees. He bowls, and that's on the pads and tucked away. Well, not tucked away. It goes off the pad down to long leg for a single. Leg by is signalled by umpire Tim Robinson, and that one has not won the board. Board's lagging behind a bit. It has now 46 without loss.
Here we go.
Rees is on 10. So Pennington down below us turns. Green grass stains on his trousers knees, and he moves in again now to bowl. To deploy this time, he pushes back up the pitch to the bowler, and there is no addition to the score. So there we are, Rees 10, deploy 22, 46 without loss. And Derbyshire, well, ticking along very nicely, it must be said. Worcestershire really, really do need a wicket.
They do at the moment. Derbyshire with a lead of 131 now in their second innings here. Do get in touch with us, myself and Frank, on social media at FrankWatson58. And we've been loving your correspondence so far. If you've missed the morning session, we've been having a good old chat about bats, in particular if you've had a memorable bat in your time that you've bought, as Leach comes in from the city end towards Rees, and again he leaves that to go by the off stump. But of course, we just like to hear from you about anything, really. Get in touch at FrankWatson58, and I'm at Tim Steer EVO. We've decided to go with, because it's a lot easier than trying to explain. It's not worth it. So at Tim Steer EVO, I think it's just the safest way of doing it.
A lot easier than trying to explain how anybody could spell steer with an E on the end.
Well, this is
Actually, I have known another steer with an E on the end.
Really?
Yeah.
You see, that is very rare.
Yeah.
I've never come across anyone.
Once. Yeah.
As Leach comes in, I'm going to ask about that. As Leach comes in towards Rees, and that one is at hip height, and turns away from off stump, and Rees leaves it. But yes, I've never met anybody else.
A pupil from my teaching past.
Okay.
Yeah, about 20 years ago.
Blimey. Because well, my family name is based down in Norwich, actually, funnily enough, in the Norwich region, Sheringham.
Oh, I know Sheringham very well.
My dad's side of the family.
Lived in Hunstanton for a few years after I retired.
Very
so
nice.
I know Sheringham very well, yeah.
Yeah, so my dad's side of the family are from there. They all grew up on a farm in Sheringham. And as Leach comes in to bowl towards Rees, and that one is left. And it goes by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. But yes, initially it was without the E on the end, but apparently part of my granddad's wishes was to add an E on the end, so they did.
Posh.
Maybe. Let's just stick an E on the end here.
Do you go back at all to Norfolk? Do you still go back?
I've been back a few times. I've not been back for a while, though, I must admit. But,
wonderful part. That coastline from Sheringham round to Hunstanton is just wonderful, I think.
Oh, it's a beautiful area, absolutely. I've not been back for a while, I must admit, as Leach comes in towards Rees, and that one, again, just at hip height, left to go by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. So, as a result, most of my dad's side of the family are also Norwich City supporters, you'll be delighted to know.
I am delighted.
Except for my dad. Because he decided that, because it was the what year would have been, 64 cup final, right, 65, so it was Leeds against Liverpool, anyway. And basically on the playground, all the kids were going, I want to support Leeds, I'm going to support Liverpool, as Leach comes into bowl. And this one is clipped onto the leg side this time by Rees, and they do get the single in the end. They take that one. And yeah, basically, so my dad decided, well, I'm going to support Leeds in this cup final, and he's stuck with them ever since. But all his brothers and all his relations are Norwich fans.
Well,
so
two things. One, I'm a Norwich fan, so I obviously approve. But
Indeed.
Two, it's the first cup final I remember.
Is it really?
That's how old I am. Yeah, that's how old I am. 64, I think. I was 6 years old. Do remember it.
And ever since then, I think Leeds lost, but he's stuck with them anyway. As ball comes in, and wicketkeeper's tight to the stumps there, and that one is left by deploy, and Cox takes that one in hand. 47 without loss, Derbyshire. with Rees on 11, Deploy on 22 now. And Derbyshire, as you rightly say before, Frank, ticking along quite nicely.
Yeah, very nicely. Ben Cox, I noticed, standing up to the stumps against Joe Leach's bowling when Lewis deploys on strike, because he's been trying to use his feet a little bit, and then going back when Lewis Rees is on strike. We're going to see Ed Barnard introduced into the attack at the racecourse end. Barnard, Worcestershire's most successful bowler in the first innings, 25.2 overs, 4 maidens, 4 for 67 in the first innings, and he bowled well, he bowled tidily, hasn't quite got the pace of the other seamers in the attack, but he does a lot with the ball, Ed Barnard. He swings it both ways and posed problems for the batsman. Does pitch it up to allow it to swing, and can occasionally get driven, but a lively performer. He's in, he bowls and immediately bowls. Well, I was going to say beats Lewis Rees, but I'd give him the benefit of the doubt and say he just pulled his bat curtain rail style across to the inside of that one and allowed it to go through. Speaking of Norwich City, as I would love to do, I don't want people tweeting too much, saying we're talking too much about football. Very much hoping they seal promotion tonight at home to Bournemouth. Every chance they will. As Barnard comes in again round the wicket and bowls wide to Rees, who slashes this one away on the offside. There's a good piece of fielding by Tom Fell on the point boundary, sliding to his right to make the save. They come back for 2. Takes Rees on to 13 and the total to 49 without loss. Yes, Norwich have been, well, I think in all the years I've supported them, they've rarely played better, if ever played better football than they have this season. It's been a pleasure to watch.
Is it still Daniel Farker
Daniel
in
Farker,
charge?
indeed.
Yes.
Longest serving manager in the Championship now, I think.
Is he really?
Is Barnard in, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump. Rees lets this go through to the keeper. And if they don't get it tonight, because Bournemouth are in decent form, they still only need 2 more points this season to secure promotion back to the Premier League, back to misery and VAR and
and another relegation.
Well, they might spend a bit of money.
Oh, okay.
I wish they could win the Championship and stay in it. I think a lot of fans want that.
Just keep that going.
Just to escape VAR. Here comes Ed Barnard. He's round the wicket, bowl short to Rees, who swings round on this. I'm not sure he got a bat on it. It's gone down to fine leg. He didn't get a bat on it. It's leg bys, 2 leg bys, and that takes the total on to 51 for Derbyshire. So that's a lead of 136. That lead is just beginning to sound ominous now, and it'll be interesting to see how Derbyshire go about proceedings from here on in. Obviously, this session is going to carry on until 2:50. Then we've got a hiatus because of the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. Here comes Barnard round the wicket into bowl to Rees, who lets this go outside the off stump. And then we'll have quite a lengthy evening session. And you would think in that session, that's a session when Derbyshire will really want to try and score a fair lick. I don't think they'll get Worcestershire in again tonight, but they won't want to take up too long tomorrow before they pull out and give themselves time to bowl Worcestershire out in that last innings. Here's Barnard again. Right arm, round the wicket, bowls to Rees. Good little bit of swing on that one as he pitched it up on off stump, pushed out on the offside by Rees, and no run taken. End of the over. Rees 13, deployed 22, 51 without loss. Billy Godleman retired, not out on 5, is due back in at the fall of the next wicket.
Is this a sanitation break?
I'm
not entirely sure. Oh, no, maybe not. Maybe not.
It's a
false
cap.
alarm.
It's a cap break.
A cap break. False alarm.
They're not allowed to give their caps to the umpire. So Barnard's taking his cap off, and it has to go off the field.
Right. I just got myself ready there with Fletcher's antibacterial gel, but I'll put that down then. Never mind. Maybe next time. So Leach is back into bowl from the City end, and as you rightly say, Frank would deploy on strike. Cox is coming in very, very tight behind deploy, with those 2 men staying in the slips. Around the wicket he comes, and that's left by deploy, and Cox with very quick hands there to keep hold of that ball. But in terms of a checklist, I suppose, from Derbyshire's point of view, of what they would have wanted from today, get those 3 wickets down relatively early on. They did that, still maintained a a decent lead of 85 as well. So you think, okay, that's a good start. And as you say, now back into bat, they'll want to get that total, get that lead even higher as the day wears on. As Leach comes in towards Deploy, and again it's through to Cox, who's close by, and Deploy just takes a minute to move away from his crease before walking back.
Kept a little bit low, that one again. Good take by Ben Cox. I mean, he's perfectly capable of handling Joe Leach standing up, but when it keeps low like that as well, and the batsman played at it too, he made a very difficult take look very easy there.
He remains tight in there behind. And Leach into bowl, and I think there was an attempt of a reverse sweep there from Deploy, but didn't get to it.
Even better take. That's absolutely superb. Deploy was actually trying a little a ramp. You know, if he'd have got it, could have hit it straight into Ben Cox's helmet. Cox, not only did he take it, he kept his eye on it despite Deploy's movement, and then reversed his hands so that his fingers were pointing up and not down, as conventionally when you take a ball standing up to the stumps, and took it cleanly. Brilliant bit of keeping, that. Brilliant, but possibly appreciated more by an ex-keeper like me than by anybody who might just be walking.
Fair enough.
No, I don't mean that rudely.
No,
but, you know,
not at all.
Unless you've done it, you don't realise quite how difficult that is. Really good bit of keeping. I think there might be a bit of chirp now out there. There's a pause. Cox has had a word about something. Or maybe they're talking about whether, if he's going to do that again, we might need a fielder down there.
He remains tight in there, and Leach comes, and that one gets a bat onto the offside. Barnard is there to field, no run.
Yeah, there's definitely a little bit of chat going on out there. I think Leach didn't take kindly to Deploy trying that little white ball ramp, really. So what's going on? I've got a newish red ball in my hand here, but Deploy is another one, isn't he? He's not the most conventional top order batsman.
Leach comes in towards Deploy, who swipes at that one, and it goes by the men in the slips, but it'll be fielded, and that'll be just a single, as Pennington is there, that third man.
Friendly exchange between Leach and Deploy, actually, at the far end at the moment. Friendly exchange. Smiles all round.
That's good.
It's exactly how it should be, yeah.
Yes.
A bit of contest. Don't mind the odd passing comment, but keep it all genial. And Cox comes back now, because Rees is on hand, on strike, and it's let's go back to normal.
Takes the helmet off, the sun hat is on instead. Takes his place alongside Vessels, and Leach in with the delivery, and Rees is having nothing to do with that one. That goes by the off stump. Through to the wicket keeper, and that's the end of the over. So Derbyshire 52 without loss, with Rees on 13. Deploy is on 23 now. So a Derbyshire lead of 137 runs.
And now it is a set.
There we go. Right, let's crack on with that then.
No tweets about football. Many people would be pleased to hear. I wouldn't mind hearing on Twitter. I'm at Frank Watson 58. I keep saying this, and at Tim Steer EVO alongside me. I keep saying it because we do thrive on the interaction with our listeners. It's quite a pleasant part of the job.
Oh, absolutely.
I would like to hear from Worcestershire supporting Norwich City supporters. We could have a club.
That's a niche market, right there.
Well, it might be. You don't know.
Well, this is it.
It might not be niche at all. If you support Worcestershire and Norwich City, so if you're a canary and a pear, like me, then do get in touch. I would very much like to hear. I don't think I know any other canary pairs other than my daughter, who's really had no choice. If you're a canary and a pear, then I'd love to hear from you. You could put OTBC into your tweet, and that would really prove that you're a canary. Barnard comes round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump to Deploy, who lets that through to the keeper. It would prove it, because OTBC is the call sign for Canary fans. On the Ball City.
Oh, right, okay.
It's the oldest club song in football history, and it's sort of the club phrase, really. He even had it embroidered on the shirts a couple of years ago. 52 without loss. Barnard round the wicket, back to cricket. Bowls, good delivery outside the off stump to Rees, and that's what I mean about how he can do a lot with the ball. Unfortunately, he did most of its movement after it passed the stumps. Rees leaned forward, left it. It pitched 18 inches outside off and then veered away from Ben Cox, and he took it low down in front of Ricky Vessels at first slip. 52 without loss, the score remains. Play will be continuing for another 40 minutes or so before we have a longish break for the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. In comes Barnard again, bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox low down. Again, no run. Hasn't quite got the radar right, Barnard, yet to these left-handers. I don't know, but I think he prefers bowling to right-handers. But tough luck, if you like, bowling to right-handers when you bowl against the Derbyshire top order, because the first three are all left-handers. That's Billy Godleman, who's retired at the moment, coming back in at the fall of the next wicket. It's like a groin problem. As Barnard is in and gets his line a little bit better this time, and just a defensive push from deploy. And again, no run. 52 without loss. 117. The Derbyshire lead. A healthy one. 117, is that right? No, 137. A healthy lead.
That's the one.
137. Yeah. A healthy lead.
Even better.
Yeah. Scored those quickly. This Barnard. He's in again. He bowls to deploy, and deploy is a little bit confused by this one. Trying to play it. I think taken on, but it drops down right by his feet in the block hole and is gathered in by Gareth Roderick coming in from square leg. Bright sunshine. I reckon 3 or 4 degrees warmer today than it has been for the first 2 days of the game. And that will be, well, it's a relief to all concerned, I think. I don't think anybody enjoys playing cricket in the real cold weather. Particularly not Alzari Joseph, who despite it being a bit warm, has still got his hands thrust deep into his pockets down at third man. Takes them out as Barnard comes in and bowls. Big shout for LBW. He fancied that one, Ed Barnard. He kept his shout going a lot longer than anybody else. Tim Robinson, the umpire, unimpressed, called over and started to walk away for square leg. Barnard was still shouting. I think it was just sliding down. It wasn't far away.
Yeah, it was. You're right.
I think it was just sliding
Just
down
seeing the
leg
replay
side.
there. That was my initial thought when I saw it as well.
Anyway, 52 without loss. Rees has 13. Deploy has 23. And Derbyshire moving along in good shape in the afternoon sunshine here. And Worcestershire need they need a wicket as much as anything, just to disturb the rhythm of the Derbyshire game, because it's all just going rather well for the home side.
It is at the minute, and I echo Frank's sentiments that we love to hear from you, because it really does make our day and keeps us company, as well as Leach comes in around the wicket with the delivery, and that one turns away from off stump, and good wicket keeping by Cox, diving to his left-hand side. I am slightly disappointed I still don't have a follow from the German Society of the University of Southampton, after Frank and Fletch both got follows, but the day is young.
Having a day off, probably.
The day is young, you never know.
I think the people, if people get bored with us, say, please get in touch, we like to hear from you. They just don't appreciate how bored we get with each other, do they?
They're long days. Leach comes in towards Rees, and that's left to go by the off stump again.
What's it like commentating with somebody else all day? Well, they just never shut up.
It's one thing about commentators, they always talk. They're always talking. Yep. But no, honestly, do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you.
And we used to have 3, didn't we? That's the other thing. We used to have 3 voices. And when there's only 2 of you, Fletcher and I have spent 2 days talking. It does help. You just get a little bit of interaction with others. It really does.
Because you never know where the conversation gets steered to.
That's right.
And one tweet can change the conversation completely. So get in touch. Leach in and attempt to reverse sweep from Rees. It goes high into the air. It will bounce once, twice, and over the boundary rope for 4 runs.
He's not. Joe Leach is not happy at the moment. He's seen somebody try and paddle him or ramp him over the keeper, and now he's got Lewis Rees trying to sweep him. He was a proper sweep, went down on one knee
Yes,
and everything.
yeah.
And to make it worse, he's got a top edge down to fine leg.
Fine leg, yeah. So he got the 4, and that's Rees on to 17, Deploy on 23, and Derbyshire 56 without loss. Leach is having a conflab with Oliveira, yeah. Interested to see what was said there as Leach comes bounding in with this delivery, and Rees has just left that one by the off stump through to Cox.
There's sometimes when I think Worcestershire found this on the first day as well. Well, I know they did because I've talked to one or two people. It just, you have a plan, you go out, you do your best to execute it, and it just doesn't quite go right. It just isn't, it's not quite falling into place. And I don't mean that the wheels have come off or it's chaos or anything. It's just not quite. They're just not quite getting the ball where they want it. Nothing's gone to hand. Just having a bit of difficulty. And then, as if to emphasise that, Joe Leach gets his run-up wrong, pulls out, or I don't know whether he was responding to Rees's movements or what. They're having a chat now. It's all very light-hearted, but it's just not quite falling into place from a Worcestershire point of view at the moment. And Joe Leach has decided to change the field. He's taken Daryl Mitchell out of second slip and sent him down to fine leg. So just the one catcher now. Pretty defensive setup. Yes. As Joe Leach comes in round the wicket and bowls outside the off stump, taken by Cox. And again, there is no run. You see, I would think, I mean, I'm here and I've watched it, and I can sense that it's just a little bit awry. If you were a long way away, if you were listening or you were just following it on text or something, you'd think, well, hang on, they've got this overseas test quick bowler and we're in the 17th over of the innings. How come we haven't seen him yet? I don't know if he might have a little twinge or whatever, but the idea was that he was going to come and be the spearhead of the attack. Here's Leach again, round the wicket, bowls outside the off stump, good delivery to Rees, but he didn't make him play, he's left it alone, taken by Cox. End of the over, 56 without loss, and just wondering why we haven't really seen Ozori Joseph come in and try and disturb these two batsmen, but it could easily be that he has got a little twinge and is not entirely comfortable. We don't know that.
Yeah, it could be something as simple as that in the end. But it will be Barnard that will be bowling next for Worcestershire. 0 for 2 so far from his 2 overs with the ball. In the first innings, 4 for 67 as he comes around the wicket to deploy, and that one catches the hand again, and it squirts off into the offside. And
I mean, it's just incredible. You could go weeks without getting hit on the hand, and then you get hit on the hand once, and then 10 minutes later, some little medium pacer comes along and makes one bounce, and it catches you right smack on the same knuckle.
Feel for him there. He's taking his glove off now, and he's waving over.
He wants some spray.
Yeah.
He could swap with Godleman, couldn't he? Godleman could come back in and he could retire. No, they do hurt. I'm joking, but they do. They really do hurt. And gloves are getting better all the time. But if you get that finger pinned against the handle by a bowler of any, I mean, Barnard, he's not express, but he's still quick enough to hurt you if you pin that finger against the hand. And it's the second time it's happened. Poor old loose deploy is suffering out there. It's not nice.
Yeah, here comes Physio, and another one of the Derbyshire players to help him out a little bit here, because he's got both gloves off now, so he's going to get a bit of treatment on that one. But it's an opportunity for a couple of the fielders to have a sit down behind the stumps at the far end there.
Brett D'Oliveira has just nipped off as well, I think.
Right,
for a comfort break into the into the old facilities over there, the ground staff facilities, I think.
Oh, very good. It's always handy to know your surroundings.
Know your grounds.
That's it.
Know your grounds. Of course, it's changed loads, this ground, over the years. I mean, first time I came here was when the square was the other way around. Well, it was the other way around until not that many years ago, but it used to be open. Where we're sitting was a great big grass bank, and they used to park cars and cars and cars on here, and people used to sit on the bank in their cars watching the cricket. Of course, it was going across us as we looked. And it was a big open ground. This is the racecourse end. There was a straight mile on this racecourse way back when. I didn't see it, but I was told that. But I first came to commentate here in 1988, and the first year of the old cricket call service. And it was a very, very different ground then from what it is now. As were quite a few. New Road in itself has developed considerably since then. But yeah, it's still got one or two of the old buildings that were always here, and Brett D'Oliveira knew what he could find in that one there, I think.
I wonder if they sound out
I
before
think it's
a
the
game.
old school box, actually.
Yeah. It's like if needs be, if nature calls,
it's
mate,
cold.
Do you know where?
Yeah.
Do you know where
It's
it can
cold,
pop off?
isn't it? Yeah. Well, pretty much anywhere at the moment because there's nobody around, is there? So
That's true.
get away with it. You haven't missed any cricket, by the way, because we've been had the physio on to attend to Lewis Deploy's hand. He's back now. He's sorted. He's had some spray on it, I think.
We're off and running again with Barnard into bowl towards Deploy. Two men in the slips there, and that one is defended on the back foot, back up the pitch. No run added on.
No canary pairs, I'm afraid, on Twitter.
Nothing at the minute.
Disappointing. There must be a canary pair out there, mustn't there?
I'd be amazed if literally
If
you
there
are
was.
the only
The
one.
only one. The only one in the world.
Yeah, there's got to be
Try and
someone.
think if there are any others. There are one or two cricketers. Ollie Stone is a canary, the Warwickshire player.
All right, okay. As Barnard is in once more. Round the wicket he comes. A step forward from Deploy before he puts it onto leg side, but no runs.
And who's the other one? There's a current T20 player who's a Norwich fan. Just trying to think who it is. It'll come to me in a minute. There's a few around.
.56 without loss at the moment for Derbyshire. As Barnard comes racing in left, as that one bounces of hip height and goes through to Cox. Handy little partnership being formed here as well for Derbyshire. I think it's 51 now.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It's just drifted along, isn't it? Without anybody really noticing. It's not a good session, this one, for Worcestershire. Just hasn't quite come together.
In comes Barnard. And again, another couple of steps forward by Deploy, but he leaves that as it turns by the off stump. But he left his leg stump exposed there as he just strode forward a little bit.
Tamal Mills, it is the.
Oh, I know the name.
Cricket.
Yes,
yeah,
yes.
He's a Norwich
Oh,
fan.
is he now?
Yeah,
Okay.
he is. Yeah, he is. There's a few of us around.
So was it hashtag OT?
OTBC.
OTBC.
Yeah.
Right, okay. There's still time. Barnard in. Deploy, gets the edge, goes by the men in the slips, and that'll be a single. Takes a total for 57 without loss now. And looks like it's brought the end of the over as well. Yes, so 57 without loss for Derbyshire. Rees is on 17. Deploy is on 24. So as I say, a decent partnership between these two at the moment at the start of this second innings.
We're going to see Alzari Joseph now at the City end for his first bowl in this second innings. The story of the day, if you're just joining us, I know people are just joining us all the time. Worcestershire resumed on 243 for 7, and we saw Ed Barnard and Alzari Joseph take their 8-wicket partnership past 50 before, with the score on 282, Ed Barnard was caught at slip by Wayne Madsen off Matt Critchley for 23, and then in pretty quick succession, Joe Leach out for 7, caught by Critchley off Hudson Prentice, and Alzari Joseph bowled by Critchley for a very good 46, 8 fours and a 6 in that. So Worcestershire 305 all out, a deficit of 85, and Matt Critchley 5 for 67 to follow his 100 in the first innings. Brilliant effort from him. And in reply, Derbyshire, with a lead of 85 on first innings, are now 57 without loss. So they've extended that lead quite considerably to 143, 142 in fact. And Lewis Deploy is on 24, and Lewis Rees is on 17. Billy Godleman, having retired injured, due to return, on 5. And now Alzari Joseph is to bowl the first ball of the 19th over of the innings. He's in from the city end, he bowls, and Deploy just pushes forward and steers it out on the offside for a single. Ed Barnard is the fielder. Alzari Joseph is quick, and as I said earlier, I'm very keen to see whether what he's learned from his first innings experiences, what he's gained in terms of nous coming into the county game. Bit warmer today, he might fancy it a bit more. Not that he didn't appear to fancy it too much the other day, but it was cold. But he certainly bowled with a bit of fire, but he just didn't make the batsman play enough and bowled a little bit too short. Comes in now and bowls, and that is a good one, and that's a good catch by Ben Cox. So a wicket for Joseph. His luck might have turned, slanted across the left-handed Rees, edged, and a really good catch by Cox. Low down to his left. Always more difficult for a right-handed keeper going to his left than going to his right. Ben Cox makes it look easy once again, picking up a really good catch low down. Just watching the replays, a really top effort down by first slip Ricky Vessels' right foot. So good start for Alzari Joseph, in stark contrast to his first innings experience. Did pitch it up, did get the edge, good catch, and it's 58 for 1. And I do wish we'd seen him sooner.
That's it. Off and running, just like that, talking all morning about when's he going to be bowling, and there he is. And yeah, lovely catch from Cox, tremendous from him. He's been very good, as you've pointed out already, with a lot of what he's done today. But that was a good, solid catch. And from Worcestershire's point of view, that partnership of 52, I believe it was in the end, off 97 balls, I think. So a handy partnership to break off as well from Worcestershire's point of view. And now we get to see Billy Godleman back, and he will have Rees as his runner, if we're led to believe from what we heard before.
We were told. I'm not sure that is Billy Godleman coming out, actually.
Oh.
I don't think it is.
Can't see his back.
It's Wayne Madsen, so maybe he's not ready yet. We've been misinformed. He's not coming back out. No, that's Wayne,
look like him, does it? No.
Madsen.
Right.
So Wayne Madsen coming out. Billy Godleman maybe still on the treatment table. And Alzari Joseph will be bowling to the right-handed Madsen.
Yeah, that is Madsen indeed, yes. Okay, well, that's a bit different now then. So Godleman will appear at some point.
So, Alzari Joseph, wicket with his second ball in this second innings. Good catch by Ben Cox. And Lewis Rees out for 17. 58 for 1. Worcestershire fans all around the country thinking, come on, big man, let's have a quick burst, 2 or 3 quick wickets, change the game a bit. He comes in now, Joseph. Be encouraged by that. He's in, he bowls to Madsen, and that's an absolute snorter. Now that is where he needs to bowl. That's the length. Madsen's not the tallest, but that wasn't very short, but it reared up and it went past his nose, and I think he played at it. He might just have dropped his hand out of the way. But if you're a batter, and I was an opening batsman, if you get one like that first ball, it certainly gets the adrenaline pumping a little bit. I know I didn't play at this level, but I faced a few of this sort of pace, and it certainly sharpens your senses up a little bit when that happens. And he comes again, bowls. This one, unfortunately, down the leg side, and Madsen leans inside it, misses it as he tries to tuck it out. I'm not suggesting for a minute that Wayne Madsen will be worried, because he's such an experienced player. I said in the first innings, he's one of my favourite players on the circuit. Such a good player. But it doesn't matter how experienced you are, You walk out and get one first ball past your nose, it just reminds you, don't switch off here. Make sure you know what you're about. Madsen waits. Bat raised as Joseph is in. Bowls to him and turns him around a little bit. Another good delivery though, good length. Pushed out on the offside. Suddenly the game's become much more interesting again in the last few minutes. Real contest again, you sense, between bat and ball, rather than the shenanigans we had when Deploy was trying to ramp Leach, and it was all a bit nonsensical for a minute or two. Anyway, Joseph in, 2 slips waiting. Comes in now, he's warmed up pretty quickly, and again, pleasing delivery, good length, good line. Madsen has to play it, pushes up to mid-off, really good over from Alzari Joseph, and he's picked up the first wicket. 58 for 1. Madsen yet to get off the mark. Deploy on 25. The man out, Rees for 17. Well caught by Ben Cox. And of course, Billy Godleman remains retired hurt, we should say. Retired injured on 5.
And will appear at some stage, but looking out onto the pitch now, it's definitely clouded over a little bit now. The sun's behind a cloud. The pitch was completely bathed in sunshine, but it has clouded over a bit now, as Barnard is back into ball for Worcestershire, and he is bowling towards Deploy, and that one bounces low, goes by the off stump through to Cox, the wicket-keeper. We do have some exciting news though from the social media point of view. I am now also being followed by the German Society at the University of Southampton.
Wow, that's a big moment in your social media career.
Day is complete on that front. I've been waiting for that since 11 this morning, as Barnard is in around the wicket once more, and that one is just knocked onto leg side by Deploy. Good length of that one there. 58 for 1 it remains. I'm going to find out more about the German Society, but later on I think I'll give that a read. Joining in with Frank and Fletch, who've both got follows from them now. So Barnard starts the long run up towards Deploy. 2 men in the slips for Worcestershire. Defended back up the pitch towards Pennington at mid-on. And the reason you're hearing my voice today, if you're just joining us, is that Fletch is away covering Burton Albion today for BBC Radio Derby. It's a pleasure to be here in his place. He will be a happy man. I've just seen the full-time score of that one. It's at 1-1. But Burton were 1-0 down until the 93rd minute, when Broom swept home an equaliser.
See what you did there.
Yeah, hey, come on. Now Barnard in, big shouts going up there for LBW, and the ref and the umpire is unmoved on that one.
That did look a good shout, didn't it?
We'll have a look on the replays here from the live stream. Ooh, wow, okay.
Well,
that looked good.
I've just watched
good line.
I've watched the live stream and I cannot see why that was not given out. Possibly outside the line. Very, very good shout. Very, very. I really thought we'd see the finger go up there.
Well, Barnard is in again. And a step forward from Deploy. That one goes by the off stump in the end, but I think he was hoping he was going to launch that one, but it didn't go the way he wanted there. Stays at 58 for 1 and just takes a little walk away from his crease again.
Wonder whether we might see Ben Cox standing up again in a minute if he keeps doing that. Because he was a long way down on that one when he missed it.
He was. And, well, for now he is still back there, Cox. So Barnard around the wicket. And that one's defended onto the offside. And they're very quickly gone for the single as they attempted shy at the stumps. And Madsen was in, but it was just missed from the throw there of Libby. Very close indeed. There was a risk going for the single there. But they managed to get it. 59 for 1, Deploy on 26 now.
Eventful. It's just started to liven up, hasn't it, the last few minutes. That was a good shout from Ed Barn. I'm not going to bleat about it, 4th ball. I thought it was a really good shout. It must have been a marginal one from Tim Robinson.
No, I
a few
agree.
scores from elsewhere. We haven't done that for a while. So Essex against Durham. Essex 311 for 8 in their second innings after being out for 96 in their first innings. That's a pretty good recovery. Durham made 259, so Essex 148 runs ahead with 2 wickets remaining. They can extend that a bit. They'll fancy their chances, Essex. As Alzari Joseph bowls to deploy, who takes a single, pushing out on the offside. 60 for 1, the score here. And Somerset are 88 for 6 in their second innings, which is not good for them. Replying to, well, Gloucestershire made 309, Somerset 312 in their first innings. So the game position, Somerset 91 ahead with 4 wickets remaining. Those are 2 teams that won in the first round of the competition. So either one will still fancy their chances. They're Gloucestershire possibly favourites. Good side, Gloucestershire, I think, underrated. Here's Alzari Joseph bowling again to the right-handed Wayne Madsen. He's in, he bowls, and Madsen lets that go outside the off-stump, taken by Cox. Leicestershire against Surrey, runs galore. Surrey 451 for 4, replying to Leicestershire's 375. So Surrey 76 ahead with 6 wickets remaining. Draw looks favourite there. Yorkshire 157 for 2 in their second innings against Kent. So Yorkshire 271 runs ahead with 8 wickets remaining. Nottinghamshire 219 for 7 in their second innings, having had a first innings lead as well of 72 over Warwickshire. In comes Joseph, bowl short and wide. Madsen just says thank you. Can't bowl there to me, can't bowl there to anybody really. That short wide, absolute long hop, smashed away in front of square on the offside for 4. So Madsen off the mark with the boundary, 64 for 1. So Notts 291 runs ahead of Warwickshire with 3 wickets remaining and nearly 2 days left. They'll fancy their chances. Well, the men from Trent Bridge. Hampshire are having a great season, aren't they? They really are. They're absolutely flying. 319 and 290 for 4 declared. Middlesex 79 and 49 for 3 in their second innings.
Wow.
Alzari Joseph bowls to Madsen. That's 4 more. Down the leg side. This time tickled away off his pads. Lovely little shot from Madsen. Wayward from Joseph. Madsen goes to 8. 68 for 1 the total. And Middlesex, well, they're still in with a chance. They've got 7 wickets left. They only need 482
Oh,
runs,
well,
so,
that's all right.
and they've got plenty of time.
Nothing to worry about.
And then finally, Lancashire against, not finally, penultimately, Lancashire 201 for 5 in their second innings, leading Northants by 329 with 5 wickets remaining. Alzari Joseph bowls to Madsen, tucks this one away to mid-wicket, picks up a single. D'Oliveira doing the fielding. Madsen goes to 9, and the total to 69 for 1 at the end. Not the end of the over, the fourth ball of the over. So yeah, Lancashire 330 runs ahead of Northants with 5 wickets remaining. And finally, Glamorgan trailing Sussex by 64 runs with 6 wickets remaining. So Sussex made 481 in their first innings in reply to Glamorgan's 285, and the Welsh county 132 for 4 second time around. So 64 runs behind with 6 wickets remaining. You're up to date with all the other scores. And it's Alzari Joseph in to bowl to the left-handed Lewis Deploy. Across him, left alone, taken by Ben Cox behind the stumps. And that is the end of Alzari Joseph's over. It wasn't as good as his first one, which brought him the only wicket that's fallen, that of Lewis Reed's, caught behind by Ben Cox for 17. And Deploy on 27, Madsen on 9, and Derbyshire 69 for 1. And they had a first innings lead, remember, of 85.
Are you avoiding the football scores before I give you this news,
No,
Frank?
not at all.
No, you're fine with it?
I know
Okay.
Newcastle will beat West Ham, if that's what you're going to say.
No, this
No.
is to do with your beloved
Oh,
Norwich.
okay. Well, they're not playing till tonight.
They're not, but Brentford and Swansea have failed to win.
Right.
So Norwich have promoted to the Premier League.
Is that right? Already?
So
We
many
only
congratulations.
I know we only needed a slip up. Yeah. Well, it would be. Well, there's so many ifs and maybes, aren't there? But I'll come to it in a minute. Barnard just starts this new over with a dot ball. It would be nice if they could do it at home, everybody thought. But really, what difference does it make if there aren't going to
There
be
you
any
go.
fans there? It would have been nice if they'd have done it at home. As it is, they'll go out tonight with no pressure whatsoever on them when they play Bournemouth at home. And yeah, job done for Daniel Farker. Congratulations.
Yeah. Now you just get some wins and get that championship title.
Yeah, just
That's the
4
next
words
thing.
to say, really.
Yeah.
On the ball, City.
As next delivery comes in from Barnard, that one is
What?
swept away beautifully for 4 from Madsen there. Tremendous effort
Well,
there.
he just went down on one knee and just flicked it. It was a brilliant shot. It's the sort of thing Barnard does himself in white ball cricket, but he's standing there with his hands on his hips.
Yes, isn't he?
Can't
Yeah.
believe what he's just seen. It's a tremendous
Watch
shot
this again on
from
the
Madsen.
replay here. That
Cheeky, that was. Cheeky.
yeah, delivery coming over the wicket there and steps and
It was a foot
onto his
outside
knee.
off stump.
Yes,
Great shot.
lovely effort. 73 for 1.
This is where, I mean, I might be completely wrong here, but this is where I think Ed Barnard just wishes that he had another yard or two of pace. Just think, I'm not going to let you do that to me. I'm going to give you one to think about now. But he's got all these skills, swings it both ways, lots of variations in white ball cricket. I think he's a really good bowler, but he maybe just lacks a yard of pace.
Barnard to Madsen, defended back up the pitch and just runs back to his crease because Barnard was quickly to follow in there with the ball in his hand. But no run, 73 for 1.
Yeah, I'll just qualify. I mean, I'm a massive Ed Barnard fan. He's a great fielder. He made his first 100 last week. He's a proper all-rounder. Could probably bat higher up the order, and I think he's a really skillful bowler. He can swing the ball both ways. In white ball game, he's got 4 or 5 different variations. And must be just a bit frustrating when he can get treated like that.
And in he comes again, that wraps the pads, and not many appeals there. That one trickles onto the offside.
Got a nick on it.
Yeah.
He's asking a lot of questions, Barnard, isn't he? He slanting it into the left-hander, swinging it away. He's asking questions all the time. Had a big shout in the last over against Deploy, turned down. And despite Madsen cheekily flicking him from outside off stump, it was almost like a hockey shot, wasn't it? He's still,
a good shout,
still
that, yeah.
threatening. I think he is a good hockey player, Wayne Madsen. I think I've heard that somewhere.
Barnard in towards Madsen. That one catches an edge, goes for no run. As that went onto the offside there, just backward of point.
Well might he stand with his hands on his hips at the end of his follow-through. It's not a tweet, it is a message.
Okay.
It says, welcome back to the Premier League. It's done. Promoted. OTBC.
There it is.
That's from my brother, who's not a Norwich fan, actually.
Oh,
but
right. Oh, well, that's still kind sentiments,
Yeah.
nevertheless.
It's his second team, I think. Mainly just because of me, really.
As Barnard is in towards Madsen, who's on 13 at the moment. And he leaves that one to go by the off stump from a good length delivery. 73 for 1 is the Derbyshire total. And they've managed to accrue 7 points, while Worcestershire have 6 from this one.
So the lead is 158, which is quite sizable, and 9 wickets in hand. You really think they should be trying to crack on now. They won't do much because only 5 minutes till we pause for an hour and whatever it is. But you would think they would try and crack on after that and get themselves into a position where they can declare and have as long as possible to try and win this game. They've got themselves into a really strong position. And you look at the points, 7 to Derbyshire and 6 to Worcestershire, it doesn't reflect the state of the game in terms of being on top, as it were. In comes Alzari Joseph from the City end, bowls to Deploy, pushes out on the offside. They think about a single, but Madsen is sent back and scampers back into his ground as Barnard comes in. It's the last few minutes before we break for the to show respect for the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. So I'll just again run through events of the day. Worcestershire resuming this morning on 243 for 7, lost their last 3 remaining wickets in adding 58 runs to that total. Matt Critchley finished with 5 for 67. He picked up 2 of the 3 to fall this morning. Here's Joseph again, bowls to Deploy, dropped out on the onside, and he's sent back this time by the non-striker. There's no run. Yes, Critchley 2 of the 3 wickets to fall this morning. Barnard was out for 23, Leach for 7, and Joseph for 46, leaving Pennington unbeaten. We didn't face a ball. 0 not out. And the other wicket taker this morning was Hudson Prentice, who finished with figures of 2 for 50. That gave Derbyshire a first innings lead of 85, and they've extended that by a further 73 so far, for the loss of Lewis Rees, who was caught behind by Ben Cox off this man Alzari Joseph, who's in there and bowls to Deploy, and that was a seriously quick delivery.
Yes, it
that
was.
Beat the left-handed Deploy, and Ben Cox, it hit his gloves overhead height, and it hurt his finger as well. Just grimacing. That was a seriously quick delivery. That was in the 90s, I reckon. And well, he just did well to miss it, really, I suppose. And with the other batsman we've seen briefly was Billy Godleman, who retired injured, having made 5, but is due to return at some stage, we understand. Here's Joseph again in bowls, and Deploy has had enough of being in the coconut shy. Walks into this one and drives it quite firmly up to mid-off. Takes a single, which might have been risky had Joe Leach picked that up cleanly at mid-off, but he didn't, and it was travelling. There's every reason why he didn't. And they got through for a single. So Deploy is off strike, and he is now on 28. It's 74 for 1. I think we'll get one more over after this.
Yeah, I think so.
Before the break, and then we'll have a long session of 46 overs before the end. So we could be in for a bit of overtime, I reckon. It's been a late finish for the first 2 nights, actually. Here's Joseph. He's in. He bowls to Madsen, who's on the back foot and driving this through the covers for 4. Bad shot again, wide and short. And Madsen just punches it in front of square on the offside for a boundary. Takes him on to 17. So since that first one he got from Joseph, that went past his nose, Wayne Madsen's been on top, and he's taken the West Indian for 3 boundaries and looked pretty comfortable. And we've also seen him play that audacious little flick from outside off stump where he went down on one knee off Ed Barnard. So 4 boundaries in his 17. Still 2 slips as Joseph stands at the end of his run, polishes the ball, has a little look round, thinks, don't really want to bowl short and wide. Comes in again now, bowls, and that's much better, straighter. And Madsen pushes defensively up to mid-on. It's the end of the over from Joseph, fielded by D'Oliveira. We'll have one more over before the Duke of Edinburgh funeral respect break, and we'll be off until 4:10. 78 for 1, Madsen 17, Deploy 28.
Madsen going along very nicely, of course out for 1 in the first innings, so gone well on 17 so far, and Deploy just carrying on from where he left off in his first innings with that tremendous 98. But probably the headlines of the day will be from a Derbyshire perspective for Matt Critchley, of course, for his 5 wickets and also that century in his first innings as well. Only the 13th Derbyshire player to ever achieve that feat. And Barnard will bowl this last over before the break in towards the city end, as again Deploy was taking a couple of little steps forward before deciding whether or not to go for that one, but in the end he leaves it, goes by the off stump through to Ben Cox, so it stays at 78 for 1. That break coming up very soon from 10 to 3, around about 10 to 3 till 4:10 is the break. So Barnard coming around the wicket this time towards Deploy, and that one has bowled him. And that is a big wicket to claim just before the break as well. Taking the leg stump by the looks of it. And it's Derbyshire now 78 for the wicket of Deploy that has gone. And he's gone for 28. And that is the perfect time from Worcestershire's point of view to have a break of claiming that very important wicket there of Deploy. 78 for 2 now for Derbyshire in their second innings as the players head off now as Frank has rightly said, for the break that we will be having until 4:10. But right at the death there, Frank, a very important wicket, I would say, for Worcestershire there, with an in-form Duploy.
They needed a wicket. The lead is still 157, which is significant, but what it does mean is that when they come out after the break, it's unlikely that they're going to get off to a flyer and score very quickly in the last session. I think from a Worcestershire point of view now, it's possible they could bowl Derbyshire out and have something chaseable on the last day. It's possible. But it's much more likely that their thinking would be, let's keep them out there for as long as we can before they declare and set us a target. Because Derbyshire aren't going to set Worcestershire something they think they can have a remote chance of getting, I don't think. It's possible. I mean, there have been captains in the past who would say, well, we'll give you something that we think you're going to go for, because then you're more likely to lose wickets. I'm not sure Derbyshire are going to play it like that. So, in many ways, Worcestershire's best interests are served in this game by having to bat for as short a time as possible in the fourth innings. And that means a wicket like that is really crucial, because it just slows up that Derbyshire progress. But 157 the lead. Madsen is on 17. Presumably he'll be joined by Godalming after the break. And yeah, big wicket for Barnard, and I think he deserved it. I really do. He had a good shout against Deploy before turned down, and he's been asking questions. So good bowling from Ed Barnard. He picks up his first wicket of the second innings. He picked up 4 in the first innings. And just give you his figures: 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8. I think that tells you how economical he's been. Alzari Joseph, the other wicket taker, 3 overs, no maidens, 1 for 16. There you go, 78 for 2. The lead is 157, and we'll be back about 4:10.
of course, for the funeral of the Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip. Deploy was out for 28, and now Critchley is into bat for Derbyshire, and it'll be Barnard coming in to deliver towards the city end and towards Critchley, and with his first shot, defends that one straight back down the pitch. So, yeah, the current situation is that Derbyshire, as I say, 78 for 2 after Worcestershire were bowled out this morning for 305. So Derbyshire leading by 163 runs. Lewis Rees was the first man to go for 17. That made it 58 for 1. Billy Goldman in between all of that, though, was retired not out as Barnard comes back in once again. And this one is just defended towards mid-off this time. And yes, Goldman went retired not out with a groin injury, and he is expected to come back at some point for Derbyshire, but when, we're not entirely sure at the moment. But then Deploy was the man that came in instead, took his place, built up a nice partnership there with Lewis Rees of 53 before Deploy was out for 28, and that left it 78 for 2 as Barnard in to deliver, and again that one's just defended onto the offside to give us the situation we're in at the moment, really, for Derbyshire, which remains at 78 for 2. But now we have Matt Critchley, who has been the man, or the man of the match for Derbyshire overall, with that 5 foot, which he helped to get 2 with the ball, and then a catch himself as well, plus that century as well with the bat in the first innings means it's been a very good day for Matt Critchley, as he's on strike at the moment from Barnard's delivery, and that one is just edged, and it's gone past the man at backward points, and they'll get a single. Critchley quickly telling Madsen not to try and go for the next run. So 79 for 2. Myself, Tim Steer, in for Fletch once again today. Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here. And Frank Watson from BBC Hereford and Worcester is with me as well.
Good afternoon, Tim. Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. And bright sunshine. That break went quite quickly, didn't it, really?
It did in the end, yes.
79 for 2. Doesn't seem that long ago, but we've got quite a long session now. We've got 46 overs remaining in the day. Alzori Joseph is going to bowl the first of those from the city end of the ground, and he'll be bowling to Matt Critchley, who got to be due a failure, hasn't he? 2 big scores at Edgbaston, 100 in the first innings, 5 wickets, easy game for him. Just doing everything I can to talk him out. In comes Alzori Joseph and bowls to Critchley, who just drives beautifully down the ground. No more than a push, over pitched on leg stump, just beautifully timed, back past the bowler and straight down the ground for 4. Absolutely superb. Lovely, lovely shot. And his first boundary, he goes to 5, 83 for 2. That is the shot of a man in form.
A man filled with confidence,
Yeah,
and rightly so.
Absolutely. 2 slips in place. Got a deep cover, deep square leg. Extra cover mid-off, mid-on. Third man and fine legs. Joseph comes in and bowls to Critchley, who again finds the middle of the bat very easily, sweetly off the back foot this time, forcing the ball back up the pitch to the bowler. 83 for 2.
Yeah, so Critchley, in terms of with the ball, ended with figures in the end of 5 for 67 from 25 overs and 5 maidens. And of course, that century, as I've already mentioned in the first innings, fantastic stat from David Griffin here at Derbyshire, saying that makes Matt Critchley the 13th Derbyshire player to score 100 and take 5 wickets in an innings.
And gets another run here as he heaves a short ball round to backward square. 1 bounce to the fielder, Gareth Roderick, who'd been placed there in the hope that Critchley might have got underneath that and got a bit of a top edge on it, but it bounced safely enough, and he gets a single, takes him to 6, 84 for 2. So the lead over 160 now, very healthy position for the home side, and they'll want to crack on, I think, in these 40 odd overs of the third day, and give themselves as long as possible to try and bowl Worcestershire out, having at the same time batted Worcestershire out of the game. That's the idea. As Joseph is in, bowls, and Madsen eases this one away on the onside for a single. Brett D'Oliveira, the fielder, coming around from mid-on to do the fielding. So Madsen moves on to 18. He's played 2 or 3 lovely shots, Madsen, including one very audacious little sweep shot from outside off stump down on one knee and just flicking Ed Barnard over square leg shortly before the break. It's Critchley on strike again now. Alzari Joseph, tall Antiguan, in from the city end, bowls just short of length outside off stump. Critchley steers that behind square on the offside. Ed Barnard is the fielder coming off the cover boundary, and they take another single very comfortably. Critchley on to 7, 86 for 2, Derbyshire, and 45 overs after this left in the day, so we're going to have quite a late finish. That'll be the case around a lot of ground, I think, given the break in play that we've had in honour of the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. In comes Joseph now, tries for the Yorker but doesn't quite get it right, and Wade Madsen just clips this one away on the leg side for 2. Might have thought he was going to get 3, but Brett D'Oliveira was very quick chasing that back from mid-on. A good return from him to the wicket-keeper Ben Cox brings an end to that over, with Madsen now on 20, Critchley on 7, and Derbyshire 88 for 2, which I think I'm right in saying is a lead of 167.
Yes. That'll do very nicely indeed. We were talking in the break about that Madsen shot, weren't we? Just reliving it in our minds. But as you rightly pointed out, his previous hockey experience came to the fore in that one.
Yeah, it had the look of a little hockey flick to it. He's apparently he's an international hockey player. I didn't know that. I knew he'd played a bit.
As Barnard comes in with a delivery, and this one is put beautifully on leg side. That's going to go all the way for 4. Tremendous strike there from Matt Critchley, and again, that's the shot of a man in form and in confidence.
Short of a length outside, well, just on middle and off or so, and Critchley, big man anyway, just stood up on his toes and just smashed it away. Don't bowl there to me.
How dare you?
Just honestly, like a boy on the beach. What a fantastic shot. He's in such good nick. It's a pleasure to watch. It really is.
Yeah.
Even as a Worcestershire supporter, when you see a player at the top of his game like Matt Critchley is at the moment, it is a pleasure to watch. That was a really good shot. In its own way, as good as that little push down the ground. Not quite as technically as good, but just dismissive.
Barnard over the wicket towards Critchley, and that time it goes through to the wicket-keeper, and well, that's the perfect delivery after being hit for a 4.
Yeah, good response that from Barnard. On a length, outside off stump, maybe just back of a length, and climbed quite steeply off the pitch. And on another day, Matt Critchley would have nicked that. But the cricketing gods are smiling on him at the moment.
Yes. When you're a batsman in form, that ball looks large and your bat looks large. You can just hit anything at the minute. As Barnard in once again with a length delivery, and that one is just put onto offside, but no run.
Yeah, if you're the Worcestershire team, you might just be hoping at the moment that Critchley's confidence will almost be his downfall, if you know what I mean. That he's just going to go for a shot that isn't on because he feels that at the moment he is seeing it big, like you say, and he can score at a really good rate. But the good thing is, from Derbyshire's point, if he stays in for an hour, he'll get 30 or 40. There's no doubt about that.
Barnard in again, and Critchley pushes that one onto the offside. They thought about the single, but Critchley didn't move that far away. And Madsen in the end just trots back to the boulders then. No run.
Thought about the single, but the speed, the fleet-footedness of Worcestershire veteran Daryl Mitchell meant that they couldn't get there. He's not that old, but he is in his 16th season as a county cricketer, and he spends most of his time at slip. But he was good there. He was quick over the ground, and he got there quickly and prevented the run.
Sound like you're going to say he was in his 60s. Barnard in. That one nearly gets an edge through by the off stump through to the wicketkeeper. That was a beautiful delivery.
That was a really good delivery, wasn't it? Off stump, went away off the seam and climbed and fizzed away as Ben Cox moved away to his right. Andrew Barnard, Ed's dad, used to bowl those with great regularity. That's just, it's the genetic Barnard delivery, that one.
And in he comes again. Barnard to Critchley. That one is played towards mid-off, where Pennington is there to field. To bring up the end of the over then with Derbyshire 92 for 2. Madson's on 20. Critchley is on 11. So Derbyshire leading by 177 runs now in this game. But no surprises really. The lines that Barnard was finding. 4 for 67 in his first innings bowling for Worcestershire. So he's equally a man with a bit of confidence behind him.
And 100 in his game at Chelmsford last week as well.
Indeed, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good over. 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 13, given the one bad ball. But, boy, he bowled 2 or 3 really good ones in that over as well. Here's Alzari Joseph bowling to Madsen. Oh, and that's an absolute snorter. If you were listening earlier or watching the stream, you remember Madsen's first ball from Joseph went past his nose. There's a saying, isn't there? They say smell the leather. I don't know if anybody ever does say that. Maybe they do. Shout it, come on, make him smell the leather. I've heard it suggested that that's a cry that might come up from the slips. Well, I'll tell you what, he must have almost been able to smell that one.
I think it trimmed his nose hairs, to be honest.
Really did go past his nose. Good delivery. Joseph in bowls, and Madsen covers up this time. Pushes out on the offside. No run. Score remains at 92 for 2. Other bowling figures in this innings. Leach 9 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 15. Dylan Pennington 5 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 18. Brett Oliveira had just 1 over and went for 10 just before the lunch break. And Ed Barnard, as I said, 1 for 13 off 7. Joseph in his 5th over. He's been quite expensive. He's gone for 25, but he has taken a wicket. That was with his 2nd ball. He comes in now to bowl to Madsen, and that one, again, just short of a length and nicely played by Madsen. Just the difference between that and the one that went past his nose, apart from a little bit of difference in length, is about line. And on that occasion, Madsen had room to get on the back foot and get his arms free and drive it up to Libby at extra cover. Just needs to straighten up that little bit, hit that length, bit of pace, and he could cause anybody problems, I'm sure of it. Alzari Joseph, just 1 slip. As he moves in now, athletic approach, he's in, he bowls, and Madsen is taken on the pad, a thigh pad really, by that one as he looks to fend it away on the leg side, just drops out on the onside. It's all part, I think, the signing of Alzari Joseph. It's good for Worcestershire to try and sort of bring someone in who's a bit quicker and a bit different from their other bowlers, but it's also very much part of Alzari Joseph's development as a cricketer. I think the parties on the other side of the deal, you know, the West Indian coaches, the Antiguan authorities, Alzari Joseph, his agent, etc., they were keen for him to come over to broaden his experience as well. As he comes in and bowls a good delivery outside off stump, which Madsen leaves and it's taken by Cox. And I think it's easy to get a bit carried away and think you've got a young West Indian test fast bowler. And he's going to come over and do all kinds of wonderful things. And it's we hope that he will achieve a great deal, and he's got another 6 games or so to do it. But it's also, he's relatively young, and it's about his development and learning to bowl in different conditions. And he won't have played in cold like this many times before. First 2 days of this game, it was really chilly. He's in now, he bowls to Madsen, who plays that up to mid-on, where it's fielded by Brett Oliveira. End of the over from Alzari Joseph, 92 for 2. Madsen has 20. Critchley has 11. The men out, Lewis Rees for 17 and Leas Deploy for 28.
Joseph was entertaining with the bat as well, wasn't he, earlier on? 46 from 55, including the only 6 of the game, along with 8 boundaries. So, yeah, he was a player that I mentioned earlier on the day was keen to see how he does, because a lot was made about his impending arrival at Worcestershire, and in lots of ways we've not been disappointed in seeing how he's got on. Certainly provided some entertainment in this one, as Barnard is back in to bowl for Worcestershire. Heading towards the city end and bowling towards Critchley, who knocks that to mid-on. And that one's fielded, so no runs added to the total there. We'll go through some of the scores elsewhere in a minute as well, just to keep you up to date, because it will be a long day for everybody in that sense, because there'll be overs to make up in this last session. Just a rearrangement of the fielders a little bit before Barnard comes back in for Worcestershire. Over the wicket with the delivery, and that one is knocked onto the offside in the cover region, and that'll be fielded, no run. Stays at 92 for 2. At Frank Watson 58 on the Twitter, or at Tim Steer EVO, as we've decided, because I'm a huge fan of that. It's a very easy way of explaining how to find me on social media, and we have enjoyed your correspondence today. Barnard back in. Over the wicket, this one. And that one is played away very nicely on leg side there by Critchley. Puts that one by mid-on and goes all the way for 4. Takes Derbyshire to 96 for 2. And Critchley on to 15 as he plays that shot nicely away.
Same shot, wasn't it? Just a little bit too short from Barnard. Margins for error are really quite minimal when player is in the form that Critchley's in.
Exactly that, yeah.
And he's tall as well, so if short of a length, just a little bit too short, he's onto it so quickly.
Up steps Barnard again, and Critchley straight back down the pitch, and stopped by Barnard. Just fell out of his hands after it bounced up and hit him there.
But he's in the mood, Critchley. You can tell. There's sometimes when you're batting, you just want every ball to come. You're just thinking, oh, where's my next boundary? Where's my next boundary? And that can be a downfall, as I've said. You just need a slight overdose of adrenaline, as it were, and you can go for one that you shouldn't go for. But he got that look about him at the moment, Critchley. He just wants to hit everything.
Yeah, he's got that swagger about him, hasn't he? As this one comes in and that goes by the off stump. But yeah, he thought about briefly, but kept the bat tight to him in the end. I often think Ed Barnard picks up wickets. I mean, we've had this conversation any number of times. If he was a bit quicker, he might do this, might do that. But I often think he picks up wickets because he bowls deliveries that people can hit. So they fancy it, and then he does a little bit with it. Been a few bowlers over the years like that. Barnard into Critchley, who swipes away at that one, and that should race away for 4, and it will do. Clean strike there, got past the man at the point area and goes for 4 more runs, and that will bring up the 100 for Derbyshire. 100 for 2 with Madsen on 20 and Critchley racing now on to 19.
Yeah, he's not here to hang around, and Billy Godlin would be very happy about that, because well, we've got 42 overs left in the day, and he sent him out there thinking, yeah, you go out and get 60 in an hour or something, and this game's moving on. It's moving on more rapidly towards its logical conclusion. Just describe a couple of balls of this over from Alzari Joseph, and then I'll have to nip off and do an update for BBC Hereford Worcester's FM listeners on the sports programme. Alzari Joseph bowls just short of a length to Wayne Madsen, who's in behind that, punching up to extra cover, fielded there by Jake Libby, and there's no run. In fact, I'm going to go now, if that's all right.
That's fine, yes. Frank is a man very much in demand with Hereford and Worcester. He's numerous updates, doing a fantastic job. So Alzari Joseph will be coming back into bowl from the city end towards Madsen. There's just one man in the slips, and that's Ricky Vessels. As this one comes in, that was just defended onto the offside. That one was fuller delivery from Joseph. As I say, he's provided a fair bit of entertainment. First time I've seen him today with the bat and with ball. As I mentioned, we'll go through some of the scores elsewhere as well. just see Joseph come in with his delivery, and then I'll wrap up a couple of scores for you, particularly in Group 1 involving these teams. And this one is put into the cover region by Madsen for a single. Trots on through. That's 101 for 2 now for Derbyshire. And Madsen will move on to 21 with Critchley on 19. So yes, elsewhere, also in Group 1, Nottinghamshire leading Warwickshire by 315 runs with 1 wicket remaining. They're 243 for 9 in their second innings at the moment. Also, Essex leading Durham by 166 as Joseph comes in. Another full-length delivery, and this one is defended by Critchley. Just moves away to the man at point, Ed Barnard. Yeah, so Essex 329 for 9, so much better second innings. There were 96 all out in the first, and so they lead by 166 runs in that one. Middlesex, yeah, they're doing all right. They only need 450 to win with 7 wickets. Sure they'll be fine. Joseph taking his time to run in for this next delivery. And that one is swept high in the air by Critchley, but they'll only get the single with it this time. So bounced up to shoulder height, and he pulled that one away. But didn't have the legs for any more than a single on that one, 102 for 2. What else have we got? Somerset leading Gloucestershire by 102 runs. They're 99 for 7 in their second innings. There were 312 all out in their first. Surrey leading Leicestershire by 114 runs. Surrey were 489 for 4, and then Leicestershire 375 all out. So Surrey going very well indeed. Joseph back in towards Madsen this time, who put it towards mid-on. They thought about the single, but it was never really attainable in that one. And that looks to bring up the end of the over. 102 for 2, then Derbyshire. Madsen on 21, Critchley's on 20. As the 2 Derbyshire batsmen have a chat in the middle of the pitch. We have 41 overs left in the day. So Glamorgan, 161 for 5, trails Sussex by 35 runs, with 5 wickets remaining in their second innings. Lancashire lead Northamptonshire by 348 runs. They are 220 for 6 in their second innings after bowling out Northamptonshire for 177. And Kent against Yorkshire, divided loyalties for me on that one. But Yorkshire lead Kent by 301 runs, with 8 wickets left. Yorkshire 187 for 2 in their second innings. So that's you up to date elsewhere. Back here, we have a change of bowler. And it's going to be Dylan Pennington that comes back in to bowl. 0 for 18 off 5 so far, with 1 maiden over in the second innings, as he comes in to bowl towards that City end where Critchley's on strike. And that one is straight back to Pennington, back up the pitch. Whilst in his first innings with the ball, Pennington 1 for 69 off 19 overs with 2 maidens. With the bat, very successful, 0 not out from no balls. Solid effort. Pennington back in to bowl. Towards Critchley once again, and that one is pulled away beautifully, and that's going to be 1 bounce and out for 4. As once again, he likes that area at the moment, doesn't he? Critchley puts it towards that long on sort of region. Hit that one beautifully. That's 4 more for him, 4 more for Derbyshire. 106 for 2 now, with Critchley now moving on to 24. He's having the time of his life at the moment for Derbyshire. As we were discussing earlier, that That cricket ball just looks like a beach ball at the minute. Wherever he wants to put it, as Pennington comes in with a fuller delivery this time. That one is just slapped away low on the offside for a single. 25 for Critchley now, 107 for 2. Going very smartly indeed. It was cloudy after lunch, before the break that we had, but the sun is back out in full effect now. Just hiding behind it here in the commentary box. Our desk is bathed in sunshine along with the pitch out there as Pennington comes in, and that one is clipped down leg side, and that's going to be another 4. That's a lovely shot. This time it's from Madsen. Puts that one away, dispatches it nicely off Pennington's delivery. 111 for 2 now, and Madsen joins Critchley on 25. It's proving not to be the best of first overs back for Pennington. And Madsen says, anything you can do, Critchley, I can do too. And with that, Leach is just having a chat with Pennington before he comes back in to bowl once again. With Madsen on 25 from 29 deliveries and Critchley with 25 from 25 deliveries, and both with 5 boundaries apiece. Pennington into bowl, and that one is left this time by Madsen. Goes by his off stump through to Ben Cox. Fuller length delivery, that one, and Madsen had no interest in going for that. That'll bounce on through. Stays at 111 for 2. Pennington back in. Towards Madsen. That one's up towards hip height. And that one's just defended onto the offside. No runs added on there. And that's the end of the over, in fact. And it's 111 for 2 for Derbyshire. Madsen and Critchley both now on 25. So they lead Worcestershire by 196 runs. As we have a sanitation break, I will do what Fletch does and join in, as always.
A couple of great shots in that over.
Oh, wasn't there just?
One from each batsman, both loose deliveries, but they're making it look a different game, these two, at the moment. Madsen 25, Critchley 25 in particular, if off just 25 balls, the man in form, and they really are taking this game away from Worcestershire at the moment.
Just as I was saying, really, with that last one from Madsen in particular, was anything you can do, Mr. Critchley, yeah. I can do just as well, really.
Well, even it was better in a way, wasn't it? It was timed even better. Beautiful shot. Alzari Joseph to carry on from the City end bowling to Matt Critchley. Just one slip. Ricky Vessel's there with his floppy on. Crouching as Joseph comes in and bowls, and Critchley drives. Beautiful shot and a great piece of fielding by Ed Barnard at backward point diving to his right, goalkeeper style, two-handed save. You're looking for the ball at the boundary, and it's in Barnard's hands. Nelson, 111 for 2. Worcestershire will be hoping that Nelson strikes the unlucky number, although as Fletcher was saying the other day, there's no such thing as luck.
Right, that's
we put that one to bed. We put that one to bed. We did away with. We debunked all cricketing superstitions.
Right,
on Thursday, I think it was. Is Alzari Joseph? He's in. He bowls, and well, I'm wrong. Am I wrong? Oh, I'm not wrong. There is such a thing. No, it's a bouncer, and Critchley got underneath it, and he spliced it up in the air, but it landed short of D'Oliveira at mid-on. Joseph's absolutely beside himself. In the previous over, he bounced Critchley, and he went for a pull shot, and he mishit it, and it just dribbled out to square leg, and Alzari Joseph went down on his knees and thought, That's exactly what I wanted to happen, except it didn't go down. And the same thing's happened again. He's walking away. He's not thinking there's no such thing as luck. He's thinking there is such a thing as luck, and it's called bad luck. 111 for 2. Nelson nearly did strike. Can it happen on this ball? Alzari Joseph in once more. And he bowls. But no, it can't. It's a great shot from Critchley, but it's another super piece of fielding in the covers by Ed Barnard. Back foot slap from Critchley, and Barnard making it look as though it wasn't travelling, although he's wringing his hand a little bit now when nobody thinks nobody's looking. Oh, yeah, that hurt. Whereas when he knew everybody was looking, he just threw it away nonchalantly as if to say, nah, that's no problem. Giving his hands a little rub now. 111 for 2. My updates have all gone wonky now, time-wise, because of rugby, because Worcester Warriors are playing rugby, so my next one's got to be just before 5 o'clock, so excuse me if I just dash off.
No,
Joseph's moved his slip from 1 to 3. Ricky Vessels, only 1 slip, but he's in at 3rd slip. And Joseph bowls a little bit wider, and Critchley cuts, but doesn't time it, and it bounces up in the air, and the busy Barnard moves to his right again at backward point to do the fielding. And there's no run, so a brief hiatus in the run scoring. 3 dot balls in this over so far. So we've got 3rd man, cover on the boundary, 3 saving, 1 on the offside, 1 slip, a mid on, a deep square leg and a long leg. It's a pretty well spread field, especially on the leg side, as Joseph comes in again, bowls to Critchley, tries a slow ball, and it turns out to be almost a beamer. But it died on him at the end and nearly took him by surprise. Critchley just fended it out on the offside. That's not a nice feeling, I can tell you, when somebody's bowling at high speed and they bowl one and you're there waiting for it and you suddenly see it coming straight at your head. And you haven't realised it's a slow ball and you think, oh, what's going on? And then it just dies on you, and he just fended it away. There's a chap called Franklin Stevenson who used to play for Notts, West Indian quick bowler, who had a great slower ball, great big man. In comes Joseph, bowls, and this one he doesn't quite get right. Critchley swings that away on the leg side. Good bit of fielding by Pennington, and they only get 1. 112 for 2. Nelson didn't strike. End of the over. Madsen 25. Critchley goes to 26 and keeps the strike. And they used to say the advice was, when you face Franklin Stevenson, whatever you do, if you see one coming at your head, don't duck. Because he bowled this big slower ball and it used to dip, and honestly there would be batsmen, several batsmen, I can think of 2 or 3 off the top of my head, who ducked the Franklin Stevenson slower ball thinking it was coming straight at their heads, and it just dropped down and they were LBW, crouching down in front of the stumps. An ignominious way to go, but it happened to quite a few batsmen in the 80s and 90s. Great bowler, Franklin Stevenson.
Unbelievable. To be out LBW that way.
Yeah,
I did not expect that.
Did it to famously, I think, to Brian Hardy of Essex in a Benson Hedges Cup final, I think. And I'll plug one of our fellow commentators, Dave Bracegirdle, who commentates on Notts, because he penned Franklin Stevenson's biography last year, I think. Biography, I should say, as Pennington bowls a dot ball, and it was called, I think it's called My Song Shall Be Cricket. I haven't read it, but I am assured that it's a lovely read. It's available from all good booksellers, and I will expect Dave Bracegirdle to send me a cheque.
Yes, yes. Available at all good bookshops and some rubbish ones as well.
No, I do. I think it's a really good read, apparently. My Song Shall Be Cricket, Franklin Stevenson.
There we go.
112 for 2.
Those royalty, no, not all. Those royalty checks will be coming as Pennington comes in, and that one is straight back to him. On bounce, stopped by the bowler.
This is a really good part of Dylan Pennington's education as a cricketer now. Bowling with a ball that is not that new anymore, 32nd over, flattish pitch, 2 batsmen who are in, 1 who's in great form. Margins for error are minimal. And if you're going to grow as a seam bowler in the county game, you need this sort of experience.
Pennington in again towards Critchley, and that one goes through to Cox by the off stump there.
There's a little area, isn't there? There seems to be just a little area, just short of a length off stump at that end, where the ball's just climbing quite steeply. Barnard found it a few times. Pennington's found it there.
whereas on leg side it tends to
Yeah,
stay low.
Staying low, yeah. Good delivery, that. But he missed it by a long way.
Pennington will come in once more with the confident Critchley on strike, and he swiped at that one, and that's going to go for another 4 on the offside. He gets sliced at that one, goes by the man at the gully sort of region and goes for 4. And that takes a total to 116 for 2, and Critchley is now on 30. Well, yeah. I have a feeling he could be on for another decent total here, Critchley, if he carries on batting like this.
More importantly, as I keep saying, in terms of the overall shape of the game, it's the scoring quickly in this session is really important for Derbyshire, and they're doing it very, very well at the moment.
They are indeed. Pennington back into Critchley. That was a bounce, so that one's been hooked high into the air towards that boundary.
Oh, that's
and
brilliant.
They've caught it.
Absolutely brilliant.
Brilliant fielding.
Tom Fell, I think. He pushed it up. He knew he was on the rope, and he pushed it up in the air.
Oh, hang on.
He pushed it up in the air.
No, it's a 6.
Went back in, and 6 has been given. Is that a bit of honesty from the 2 fielders down? Where is it? Alex Gidman, the Worcestershire coach, is down there, I think. And I think they might have said you didn't hold on, or maybe he's just not sure. What he did was he caught it, went back over the rope, threw it back up and ran back inside and completed the catch, as we've seen so many players do in IPL and T20s and so on. But there's no cameras, we can't check it, and I don't think the umpires were happy for him to claim the catch. Here's Pennington.
Yeah. Comes in and another bouncer, and that one's hooked again, but this one is going to go for 6 once more. 2 in a row for Matt Critchley. Derbyshire 128 for 2 now, and Critchley's already on 42, but 2 similar deliveries from Pennington. And despite the best efforts at long leg trying to catch out, well, there was no doubt about that one.
42 off 37 balls. Now let's just recap. So on the 5th ball, he bounced him. It's a plan, albeit a risky one, and he took it on Critchley, and it went to Tom Fell at long legs, a long boundary. If the boundary had been another 2 yards, he would have been out. He knew he was on the rope. He went back, stepped over the rope, took the catch, threw it back, and went back in. And I think the problem was probably that when he caught it, he had a foot down over the rope, and he threw it back up and went back in, and everybody thought he was out. But Worcestershire coach Alex Gidman and one of the other coaching staff on the way around there, and I think they probably said, actually, there's no way that was a fair catch. So a 6 was given, quite rightly, and then the next ball Pennington tried it again, and this time Critchley got a bit more of it, and it also went between the 2 fielders down there on the boundary, and it was 6 more, so 12 off 2, and Worcestershire now looking at quite a significant deficit, aren't they? 128 for 2, add on the 85, that's, was it 213 the lead?
It is, yes. Bang on the money.
Yeah. My maths has improved since yesterday. I've got a couple wrong. 213, and Critchley absolutely doing the business. 42, he's only been in there for 40 minutes. Alzari Joseph comes into Bolton, Madsen bowls, and Madsen cuts it. That's a good one again. That's a really good delivery from Joseph. Straight, bouncing up past the batsman's head, nose area. Madsen got inside it, tried to steer it down to 3rd man, but unable to get anything on it. Well, fortunately, I suppose he didn't get anything on it from his point of view. And it's a dot ball. But Joe Leach, the Worcestershire captain, is a man with a headache, I think, at the moment, metaphorically. As Alzari Joseph comes in again and bowls to Madsen wide this time. Madsen flashes that away on the offside. Tom Fell is on the cover boundary and does the fielding. 129 for 2. I'll be speaking to Joe Leach after the game. I think I've already got that arranged. So BBC Hereford Worcester listeners might be able to hear what he's got to say in the morning, or maybe even later tonight on the sports programme, depending on what time we finish. and be able to say to him, what was going through your head when Matt Critchley hit those 2 sixes?
And keep it clean.
Yeah. What do you feel has gone wrong with the bowling in this game? Probably will ask him something like that. Here's Alzari Joseph in again, bowls to Critchley, who drives back to the bowler, and there's no run. And you know, he'll answer quite honestly, and I suspect that what he'd say, and what Alan Richards, the bowling coach, would say, is that we didn't execute our plans sufficiently well. In other words, we went out there knowing what we wanted to do, knowing what we were capable of doing, but on the day we just didn't get it right. That's the difference between success and failure in professional sport, I suppose. And you can't always get it right, otherwise it wouldn't be any fun. Here's Alzari Joseph, bowls an inside edge from Critchley, taken by Cox, but it's a no ball. First one he's bowled, as far as I'm aware, in the game. And it's a back foot no ball, I think. He's broken the return crease with his back foot.
Yes, his first no ball.
Be pleased with that, the umpire. You know, if you spot that one, you think, yeah, pretty good. You've got somebody on a back foot no ball there. Don't often do that. Broke the return crease, the side crease, with his back foot, I think. He obviously doesn't bowl many because he was quite taken aback when he was called, and he turned and he asked for an umpire explanation. 131 for 2 as he's in, and he bowls, and another inside edge from Critchley goes past the stumps. Alzari Joseph doesn't think much of this at the moment. Hands on hips.
Yes.
He thinks, as they take a single, he thinks, look, all right, it's either cold or it's sunny and warmer, and everybody inside edges everything past the stumps. Or they hit their hooks and they don't get hold of them and they don't go to the fielders. It's just not quite gone. He could have had 3 or 4 on another day. He really could. He's bowled a lot better today. A lot better. 132 for 2. Madsen 26, Critchley 43. Madsen is just a calm head, isn't he? There's no histrionics. There's nothing extravagant really from him. He just gets on with it. Waits now. Joseph bowls, and as if to prove me right, he just pushes this one out on the offside in the gap between cover point and cover, and picks up another single.
Yeah, he's just vastly experienced player is Wayne Madsen. 13th season at Derbyshire. He's just that steadying, calm, experienced head, really.
Tremendous player. One of my favourites in the whole country. 27 to him now. 133 for 2. He also is so good in all formats. That's what I like about Wayne Madsen. He can play T20 cricket or 50 over cricket. He can change gear. He can change mode. As it were. There just aren't many players who've got that versatility. In comes Alzari Joseph, bowls to Critchley, short, and Critchley swivels round and gets a lot of this. Good shot, but there's 2 men out there at deep backward square. Dylan Pennington, out of sight of us, has run round on the field, and they've come back for 2. It's the end of the over. We're going to see Joe Leach, I think. If ever I've seen a man take off a sweater and cap with purpose, it's Joe Leach just then. Give me that ball. He wants to make something happen. 135 for 2, Madsen 27, Critchley 45. 2 men out in this innings, seems a long time ago. Lewis Rees 17 and Leas deployed 28. But things moving on apace for Derbyshire. 135 for 2. The lead is 210, 220, is it?
220 now.
220.
Yes, yeah.
220.
That shows you how fast it's moving on here at the minute for Derbyshire. As Frank pops off to do another update for Hereford and Worcester. And yes, Leach is ready. He is armed. He's chatting with Darryl Mitchell and is taking charge now, I think, of how Worcestershire are going to approach things in this next over. As he warms up briefly, because he's got 2 batsmen at the minute that are having a fantastic time of things, with Madsen on 27 and Critchley on 45. Can't stress enough how impressive Critchley has been with that bat. 45 from 41 deliveries. in just 41 minutes. It's crazy. 6 fours, 2 sixes. A confident player in strong form. And for Derbyshire overall, that lead of 220, they'll be very happy with how that is growing exponentially at the minute. And Leach is just sorting out his fielders now. They're moving them all around as Leach comes in to bowl towards the city end and towards Madsen, who steps onto his back foot and pulls that one away, and that's 4. Moves Madsen on to 31 and Derbyshire on to 139 for 2. But a lovely shot through mid-wicket. And, well, Leach may have taken off his cap and jumper with a purpose, but that's probably not what he would have planned for on his first ball. And he'll come into bowl again towards Madsen. Leach delivers with a good length, and that one is swiped at, and that's going to be another 4. And this time that one is going to go towards the third man region as it goes for another boundary for Madsen, and he moves now on to 35. And Derbyshire on to 143 for 2. And that lead is ever increasing. And it's just a pleasure to watch these two bat at the moment for Derbyshire. And Leach is probably thinking now, right, what on earth have I got to do here? It's Madsen on strike after 2 4s in a row. In comes Leach over the wicket to bowl, and that one this time is just defended onto the offside. That's a better one from Leach that time. Good length. All Madsen could really do with that was just defend it away. Derbyshire's lead now 228. As Leach comes in to bowl again, and that one is stopped dead by Madsen by his off stump. So he stays on 35. Derbyshire stay on 143 for 2. We've still got 37 overs left in this day. As Leach is in once more. And that one again is just nodded onto the offside, where D'Oliveira is there to field for Worcestershire. And, well, we saw Joe Leach take off his cap and sweatshirt with purpose, Frank, but that's first 2 balls, then 2 boundaries.
Yeah, he often does start with a loosener, Joe. It really looked that way. It looked as though he'd sort of stiffened up, didn't it? And he had to get the muscles loose that first one.
And he's in once again towards Madsen. And that one is cut away, but it will be fielded for a dot ball. And that's the end of the over. And Derbyshire 143 for 2. Madsen now is on to 35. Critchley on 45. And more crucially, overall, Derbyshire now leading by 228 runs.
Yeah, I was just saying in my last update to BBC Hereford and Worcester's FM listeners that the game is moving away from Worcestershire at some pace at the moment. When you think that these two have come out and added, nearly 60 since, more than, yeah, 65 since the restart, and that's in 50 minutes. Exactly what they would have planned, exactly what they would have said. Let's go out there and see if we can score at a real rate between now and the end of the game. Still 36 overs left in the day. The lead 228. What do you reckon? 350? I think.
I was starting to think this in the back of my mind, yeah.
If they got a lead of 350, I think they'd have to be thinking about pulling out. And I would imagine that they would be thinking they could get that lead today, actually.
Yeah.
And that would give them a whole day to bowl Worcestershire out, which would, it'd be realistic. Yeah, they've done well. And if things went even better, they might even get Worcestershire in tonight, which I really didn't think was a possibility. And I don't think it'll happen, but it's certainly moving on a pace. And Billy Godleman be sitting there with an ice pack on his groin, thinking, couldn't really have planned it better. Brett D'Oliveira into the attack at the City end, right arm round the wicket, leg spinner, starts with a short one, which Critchley gets inside and forces through the covers off the back foot. He'll pick up 2 as Tom Fell runs round the boundary at cover point to do the fielding. Tom Fell, busy man this afternoon session, and he's had a lot of work to do out there, and he'd probably have a lot more to do before this session's over. Here's D'Oliveira in again, bowls to Critchley, who this time plays a reverse hit to the boundary, a switch hit to backward point, ends up at backward point with his switch hit. It's almost like sweeping it left-handed to backward square leg, and that's 50 for Matt Critchley. The second 50 of the game, his 4th 50 of the season in terms of first-class cricket. Made off just 43 balls, I think, with 7 fours and 2 sixes. Brilliant innings, really good. In comes D'Oliveira again, bowls to Critchley, and he drives up to long on for a single, takes him to 52, and that's the 150 up, 150 for 2 Derbyshire. So Matt Critchley's 50, just to confirm that, 42 balls, I think, 43 balls, 7 fours and 2 sixes. D'Oliveira again bowls, and he does the little switch again, but this time it's Madsen, plays it equally as adeptly and picks up a single because they've got a man down there now, Pennington, and Critchley will be on strike again. 151 for 2, so 43 balls, 2 sixes and 7 fours in that excellent 50 from Matt Critchley. This time he plays a conventional shot, just goes on the back foot and drives up to mid-on where Alzari Joseph does the fielding. Great innings, great game he's having. A man he is in the form of his life. He really is. So at Edgbaston last week, he made 64 in the first innings, 83 in the second. We're into Madsen. Bowls. Madsen again goes for reverse sweep, taken on the pad. Ball runs away for a single, a leg by. No, a run. He must have got something on it. So the end of the over, 153 for 2. Critchley 53, Madsen 37. So going back to Matt Critchley, how about this for a start? How's your season going, Matt? Well, at Edgbaston last week in the first game, I got 64 in the first innings and 83 in the second, and I picked up a couple of wickets as well, just for good measure. Yes. And then we played Derbyshire at home, and I got 100, 109, my 4th first-class 100. Then I picked up 5 for 67 when they batted, and then I went in when we needed a few quick runs in the second innings, and I reached my 4th consecutive 50 off 43 balls with 2 sixes and 7 fours. It's going all right, thanks.
It's pretty steady away, isn't it? Yeah, not too bad at all. And no, he's absolutely fantastic, isn't it, to watch him out there. I just noticed when he was sprinting up towards running towards the City end, he just had a little spring in his step, quite literally. He was bouncing away, full of confidence at the minute. Wonderful to watch, and Fletcher said it before about how good an all-rounder he is. He's certainly showing it. As Leach is back into bowl, it's towards Madsen, and that one is played away onto the offside through the covers with a drive for a single. Moves the total on that a little bit more to 154 for 2. Madsen on 38, Critchley on 53. And yeah, I would imagine anything for me between 320 and 350 lead. They'll look to put Worcestershire back in. Just see how the day pans out as Leach comes in towards Critchley, and he just nods that one to fine leg.
Yeah, I'm led to believe, and I stress that, I don't know this at all, but I'm led to believe that Billy Godalming is not a rash captain in terms of declarations. So I think 350 might be the minimum. And he will look at Worcestershire and think, well, you know, they went back as badly second time around at the top of the order, perhaps. Well, not as badly, but we might not be as lucky in picking up early wickets.
Leach to Madsen this time, who guides that one down towards the third man region, just as Critchley did before, my mistake. But that'll be another single. As Derbyshire move on to 156 for 2. Madsen on 39, Critchley on 54. But no, that's a good shout. Maybe he will wait, I should say. Put my teeth in until 350. As Leach is back in again towards Critchley, and that one again is just guided to that same region where Joseph is fielding for another single. So it just keeps things like a metronome, just ticking along there with the singles, 157 for 2.
Yeah, the art of declaration making is a dying art, really, because of the way that cricket's changed and there's mostly limited overs cricket outside of the county format. So captains in club cricket don't think about it much, but yeah, there are lots of theories.
Leach into Madsen this time, and that one is swiped at by Madsen and goes back to that area where Joseph is for another single. Just went wide of that region, third man region, but it's another single, 158 for 2.
And it used to be, you know, in friendly cricket, declaration cricket in a one-day game, the ability of a captain to set a target that would tease the opposition, make them go for it, thinking they could win, keep them interested, picking up wickets here and there, and you could stage manage a really great finish. In county cricket, sometimes you make a declaration where you want to get back the other team out of it completely. They can't win, and then you just nag away and nip away. That's what this one's going to be like. Sometimes you get one on the last day where you tease them, you set them something, or maybe even the captains agree, you know, you set us 300, we'll go for it all the way kind of thing. But I think Billy Godalming's going to make sure Worcestershire have got no chance in this one.
Leach to Critchley, who puts that into the offside, but that'll be fielded at the point region as Cox was in, the wicketkeeper was in tight there at the back. There was no men in the slips there. 158 for 2 then, and Madsen's on 40. Critchley is on 55. And as we talk about the art of the declaration, Derbyshire leading by 243 runs at the end of that over.
I mentioned this yesterday. I'm not sure if it was on air or if I was just saying it to Dave Fletcher when we were off air, but I remember a declaration in a game between Worcestershire and Derbyshire on this ground a long, long time ago in the late 80s, maybe early 90s, and it was made overnight, and I happened to be up on the balcony over there in what used to be called the Lund Pavilion, I think, and the umpires were having their morning coffee, and Kim Barnett, the Derbyshire captain, who I don't think got on particularly well with Phil Neal, the Derbyshire captain. I'm sure they're fine now, but at the time, and Kim decided to declare the Derbyshire innings overnight, and I was actually standing alongside the umpires, and he came to tell them, and he said, "Gentlemen, I'd just like to tell you that Derbyshire will be declaring their innings," and they said, "Thanks for letting us know, Kim." And he stopped and he said, "And I would just like to point out that is the first declaration in a Derbyshire-Worcestershire game for 7 years, or something along those lines." And he had a little glint in his eye. It was very, very amusing and fairly light-hearted. But there was a time where they didn't give each other an inch. Anyway, D'Oliveira in to bowl to Wayne Madsen, who pushes this out on the onside. I just had an interesting text from John Curtis, who lots of people will know is responsible for all the excellent stuff that's done on the Worcestershire website and the well-known reporter in the Midlands. As Madsen looks for a reverse sweep against D'Oliveira and misses it. And John's been at football today, but he just said that Matt Critchley is having his Jack Shantry match. Well, any Worcestershire fan will know exactly what is meant by that, and if you Google Shantry's match, you will understand. As D'Oliveira bowls to Madsen, who drives out on the offside. Jack Shantry, recently retired Worcestershire seam bowler, but had one unbelievable game of cricket in his life.
Yeah, but Critchley's now on his second unbelievable game in a row.
Yeah. Although we are talking all round, of course. Single to Madsen. Critchley's having a fantastic match. We have been singing his praises, we really have. But yeah, Jack Shantry, who was a bowler, took plenty of wickets, didn't score many runs, but had one incredible game, and I'll get the details in a minute. It's worth recounting. He was nowhere near an all-rounder like Matt Critchley, who plays this one easily and beautifully up to mid-on, where Alzari Joseph does the fielding. Matt Critchley goes on to 56.
Just on Matt Critchley, there's another tremendous stat that's coming from David Griffin here at Derbyshire. He says that Matt Critchley has now scored a century, a half century, and taken 5 wickets in the match against Worcestershire. Garnet Lee in 1928 against Leicestershire, also at Derby, is the only other player to perform this feat for Derbyshire.
Amazing. Critchley turns this one into the offside and gets a single.
That, my friend, is a stat.
Madsen turns it into the onside and gets a single, I should say. He's on 42, 161 for 2, and really excellent performance from these two since we resumed the game. And they're taking this game away from Worcestershire very, very quickly indeed. And Joe Leach, coming down to bowl at this racecourse end, is a man with problems at the moment, the Worcestershire captain.
Yes, absolutely. But he'll be hoping to try and rectify some of those problems as he's bowling towards Madsen now. And that one is guided onto the offside, but quick fielding, quick running there from Barnard. Stop that one in the cover region. So no runs added onto the score there. But yeah, no men in the slips now. It's just the wicket-keeper, Cox, that is close behind Madsen. As Leach runs back in, bowls over the wickets, and that one just goes back up the pitch. It's bounced up towards the hands there of Madsen that time. So 2 dot balls to start this over for Leach.
There's even been a book on Shantry's match, can you believe it?
Really? What's that one called?
It's called Shantry's match.
Oh, fair enough, yeah. As Leach comes in, and that one is cut away onto the offside for a single by Madsen. I mean, it makes sense, doesn't it? 162 for 2.
September 2014, Jack Shantry, left arm seam, match haul of 10 for 131 and 100 not out. And this is from somebody who normally batted at number 10. It was just extraordinary cricket. I'll just get a few more details.
Yeah, absolutely.
His maiden century and 10 wickets in the game. He wasn't an all-rounder, like Matt Critchley.
And Critchley just defends that one away on the offside, no run.
He was a very good bowler with an extraordinary action. Left arm sort of seam, he sort of bowled off the wrong foot, and it took him a while to establish himself in the game. He retired a couple of years ago, and just had this game where everything went right, and they won it from a ridiculous position. But yeah, absolutely fantastic performance from Jack Shantry. He might be listening, probably umpiring today.
An attempt. Well, the ball came in from Leach, and he tried to hook that one up and over his head there, did Critchley. It's gone all the way by him for 4.
Yeah, Ben Cox standing up to Joe Leach, who's quite quick, and Matt Critchley went for a little ramp. Ben Cox tried to anticipate it and moved across to the leg side. He missed it, it bounced over the stumps, and of course Ben Cox had moved down the leg side, so it's gone for 4 byes. A bit messy cricket.
Yes. Yeah, we've already seen a ramp shot attempted earlier. That one was missed completely, but still it's 166 for 2. Madsen stays on 43 and Critchley stays on 56 as in comes Leach, and that one is driven away through the covers nicely for a single. That one is definitely Critchley's, moves on to 57. As Derbyshire 167 for 2. Madsen on 43. Critchley is on 57 to bring up the end of the over.
57 off 50 balls, quite significantly. A fantastic tonic for Derbyshire just when they needed it. Wayne Madsen happily ticking along, 42 off 50. No slouch himself, but happily giving the strike to Matt Critchley. 167 for 2 in the game, moving rapidly away from Worcestershire. 252 now the lead as D'Oliveira comes in to bowl to Critchley. Critchley is forward, less certainly this time. Thickish outside edge out on the offside, and the tumbling, towering Pennington does the fielding in the covers. 167 for 2. So, rapid progress since the restart. D'Oliveira in bowls, and Critchley goes for the reverse sweep again, which is not such a profitable shot now. There's a fielder back there, Ricky Vessels, who means they just get a single. So there's a bit of risk about it, and I wonder whether he'll continue to play it. But he gets another single. Can do anything at the moment. 58, 168 for 2. Field spreads slightly. Madsen on strike. D'Oliveira is in again. Bowls, and Madsen goes for the reverse, and exactly the same result. Ricky Vessels, a fielder down there. They take another single. It's like I was saying it during the break, really. These players play these shots so often that they aren't the risk that they used to be. It's just another shot that they can play.
Just something else in their arsenal, really, isn't it?
Exactly. Here's D'Oliveira in again. Bowls to Critchley, and this time he plays a conventional shot. I'm happier personally watching a shot like that. Just plays it nicely, straight back, through the line, high right, high left elbow, and up to long on for a single. 170 for 2 now. D'Oliveira to Madsen. Madsen goes for the reverse, and there's a shout for LBW, and I think he was in front, but he's probably got something on it. Certainly not too much dismay shown by the bowler when the umpire turned that down, but that just perhaps indicating that there is an element of risk about the shot. And Madsen sweeps again. Conventional sweep this time, misses it, taken on the pad. I think the problem with both of those, with D'Oliveira bowling round the wicket, is that the pitched outside leg. So even if it was hit in middle, he wouldn't be out. 170 for 2, Madsen 44, Critchley 59, 255 the lead. How quickly can you score another 100? If you get another 100 in 22, 23 overs, get 120 in that time, you could get Worcestershire in tonight. Still set them over 350.
Yeah, we've got 31 overs left, so what we're talking, a couple of hours there, more likely time-wise. So, yeah, with the rate that Madsen and Critchley have been putting runs on the board, it's anything's possible. They can get up to that, get another 100 on the board, get Worcestershire in tonight. So, yeah, I imagine he'll probably be playing for another 2 hours, I reckon, maybe just under. Leach is back into bowl towards Critchley. And that one is played back down to the bowler. A swing at that one from Critchley, but one bounce and finds its way to Leach once again. There's a few games that are taking place obviously at the moment, the county championship, but Durham just need 162 runs to win now. They're 6 for 2 though in their second innings against Essex as Leach is in, and that one is defended straight back down the pitch to Leach. Yeah, Essex were 330 all out in their second innings, so Durham needing 162 to win that one in this group.
Essex are one of those teams that are never beaten. I think, you know, they were way behind on first innings in that game, like Somerset were last week in the first round, and yet came back to win.
Yeah, 96 all out in their first, as this one is put into the cover region by Critchley for a single. Puts him on to 60 now. Derbyshire 171 for 2. Also, Warwickshire need 319 runs to win. Nottinghamshire were all out for 260 in their second innings, and Warwickshire currently 14 for 1 in that game. Up steps Leach once more, this time to Madsen. It was a shorter delivery, and again it just sort of bounced really low down that leg side, so Madsen just clips it away for a single. But go back to what we were saying earlier, it's that leg side, isn't it, at the City end, where the ball's just not bouncing at all, really.
Slightly slower one as well, that one.
Yeah.
Leach, he's a hit the deck bowler, and that one he just sort of floated up there deliberately. But you're right, it just died.
Leach back in to Critchley, and that's a full toss, that one. That one's just been put onto the offside and heads towards the boundary, and they will get 2 for this. But that one was wide. He had to reach out with his bat to his right-hand side to play that one.
Tried to bowl that one out the back of his hand, a real slower ball, and it came out all wrong. Big full toss. Sometimes can take you by surprise, but Critchley kept his head and made sure he found a gap. He's having a great game, isn't he?
He is, yeah. He can play any shot at the minute, it seems, as Leach is in, and that one is put into the cover region. And they'll just trot along for a single. Keeps him ticking over nicely. Critchley on 62, Madsen on 45, sorry, 63. Scoreboard ticks over. Madsen on 45, and Derbyshire 175 for 2 with 30 overs now remaining. But that lead is 260.
Yeah.
Yes, 260.
Closing in on the 100 partnership, these two. Dave Griffin will go into absolute meltdown if Critchley gets another 100. I mean, it'd be the last time a Derbyshire leg spinner got 100 in both innings and 5 wickets in the first innings, having scored 2 50s in the previous game, was in 1803, before the game was invented.
Find a stat for that one.
D'Oliveira round the wicket to the right-handed aforementioned Critchley, who plays a very rare defensive shot, just pushing this one out on the offside. Ben Cox makes a slight adjustment to the field. With sign language, he moves Alzari Joseph slightly straighter at long on as D'Oliveira comes in round the wicket again to Critchley, goes for the reverse paddle, misses it, taken on the pad, probably would have hit middle, pitched outside leg, not even an appeal. 175 for 2. Critchley 63 not out to add to his 100 in the first innings. There's D'Oliveira again, bowls and he drives nicely, but a half stop by D'Oliveira. Pushes the ball to his right. Jake Libby completes the fielding behind him, and they don't get a run. So a brief pause in the run scoring in this over. Lovely evening sunshine now. D'Oliveira's in, bowls. This one's quicker, flatter, punched away on the leg side for a single by Critchley. Fielded by Gareth Roderick, coming off the leg side boundary. Critchley moves on to 64, 176 for 2. Field spreads again as D'Oliveira comes in round the wicket to Madsen. He bowls and Madsen drives on the offside. D'Oliveira would have stopped that, but it was impeded slightly, not deliberately, by Critchley, the non-striker, and he couldn't get across to it, and they take a single as it runs up to long off, fielded there by Darryl Mitchell, who bowled the ball back in. Whether that's an indication that we're going to see a little bit of his occasional slow bowling, I'm not sure, as D'Oliveira bowls again to Critchley, who pushes this out on the offside. End of the over. Madsen has 46, Critchley has 64, and Derbyshire 177 for 2. And they are taking this game away from Worcestershire at the moment, and they're doing it pretty quickly, and it's mainly thanks to one of the most informed cricketers in the country. If there's a cricketer anywhere in better form in the country than Matt Critchley at the moment, I'm not sure who it is. 64 not out off 64 balls, 5 wickets in the Worcestershire innings, and 100. And there you go. What about that for a spot? Darryl Mitchell came in from long off, bowled the ball back in, and I thought, we wouldn't have done that for fun. And sure enough, he's going to come on and bowl at this racecourse end. You ever seen him bowl before?
I haven't seen him bowl, no.
It's not quick.
Okay.
Very useful in white ball cricket. Often picks up a wicket here or there. But to say that he takes the pace off is an understatement.
Right, okay.
Little off spinners, little seamers, but just very gentle. But he's highly effective, especially in white ball cricket. And occasionally just comes on in the red ball game and he's got a bit of a golden arm. It wouldn't surprise me if he picked up a wicket. He'd be delighted if he did, I can tell you that.
And in he comes towards Madsen, who just defends that one towards mid-off region. He did get 3 overs in the first innings, Mitchell. 0 for 9, his figures in that one. Shorter run up towards Madsen again, who just clips that onto leg side. No run added, 177 for 2. One of the other games also in this group, Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire, and Warwickshire needing 313 to win. They're 20 for 1 in their second innings, as this one is cut away this time by Madsen to the point boundary, where he gets a single for that. So it's 178 for 2, and moves Madsen on to 47 now, so 3 away from his 50.
Darryl Mitchell recently passed up his position as chairman of the PCA to James Harris, having held that position for a few years. Highly respected around the circuit. 16th season as a pro.
Mitchell into Critchley, who nods that one onto the offside for another single. So that run from Madsen there brought up the 100 partnership between himself and Critchley. So they just had a little fist bump in the middle of the pitch there to congratulate each other, and rightly so, because it's been a tremendous knock from both of them. Mitchell in again to Madsen, clips this onto leg side this time, and that's another single, and a little misfield from Pennington, thank you. And that's another one on the board though for Derbyshire. So that's a partnership of 100 where Deploy was out at 78 for 2. And these two have just taken control ever since. With Madsen 47 from 61 balls, Critchley 65 from 66, the two of them, as this one is put towards a mid-on region, but no run added from Critchley there. And that brings up the end of the over. 178 for 2, Derbyshire. And as I say, Madsen 47, Critchley 64, and a 100 partnership between the two as well.
Yeah, Darryl Mitchell, no longer chairman of the PCA. I was talking about that. I always used to think when he was chairman that it would guarantee that he wouldn't get any stick when he was out there. He wouldn't get any, any too much banter from the opposition, because, some bowler come up and upset him, and the next day he's helping him with his pension or something like that, or giving him some financial advice. You think, just be careful what you're saying to me. But he's probably lost that advantage now. But no, generally,
so,
I think if you get that position, it means that you're really pretty highly respected by your fellow professionals. And he was captain of Worcestershire, of course, for quite a long time. And I was saying yesterday, excuse me repeating it, people that were listening yesterday, but so nice that a proper Worcestershire man, born in a village just a couple of miles from where I currently live, actually, and his father was involved in the local cricket scene. He came up through the ranks and went on to skipper the county. It's great. As D'Oliveira starts a new over with a ball just short of a length to Wayne Madsen, who drives that out into the offside, and it's fielded by Tom Fell, and they take a single, 181 for 2. But, you know, Darryl Mitchell only ever really played for Worcestershire teams and clubs throughout his entire career, apart from a brief spell overseas. Here's D'Oliveira bowls, and that's beautifully played by Critchley. Probably deserved more than one, that. You don't see the old late cut, the back cut, popular shot probably 50, 60 years ago. Really played late. Gave himself room and just ran it down off the face through where the slips would be, down to third man for a single. D'Oliveira again bowls. Madsen forward to this one defensively. Defensive line from D'Oliveira, bowling round the wicket. Can't blame him for that. 182 for 2. 300, 267 the lead. It's highly significant with 8 wickets in hand. D'Oliveira into Madsen bowls. Madsen goes for the little reverse paddle, gets his single. D'Oliveira hands on head. Vessels does the fielding. And Madsen reaches 50. And applause for him. Countless 50s for Wayne Madsen in his time with Derbyshire. I'll just give you the details of it. 63 balls, I think I'll just check that in a minute, but very good innings from Wayne Madsen. 7 fours. D'Oliveira in to Critchley, who plays back up the pitch to the bowler, and there's no run. 7 fours and 63 balls, I think. It might be 64 balls. My screen is updating slowly, but a really good innings from Wayne Madsen. The glue that holds things together, and he's allowed Critchley to play with real freedom and abandon at the other end. Critchley plays this one back up the pitch to the bowler, end of the over. 183 for 2, Madsen 50, Critchley 66. 100 partnership for this third wicket, and it's been relatively trouble-free. 65 balls for Madsen's 50 and 7 fours.
Well-deserved half-century, absolutely, for Madsen. Him and Critchley have been tremendous with the bat for Derbyshire, and they are doing a job that the currently retired not-out captain of Billy Godman will be absolutely delighted about, because they are ticking all the boxes today, Derbyshire, in terms of what they would have wanted from day 3, as Mitchell is back in to bowl a fuller length delivery, and that one is played back down the pitch for a dot ball. All started this morning with looking to get those final 3 Worcestershire wickets out as soon as they could. Tick that off, so they got maximum bowling points. And that was another tick. Get themselves into bat today, as this one is defended onto the offside, and a quick running in there from Barnard just to try and spook Madsen a little bit. But yes, so they got the 3 wickets, got the maximum bowling point, get themselves into bat. They've got a lead of 268 runs as well. It's going pretty well, safe to say, I think. And that one's a good delivery, and that one is played onto the offside in that cover region for a single. So Derbyshire will move on to 184 for 2. Madsen now on 51, Critchley on 66. I do wonder if he will reach that century again as Mitchell comes in. This one is just clipped down leg side this time, but it's stopped by fielder. He was there at fine leg area, and denies any runs going on the board there this time for Derbyshire. Just out of interest more than anything else, not that it reflects really how today's been, but Derbyshire have 7 points and Worcestershire have 6 from it, as in comes Mitchell again, and this one is played towards the mid-off area where a slowly falling fielder stops that one. It looked like it was in slow motion there, but it did a job from Barnard. As Mitchell is in again, and that one is played towards mid-on this time, where it's stopped by D'Oliveira. And that's the end of the over. 184 for 2 then for Derbyshire. Madsen getting on to that half-century on 51. Critchley is on 66. We've got 26 overs left in the day, and Derbyshire lead by 269 runs now in their second innings.
I think they'll bat to the end of the day, but who knows? It depends just what Billy Goldman thinks is an unassailable total, I think. D'Oliveira to bowl from the City end. He's in, he bowls, and Madsen goes for the reverse, and he gets it absolutely right, because he hit this one hard, and he hit it in the gap between the two fielders on the leg side. Those two fielders normally to be found in the slips, Mitchell and Vessels. Despite the fact that he picked the gap, Vessels was very quickly round, sliding stop, good pick up and throw, and they only got one. D'Oliveira bowls, Critchley plays the same shot, Vessels is the fielder, and they get another single. So one a ball at the moment, off D'Oliveira, 185 for 2, Critchley 67, Madsen 51. In comes D'Oliveira again, bowls to Madsen, and it's the same again. Another single to Madsen. In fact, the board had beaten me last time, quicker than ever, but this time it's slow. It's got to be 185 now.
Go on.
Gotta be.
Go on.
What are you doing?
Just there we go.
185 for 2. D'Oliveira bowls, and it's not reversed this time. It's pushed out on the offside. Just fancied a bit of a change. Matt Critchley.
Well, why not?
No run this time. 67 to him. Hasn't hit a boundary for a while. The slower the bowling, the easier, as far as we're concerned at the moment. D'Oliveira bowls. Critchley plays that reverse again. Ricky Vessels again is the fielder. And again they take a single. So the break's been applied slightly in the last 2 or 3 overs. 187 for 2 now. D'Oliveira to Madsen. Round the wicket. Bowls. Same again. This time he really gets hold of it very well. But again, it's fielded by Ricky Vessels. And that is the end of the over. When Madsen plays that shot, it really is like a reverse stick hockey flick. It really is. His hand's exactly the same. And we learnt earlier that he's an international hockey player, and his mum and dad both were as well. So I bet it's a transferable skill. Well, absolutely a transferable skill. He's on 54, Wayne Madsen. You've almost not noticed him get there, have you? It's been such a good innings. What shot do you remember? That audacious shot he played against Barnard. But other than that, it's just been ticking along. Excellent performance from the Derbyshire veteran, if we can call him that. Facing the Worcestershire veteran now, Mitchell.
That one is back up the pitch to Mitchell to claim. Yeah, Critchley's the one that's sort of come in and hit the big ones, isn't he? But you're right, Madsen has just quietly got on with the job in hand, formed this century partnership with Critchley. As Mitchell into Madsen, who just guides that one onto the offside, but he's not going to get any runs for that. There's an absolutely mammoth score between Surrey and Leicestershire, which I'll get to in a second. It's quite remarkable as Mitchell will come into bowl once again. And on the back foot, Madsen plays to mid-on, but there'll be no runs added. Yes, Surrey are 615 for 7. So they lead Leicestershire, who got a respectable 375 all out, leading by 240 runs. But Pope was the man with the bat, 245 runs as Mitchell comes in. And a little shout as that one ends up flicking onto the leg side.
It's a bye, I think.
Is that the call now? Looks like it.
Yeah. Missed it, just hit Ben Cox, I think. Nearly bowled him. Said he might pick one up, you never know. Shocking pitch at the Oval then.
Yeah, it's not great. Pope 245 off at 272 balls. As next delivery comes in towards Madsen, that's put to a sort of a mid-off region, but no runs added. Smith also in there with 123 off 148 balls. But Pope with 30 boundaries in that innings. So Mitchell comes in, and that one is put to mid-on. No runs added, end of the over. 190 for 2, Madsen on 54, Critchley on 68. As for Smith, with his 123 off 148 balls, 15 fours and 3 sixes.
We were just saying the other day, if you look at last week's results as well and this week's round of games, given that it's April, the the number of runs scored is remarkable. There have been some low totals, but they've usually been followed by big totals from the same team in the second innings. And we were debating in the press box the other day whether it was actually more to do with the lack of moisture than anything else. That we've had such a dry March that all the pitches are a lot drier than they normally are in April, and that might be a big factor. It's also been colder. I don't think the ball does as much in the air when it's cold.
Yeah,
D'Oliveira bowls to Madsen, who plays the reverse sweep, which has almost become the stock shot at the moment, with D'Oliveira bowling around the wicket from the City end. 190 for 2. Madsen goes to 54. And Critchley has been slowed down by this approach from Joe Leach, bringing D'Oliveira around the wicket and bringing Mitchell on. Critchley, who raced to his 50 off just 43 balls, is now 68 off 77 balls. 78 balls as he plays this one back to the bowler. So he has been reined in a little bit. He hasn't been troubled, and not in terms of being dismissed, but he's at least been slowed down a little bit. D'Oliveira is in once more and bowls. This one's a quicker one, top spinner, and it nearly got through. Gave the bowler some excitement. He jumped in the air, but Critchley played it very late, went back and just chopped it down to third man, where Ricky Vessels did the fielding. 192 for 2. D'Oliveira around the wicket now again to Madsen, who bowls, and Madsen sweeps conventionally this time on the proper leg side for a right-hander, and he gets 2 despite a good bit of fielding by Tom Fell, who ran in, picked up quickly and got the throw in quickly, and Ben Cox gathered it, but Madsen was home. So he moves on to 57. 194 for 2. And D'Oliveira continues from the City end, round the wicket, bowls to Madsen, and we're back to reverse sweeps now as this one goes down to Ricky Vessels in his sun hat, 99 on his back as ever, fires in the throat. He's got a good arm, Ricky Vessels, for a wicket-keeper. He's sort of been a wicket-keeper as well for most of his career, but got a good flat throw into Cox. 195 for 2. D'Oliveira's come over the wicket to Critchley, who drives back to the bowler. End of the over from Brett D'Oliveira. A tidy one, 195 for 2. Madsen 58, Critchley 69, and the lead is now 280.
Just feel a cool breeze coming in there. I don't know we've got the windows open for the effects mic, but yes, it's when the sun starts to go down. That is a chilly wind, but it goes back to what you were saying. It's been a colder March and April, really. We've had a lot more freezing temperatures at night than maybe as normal at this time of year.
We have. Playing havoc with my seeds.
Is it now?
I'm going to do an update, excuse me.
Okay, leave us hanging there. Tension on that point. We'll pick that up with Frank when he comes back. It's Mitchell that's back into bowl for Worcestershire towards Madsen, and Critchley has to move out of the way as that one's driven back down the pitch, and Vessels comes across and fields that one for single. The long on region. Mitchell with the delivery. This one clipped onto leg side at mid-on for D'Oliveira. No run added to the total there. 196 for 2 then for Derbyshire. Madsen 59, Critchley on 69 at the minute. And what's been a thoroughly entertaining day. Day 3. This one played straight back up the pitch, literally. Straight up, back along the ground to Mitchell. So no runs added onto the total there. Mitchell back in with a shorter run up. That one's good length, and that one is hit back down the pitch, and again it bounces into the hands of Mitchell once more. So decent over this one with the ball for Daryl Mitchell. So we keep an eye on that lead total for Derbyshire. That's going to be key in all of this. So that one again just played onto the leg side this time by Critchley for a single, but it turned to leg side and a bounce again. It just died a little bit. It was played in by Mitchell, but it was nicely played away low. And in once more, and this one is straight back up the pitch to Mitchell again. And between him and D'Oliveira, we're getting through these overs. As the end of that one is 197 for 2 now for Derbyshire in their second innings. And so a lead of 282 runs now, with Madsen on 59 and Critchley on 70. So when you consider Derbyshire were 390 in their first innings, Worcestershire 305, they were bowled out for today. See how far they choose to take it before Billy Godlinman decides to bring them in, as D'Oliveira is back into ball from the city end towards Critchley, and that one's played towards the long off boundary, or it's just a single. And 198 for 2. We were sort of discussing, me and Frank, that might be 350 region that they'll think about declaring as a reverse sweep is back in action for Madsen this time. And they'll trot on through for the single as Vessels comes into field and throws back towards Cox, goes through his hands, but doesn't matter. There's another man there to collect the ball. As D'Oliveira will bowl to Critchley on his back foot, drives it back up the pitch. D'Oliveira collects, as Derbyshire close now to reaching the 200 mark here in their second innings. As D'Oliveira in towards Critchley, again onto the back foot, puts that towards the mid-on region, and the fielder coming across there couldn't get to it, so that will bring up the 200 for Derbyshire. 200 for 2. Madsen with 60, Critchley with 72. As this pair continue to bat strongly, bat well for Derbyshire, and continue to build that lead. Well played from both of them. Coming around the wicket now is D'Oliveira towards Madsen, who swipes that one down low, and it's a beautiful shot, and it's a boundary. That'll go for 4. Playing that one very nicely towards that sort of long on area, and that will go all the way for 4. 204 for 2 now. Madsen 64, Critchley 72. If you do want to get in touch with us on social media, you can. I'll give you the Twitter handles shortly. As another reverse sweep from Madsen. That area where Ricky Vessels is there to field for Worcestershire. And that's the end of the over. So 205 for 2 now, Derbyshire in their second innings. With Madsen on 65, Critchley on 72. And a lead of 290. Now for the hosts here at the county ground, which is once again bathed in glorious sunshine. It's been a lovely day all day. There was that one moment though before lunch where it was very well put to me in the break, a mini tornado almost hit, really, didn't it? As this one from Mitchell coming in towards the city end, and that one is just knocked away on the offside backward of point from Madsen for a single. But yeah, this sort of mini gust, of mini tornado blew An advertising board in 2 bits onto the outfield here. But aside from that, I've hardly seen that flag fluttering at the far side, the Derbyshire flag, as Mitchell comes in with a good leg delivery. That one is played towards mid-on, and it's well fielded, though. It will be a single, but D'Oliveira came very quickly across to stop that one from going any further. But aside that gust of wind, it's been a very pleasant day. Mitchell in to Madsen, defends back up the pitch. No runs added there. Yeah, so on Twitter, it's at FrankWatson58. And it will also be that tomorrow as well for the 4th and final day. For me, though, it's at TimSteerEVO. And of course, from tomorrow, it'll be at Fletch Sport, as this one is defended towards the mid-on region. Yes, Fletch will be back with you tomorrow for the 4th and final day of this county championship match. As Mitchell in again, and that one is just clipped to mid-on once more. And D'Oliveira is there again to field. 207 for 2, Derbyshire. 292 run lead now. As Mitchell in. Oh, and that one hits the pads and he's gone. A big wicket claimed from Daryl Mitchell there. Manages to get Madsen trapped LBW for 66. That's a big wicket to claim for the visitors. And this tremendous partnership between Madsen and Critchley comes to an end with Madsen out for 66. But a fine knock from him nevertheless. And it's celebrations and probably relief, I would imagine, for Worcestershire that they're able to break this partnership up that has been so valuable to Derbyshire. Madsen goes for 66. And at Derbyshire now 207 for 3 as a result. As Critchley awaits to see who will join him, because we are still awaiting the return of Billy Godleman, who retired not out for 5, but we're not sure if he will be coming back out again today. But from a position of 78 for 2 when Deploy was out, Madsen and Critchley have raced that total on to 207. So a fantastic knock between the two, as Madsen is out for 66 off 88 balls with 8 fours in that time. Very productive spell from the vastly experienced Wayne Madsen. Critchley still out there though with 73 off 89 balls with 7 fours and 2 sixes. He's been tremendous. And it will be Hussain that will come out to bat next for Derbyshire. Harvey Hussain, who was 83 not out in the first innings, 83 off 173 balls with 10 boundaries in that spell as well. So just as they get rid of Madsen, who's been in fine form with the bat, not too shabby from Harvey Hussain either. But he's at the non-striker's end for the time being, because it's Critchley who is on 73. He's on strike, and he swipes at that one low onto the offside for a single. Daryl Mitchell, the man who got that crucial wicket there, is the man to field, and Hussain will now come on to strike for Derbyshire. 208 for 3. And D'Oliveira, who is bowling, is pulling in one of the fielders at long on. Just bringing him in a little bit. Joseph is still there though at long off. This one comes in. That one is played by Hussain onto the offside to get him off the mark with a single. Moves Derbyshire to 209 for 3 as Joe Leach, the captain, is running across there to D'Oliveira. In conversation with him at the minute, see how they're going to shake things up, change things up a little bit, but Derbyshire have a lead of 294 now. And that little team talk is over, and D'Oliveira swaps sides as well now, so he's going to be bowling round the wicket to Critchley. And Critchley puts that one onto the offside. No runs added to the total there. So it stays at 209 for 3.
I told you we might get a wicket, didn't I?
As D'Oliveira is in again, a reverse sweep once more from Critchley. He's loving that one. That puts him on to 75, and Derbyshire 210 for 3. But a very, very good wicket to claim from Worcestershire's point of view, with Madsen out for 66.
Although Harvey Hussain is in great form as well with the bat.
Absolutely, yeah. Coming back to bowl over the wicket this time now. D'Oliveira played straight back down the pitch by Hussain. Yeah, absolutely.
Runs last week at Edgbaston. Runs in the first innings. 83 not out in the first innings. 78 not out at Edgbaston last week. He's averaging about 170, I think, for the season. So he'll be in confident mood, I should think. Interesting to see where they go now.
Yes.
Do they try and get Worcestershire in tonight? I don't think they will. It's a long time to go, though. Score another 60 or 70.
As D'Oliveira in, and Hussain plays that one towards long on, where Joseph is there to field. It'll be a simple single there, and that brings up the end of the over, where Derbyshire are now on a total of a 211 for 3, with Hussain on 2 and Critchley on 75. So that's a lead now for Derbyshire of 296.
Yeah, I think it's been quite good cricket from Worcestershire in the last half an hour. I think they've accepted that they've got to slow the scoring rate down a little bit, and they've decided the best way to do it is D'Oliveira round the wicket to Critchley, not giving him much room, and Mitchell with his phantom deliveries from the racecourse end. Very gentle but controlled, slow deliveries. He's been quite tidy, isn't he, Mitchell? 5 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 8 in these circumstances. Coming on when Critchley was really going. Been very clever bowling, and he's picked up the wicket of Madsen as well, LBW, in that last over. And it's just taken the edge off it, just slowed it down a little bit, which is very important from a Worcestershire point of view. In comes Mitchell. Bowls to Hussain, who clips this one into the ground. Mitchell does his own fielding. No run, Harvey Hussain on 2, Derbyshire wicket keeper. 211 for 3. I said you were going to get me about my seeds, weren't you? I'll tell you.
Yes, yeah. He left us all in a knife edge
again to Hussain, drives on the onside. Well, I'm a bit of an allotment here, and we were talking about this, and Dave was giving me all sorts of stick. I've got.
No, really?
I've got a lot of seeds on the shelf in my shed by the window, all just sort of germinating at the moment. I keep having to go out and put a little heater on in the shed overnight to make sure that they're not damaged by the frost. As Mitchell bowls, Hussain drives. Good fielding off his own bowling by Mitchell. No run, 211 for 3. So I've got a little heater going in the shed at night just to try and keep it above freezing.
Oh no, you do right. You do right.
Yeah.
I won't give you stick.
It's too stressful. Stressful. It's supposed to relax your grown vegetables. Mitchell bowls, and Hussain pushes out on the offside. fielded by Fell.
I mean, I can't say anything. My track record of flowers, just keeping them alive is pretty pretty shocking.
I feel under a bit of pressure because where I live is right slap bang in the middle of the veg growing area of the Vale of Evesham. It's Mitchell bowls, and this one's driven off the back foot by Hussain for a single. Takes him to 3, total to 212 for 3. As I said a few minutes ago, Darryl Mitchell was born in a village called Badsey, which is about 2 miles from where I live, which is the absolute centre of asparagus growing country in the Vale of Evesham. And I have a little asparagus bed in my allotment, and I'm eagerly awaiting the first shoots as Mitchell comes in and bowls, and Critchley plays back up to the bowler end of the over. And I've got about 6 or 7 just poking their heads through the soil.
Okay.
So I reckon in a couple of weeks I'll be eating my first homegrown asparagus, although you can buy it, some asparagus in the Vale of Evesham that's been forced at the moment. It's pretty expensive if you get the early stuff. If you're a Worcestershire fan and you've had some asparagus from your own patch already, I'd like to hear from you, and B, I will immediately unfollow you. 212 for 3, Hussain 3, Critchley 75. I'd love to hear from anybody that has got their own asparagus though. At Frank Watson 58 on Twitter, and of course Tim is at Tim Steer EVO on Twitter. Tell us what you think. We're here all night. We're here. We've got another 18 overs to be honest. Yeah, be getting the blankets out soon.
Oliveira into bowl, and Hussain puts that one towards long on for a single. But yes, do get in touch. We'd love to hear from you. Absolutely. But when you're growing your own veg, then people always say to me when they grow their own stuff in the allotment, well, it always tastes better because you've grown it.
Yeah, I honestly think in some cases that's true. There are some things I grow and I think, why do I bother? They're so cheap. Why do I bother?
Oliveira comes round the wicket this time, and look, it's that reverse sweep from Critchley, and they're going to go for 2 here. Quick running there as Vessels is there to field, but throws it back to the wicket keeper. Will be 2 more added on.
Onions, I put my onions in last week. I plant them and I worry about them and I weed round them and everything, and then I go to the supermarket and they're about 50p for 10. I think, why do I bother?
Satisfaction of growing your own, isn't it? As this one comes in and that's defended up the track.
But asparagus is really good to grow because you can eat it minutes after you've cut it. And sweet corn, I love growing sweet corn because it literally, 20 minutes after it was on the plant, you're eating it, and it does taste better, no question.
I admire anyone that can grow anything, to be honest. So this one's clipped onto leg side by Critchley, square leg area. That'll be a single for him.
It's not difficult. It's just time. I had 26 different edible crops in the ground last year at one stage on my allotment, which was great. When my wife's the daughter of a market gardener. When I met her, I only ate peas and carrots, I think.
Look at you now.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm growing the
Renaissance man. It's this one that bowled in, and Hussain puts up towards the long-on area for a single.
It's true. And I've got some good friends on the allotment, and they're all cricket fans. Well, not all, but quite a few.
You've got what to do then.
And 1 or 2 will be celebrating Norwich's victory, just because of me going on about them all the time. Norwich winning promotion today. Not victory, they haven't played yet.
No, they kick off at 8 o'clock, don't they, tonight? But because Brentford and Swansea didn't win, I think it was. So that means the Norwich are promoted
again. The yo-yo club.
End of the over there as that last one was a dot ball. 217 for 3 for Derbyshire. Hussain on 5 and Critchley on 78. And as Frank rightly points out, we've got 17 overs still to go in the day. So we'll be touching 7 o'clock, I would imagine, by the time this one is done. Unless Derbyshire... Well, I assume Derbyshire will bat it out, but...
Well, it's whether or not still be the same time. Whatever.
Yeah, it's just whether or not they'll bring Worcestershire back in. But Derbyshire with a lead of 302.
Darryl Mitchell, the son of Badsey, comes in and bowls from the racecourse end, nearly picks up his second wicket as that one's chipped up in the air on the onside by Harvey Hussain and dropped just short of Brett Oliveira at mid-wicket. Quick story of the day, shall we have, in case people are just joining us. Worcestershire resumed overnight 243 for 7, seems ages ago now, as Mitchell comes in again to bowl to Hussain, who plays out on the onside, no run. And they lost their last 3 wickets in adding 58 runs to the overnight score. The men out: Barnard 23, Leach 7, and Joseph 46 with 8 fours and a 6. Matt Critchley finishing with 5 for 67. I'll break off as Mitchell moves in again to bowl to Hussain, who gets a single this time, working it out through mid-wicket to Tom Fell. And Derbyshire then began their second innings 85 runs ahead. Billy Godleman retired after scoring 5 runs with a groin problem. And since then we've seen Lewis Rees out for 17, Lewis Deploy out for 28, and since tea and the restart, as Mitchell bowls to Critchley, who drives up to mid on no run. Since the restart, Wayne Madsen, LBW to Daryl Mitchell for 66. That was 207 for 3. It's now 218 for 3. Harvey Hussain has 6, and Matt Critchley has 78. As Mitchell comes in once more and bowls to Critchley, plays up to mid-on, and there's no run. So the lead is 303 and counting. How many will Billy Godleman think is unassailable? I think that's the question that dictates the future shape of this game, as Mitchell bowls in to Critchley again, and again he forces up to the busy Brett D'Oliveira. Fielded 4 balls in that over. D'Oliveira, good over from Mitchell, only 1 run off it. Tidy damage limitation from Worcestershire in the last 45 minutes or so, and they've slowed things right down. Just to emphasise that, Matt Critchley's 50 came off 43 balls, and he's now 78 off 99 balls. So he really has been reined in. Not troubled, not looked like getting out, but reined in. And
Yes.
One thing's for sure, they won't declare if he's still there, if he hasn't got another 100, I think.
Good
218 for 3.
Yes, very good point. Getting closer, isn't he, to that century again. Drew Walker's got in touch on social media. I'll read that out in a second, as this one from D'Oliveira comes in and is defended back towards the bowler. He says, just how many boundary riders are Worcestershire employing whilst D'Oliveira and Mitchell have been bowling? It's hard to tell on the TV stream. As D'Oliveira comes in, and that one is played nicely by Hussain that time, up towards long on for a single.
I don't think you can really call third man and long leg boundary riders, because they're pretty conventional positions, aren't you? But you could say 4, couldn't you? Deep mid wicket, deep long on, long off, and deep cover.
This one is around the wicket this time, and Critchley puts on towards long off for a single again, 220 for 3.
But you know, I don't think that's a bad thing. I applaud Worcestershire's tactics in the last hour or so. I think I'd have tried to do the same. Couldn't just let it go how it was.
Clipped onto leg side this time by Hussain for a single again, 221 for 3.
I think as a fielding side, you've got to try and manage the game to some extent.
Yeah, well, they had to do something.
I said Joe Leach was a man with problems, and this is the way he's decided to try and solve them. Yeah, I think, well, perhaps not solve them, but make them less pressing, shall we say?
And a bit of a sweep there from Critchley onto leg side for a single. But yeah, the way that Madsen and Critchley were going, it's hard to stop it dead, but it's curtailing it somehow, isn't it? And just managing it the best you can. Because they were just scoring runs for fun. Easy for me to say, as Hussain puts that onto leg side for a single. They thought about the second, but as they played that one into the mid-wicket area.
Good fielding, Gareth Roderick, I think.
And 223 for 3 is now the Derbyshire total at the end of that innings, with overs. It's a long day. It's getting there, isn't it? Hussain on 9, Critchley on 80 now, and the lead for Derbyshire is 308.
It is a long day.
I'm just going to have a drink. Not that kind, but I'm just going to have a drink.
It's a long day, and we had a long break in the middle of it as well that we don't usually have, which passed fairly quickly. I thought it didn't seem too bad, did it? Mitchell to bowl to Hussain from the racecourse end. He bowls excuse me, Hussain on the back foot to one that keeps a little bit low, pushes back to the bowler. Lovely sunshine, lovely evening, and the floodlight shadows are longer than they've been at any stage in the game, I would suggest, which suggests two things. One, we're playing late, although we played late the last two nights as well, but one, the sun's a bit brighter than it was at this time yesterday and the day before. This one is pushed up to mid-off by Libby. They are having trouble with Mitchell, aren't they? Getting him away. He's bowled. What's he bowled? Well, he's only conceded 10 runs and he's in his 8th over. Tidy stuff.
Yeah.
And he comes again and bowls, and he's conceded runs here. One of them, probably two actually, as Pennington goes round to do the fielding. Nice little sweep shot by Harvey Hussain. A tidy little stroke, played neatly. Got down early, got down low, rolled his wrists over the top of the ball, and played the sweep as you're supposed to play the sweep. Mitchell just having a chat with Joe Leach about the field. He's going to bring Jake Libby up from a slightly deeper mid-off to a more conventional position. Comes in now and bowls, and Hussain is forward, pushing out on the offside. Fielded by Barnard in the covers. 225 for 3. Leach 13 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 35. Pennington 7 overs, 1 maiden, no wicket for 43. D'Oliveira 12 overs, no maidens, no wicket for 63. Barnard 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 21. Break off as Mitchell bowls this one to Hussain, who drives up to mid-off, no run. The other wicket taker, Alzari Joseph, 8 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 35. And Daryl Mitchell about to complete his 8th over. He is 1 for 12 so far. 225 for 3. The lead 310. Mitchell sending Alzari Joseph back to the third man boundary, which suggests either a bluff or he's going to bowl a slightly quicker one, flatter one, which will keep Hussain on strike. I'm not sure it was either really, just bowled what he normally bowls, and Hussain pushed up to mid-off, took a single, which Worcestershire aren't at all bothered about, because it means that Hussain, likely to be the less punitive batsman, stays on strike. He's on 12, Critchley is 80, 226 for 3, and we still have 14 overs left.
Surrey have declared their mammoth total, 672 for 8. So they lead Leicestershire by 297 runs, because Leicestershire were 375 all out in their first innings. If you missed that before, Pope with 245 in a quite incredible first innings. Smith also 123 in that one as well. I'll give you some of the other scores in a moment, but it's D'Oliveira back into ball from the city end towards Hussain, who hits that one back up the pitch, and that one's hit the foot of D'Oliveira, and he's running away from it. Oh, he's just rubbing his shin now, in fact. It was his left shin that it's caught as he tried to stop that ball going beyond the umpire at that end. And then he comes to bowl again towards Hussain, who clips that one back with a square leg. And they get the single after the call from Critchley for Hussain not to try and run for a second. So latest score now of 227 for 3 for Derbyshire. As D'Oliveira is in once again, a reverse sweep attempt from Critchley, and well, of course, it comes off, doesn't it? And Vessels will field for the single. 228 for 3, and Critchley is now on 81 for Derbyshire. It's 19 away from another century. D'Oliveira's delivery played straight back up the pitch to the bowler, who stops that one right in front of his wicket at that end there.
Had a comment from Graham Waldwin on Twitter. He's picking up on what we said about it being a dry March and April and good pitches. Just pick up on that in a minute.
D'Oliveira in, and that one's gone through.
No, it shouts for a stumping,
yeah,
not out.
But not out against Hussain.
And Graham Waldwin says, I can see several players getting 1,000 runs before the end of May this season. I think Graham Hick was the last one to do so. Graham Hick did it in 1988. It used to be the measure of a fantastic start to the season. but it changed when formats changed and different amounts of 3 and 4 day cricket were played in May. But this year, because we've got this consistent run of 4 day cricket at the start of the season, it is possible that somebody's going to do that.
And a full toss, a reverse sweep from Hussain gets him a single. 229 for 3. Hussain on to 14. Critchley on 81. End of the over. We have 13 overs now left in the day. And the lead for Derbyshire is 314 now.
So thanks for that, Graham. Yeah, so of course I remember Graham Hicks' 1,000 very well. I think I saw it all. I saw every ball bowled that season, 1988, and it included his 405 at Taunton, of course. And of course Glenn Turner, another ex-Worcestershire player, also made 1,000 runs in May, though many of them were for New Zealand. I think that was 1973 or something like that. And it used to be something that we cricket followers would latch on to. If anybody made 1,000 in May, it was a sign of a great start to the season, good weather and everything else, but it's almost like a forgotten milestone. But it could happen. Could happen again this year. Matt Critchley's made a decent start. He's the non-striker as Mitchell bowls to Hussain, drives up to mid-on, and there's no run. Critchley, I mean, let's see how many he's got. He got 2. Let's see, at Edgbaston, 83 and 64. What's that? 147. Then he got 109 in the first innings of this. So that's 247. That's 256, and he's got 81 here. Mitchell bowls to Hussain. Picks up a single, fielded by D'Oliveira. They get through despite a close run thing. So what was that? 257, I think I said, and then 81. So 3. Well, let's say he's over 300 already. Second game. If he keeps his form up, he could do it, couldn't he? 230 for 3.
Very much so.
He's on strike now. Critchley on 81 as Mitchell bowls to him, and he drives back to the bowler. And there's no run. 230 for 3. 81 Critchley. Hussain 15. Mind you, Ollie Pope, he's got there today, isn't he?
Yes.
And there was Tom Wester got a double 100 against Worcestershire last week for Essex. So there's some big run scorers around. As Mitchell bowls to Critchley, who makes a little movement before he bowls, as threatening as if he's going to come down the pitch, hoping that Mitchell will react. He didn't. He just floated it up there as usual. And it was driven down to long on to Ricky Vassels to do the fielding.
245 for Ollie Pope today.
231 for 3. 245. Goodness me.
Yeah.
In comes Mitchell. Bowls quicker, flatter, leg side, tucked away on the onside by Hussain. Goes to 16. 232 for 3. And Mitchell to bowl in the evening sunshine to Matt Critchley. He's in, he bowls, Critchley works this one away on the onside. D'Oliveira does the fielding. And again, there is no run. Sanitisation break, 232 for 3. Hussain 16, Critchley 82. Men out, Rees 17, Duploy 28 and Madsen 66. And we still have 12 overs remaining in the day. So what's the lead? 232, 317. 317? Creeping up towards that 350.
Yep, we do go on though from a Derbyshire perspective. Some of those are the scores elsewhere then that I've mentioned. Also in Group 1, Durham need 133 runs to win now because Essex were 330 all out in their second innings after being 96 all out in the first. Durham 259 all out and now 35 for 3. So 133 needed in that one. Nottinghamshire against Warwickshire as well. Warwickshire 54 for 2 in their second innings, so they need 279 runs to win that one. Those matches also in Group 1, of course, this county championship season. And D'Oliveira is back into bowl around the wicket from the city end. And he's bowling towards Harvey Hussain.
And he bowls, and Hussain drives this one up to long off. Is it me or is it you? It's you, I think.
I think I've lost track.
Did I do 2 O's on the trot? I think I did. I think you better do this.
I'll have it.
It's very polite of you not to say
no,
anything.
don't
I'm
worry.
sorry.
No, far
Got
from
carried
it.
away. I'm losing it.
D'Oliveira in towards Critchley, who sweeps this one, and the square leg umpire just lifts up his left foot, so allows that to go through, and that's a single. So at 234 for 3.
Haven't had any tweets from any asparagus growers.
Well, that's very disappointing, if I'm honest. I thought there'd be a bigger uptake
flooding
on that. As Oliveira comes in, and Hussein just steps to his left and drives at that one, but it's stopped by D'Oliveira. So no runs added to the total. As we can see the shadows forming a bit now, can't we, on the players as this one comes in, and a reverse sweep on the full toss there from Hussein, and Ricky Vessels is there to field for a single. 235 for 3 now, with Hussein moving on to 18. So will Critchley make that 100 before the day's out? That's another thing as well. We will see. D'Oliveira and Critchley reverse sweep time, as that one goes to Ricky Vessels for a single. Don't think I've seen so many in one innings.
I haven't, that's for sure.
It's actually more unusual if he plays any other kind of shot at the minute, Critchley. That's 84 for him now, 236 for 3. D'Oliveira in full length to Hussein, who plays that one to long off for a single. Keeps that total ticking over quite nicely for Derbyshire at the minute. 237 for 3 at the end of the over. Hussein on 19, Critchley on 84. We have 11 overs left today, and that's a run lead now of 322, I believe.
They're never easy, are they?
No, it's...
Why can't it just be 5 on them?
As the day wears on and
it gets harder.
The math skills get worse. Well, they weren't great to start with from my point of view, but...
Well, I think we've all been saying that.
They just deteriorate now.
I think when Fletcher and I were on, I was thinking there was a definite crisis in maths teaching around about 50 years ago in our English primary schools. Here's Mitchell, he's into bowl to Hussein, who pushes this out on the offside, and fielded by Ed Barnard coming across from cover. They're all looking a bit tired now, I think, to be fair, out there, the Worcestershire boys. Still another 10 overs to go after this. They'll be ready for their beds tonight, I reckon, these chaps. Mitchell comes into Hussein. He bowls, and Hussein's on the back foot, pushing up to long off. Jake Libby, the fielder there. And Hussein takes that single, moves on to 20. Tidy, as ever, Harvey Hussein. Neat little cricketer, really good keeper. Batted really well. Everything about him is well organised. Mitchell in. Bowls to Critchley, and he's bowled him. Matt Critchley's innings is over, and golden arm. Daryl Mitchell has picked up another one, just floated up there. Critchley just slightly overbalanced, I think, on that one, and he's gone. That's quite a useful wicket for Worcestershire in terms of continuing to sort of restrict this progress. And Matt Critchley not going to get a second 100 in the game. He's got 84, so he's made 109 in the first innings, 84 in the seconds, and he's bowled by the occasional bowler Daryl Mitchell, who's done a really good job here for his captain, and that's his second wicket. He's only conceded 18 runs, and he's in his 10th over. And given the circumstances when he came on, if you remember when he bowled that ball in down at long off, and we thought, oh, it might be an interesting effort, he's come on and done a real good job. So Critchley gone, excellent innings from him again, and he faced 109 balls and hit 7 fours and 2 sixes. So very, very good innings from him. But it's come to an end. It's a decent breakthrough for Worcestershire, whose cricket in the last hour has been, well, pragmatic, I think is the right word. Sensible. They needed to slow Derbyshire down. They did so. It's not been attacking. It hasn't been bold, but it's been sensible and measured. And Anuj Dal is the new batsman coming out to join Harvey Hussain. So Billy Godman, we were promised that he'd come back in for all of the next wicket when he went off injured, but I think he's probably just thinking, well, there's no point. And he isn't going to go out there and scamper up and down anyway if he's got a dodgy groin. 238 for 4. Mitchell. Excellent figures of 2 for 18, I think I'm right in saying. He's about to bowl to Anuj Dal. I say I think because my screen is updating very slowly this afternoon. I'm not quite sure why that is.
Yes, mine's pretty slow today as well. I've got 2 for 17, but that might not have refreshed either.
I've got 1 for 17.
All right, okay.
I think there was a single, but there we go. Anyway, here's Mitchell. He's in. He bowls to Dal, who is off the mark, just pushing this one away on the offside. And the fielding is done by Alzari Joseph. He's probably just still trying to get his head round county cricket.
He's seen it all today already, to be honest.
Just wondering what this 4-day game's all about. In the cold. Here's Mitchell in again. Bowls to Hussain. Pushes this out on the onside. And they take no run as D'Oliveira comes in to do the fielding at mid-wicket. So Critchley gone for 84. Madsen 66. 28 Deploy and 17 Rees, the men out. Mitchell bowls again to Hussain, who drives on the offside, but no run as Barnard does the fielding. End of the over, very tidy over from Darryl Mitchell. Picked up the wicket of Matt Critchley. 239 for 4. Hussain 20, Dal 1. See Barnard stopping that one and then going to kick it like football style. Just occurred to me he's going to be a happy man when he sees the football results. Probably already knows, but his beloved Newcastle got a win against highly fancied West Ham this afternoon, and more or less guaranteed their safety, I would think.
Excellent news, yes, I would imagine so, with a win in that game. Oh yes, they're 9 points above relegation now, so looking very tidy indeed.
Had a good week.
Yes. But for Darryl Mitchell's perspective, the 2 wickets he has got of Madsen and Critchley, very important wickets as D'Oliveira comes in, and this one from Dal is just backward of point. No runs added as Ricky Vessels is the man to field. So yes,
2 for 18. 10 overs, 1 made and 2 for 18. Given when he came on, I think he's done a great job.
Yeah. Latest delivery comes in, and that one is played onto the offside, but it's a dot ball from Anuj Dal. But yeah, not just any 2 wickets at the same time. It's 2 very important wickets as D'Oliveira is in again. That one's clipped onto the leg side, but again, no runs added from Dal. And anytime I speak to Fletch about Anuj Dal, the first thing he tells me is, oh, he's rapid. He's got
He's a great
incredible
fielder. He's a great
pace.
fielder, I'll tell you that.
And that one's defended by him this time.
Brilliant fielder. Brilliant fielder.
You see some balls trickle away and you think, he's not going to get to that. And then all of a sudden you just see him sprint to retrieve the ball. D'Oliveira in once again on the back foot, just defends that one back up the pitch.
We were watching him very closely yesterday, and a lot of we reckoned a lot of his fielding skill is down to anticipation, like moving early, reading where the ball's going before the batsman's actually played it there, watching the batsman's footwork.
And Dal again just puts this one towards mid-on, and the man coming across there couldn't stop that one, so it will go for a single.
So it almost appears that he knew where it was going, if you know what I mean.
So he gives him that extra step.
Yeah. It's not just him. I mean, there's every side's got them these days. But that's how these top fielders operate. But Fletch and I watched him yesterday for about 10 minutes in particular, and it was really, really educational. Actually, really interesting, brilliant. 240 for 4 at the end of that over. Hussain 20. The aforementioned Dal with a bat in his hand has 2, and he's on strike against Darryl Mitchell now. 3-2-5 the lead. I can do that one. And 9 overs left. So it's going to be about 350 by the end of the day, and then it's a case of whether they declare overnight. Mitchell aborts his run-up. There aren't many paces to get wrong in Daryl Mitchell's run-up. He just didn't quite get that right. Just sort of skips in off about 7 or 8 yards. In he comes. Bowls, short, slow, cut away. Not his best ball. Cut away by Dahl down to third man. They've taken 2. Will they come back for 3? No, they won't. Gareth Roderick hasn't got the best arm, but he made good ground quickly round to his left in front of the old pavilion, what used to be the Players' Pavilion here at the county ground at Derby, and he threw it back in sufficiently quickly to discourage the third. Mitchell again is in, bowls, and Dahl takes 1, steers this down to short third man, where Alzari Joseph does the fielding, underarms it back to Ben Cox, and reflects again on the nature of county cricket. And we are at 6:30 in the evening. We've still got 9 overs to go. Mitchell in, bowls, and this is edged by Hussain. It's run down to third man. It's going to be 4. And no, it's not going to be 4. It crossed a line. I thought, that's a boundary, but it's not. It's a shadow.
Shadow, yeah.
Very, very deceptive. In fact, it's just 2 as Joseph ran round to do the fielding. It looks for all the world like a boundary. 2:45 for 4. In comes Mitchell once again. Bowls to Hussain. Drives straight back to the bowler. And there's no run. There's one good thing about it. There's 8 overs left after this. They'll get through them pretty quickly. We saw Wayne Madsen. He's bowling overs in about 90 seconds yesterday at one stage. Honestly, it was incredible. It was about 2 pace run-up. Batsman hit it back to him, picked it up, turned around, bowled it again. Here's Mitchell. In, bowls, and worked away on the onside by Harvey Hussain. D'Oliveira does the fielding. Single taken. 246 for 4.
It does make you appreciate on days like this, where we are playing at 6:30, just the attention and the fitness that these players do have.
Absolutely. Mitchell again bowls to, this time to Dahl, who plays up to mid-on, and there's no run end of the over. 246 for 4. Yeah, I was a keeper, and I can remember the first time that I ever kept for a whole day. You know, in a 2-day game or a 3-day game, I kept for a whole day, and then had to go out and do it again the next day. And you know, if they nick one on the last ball of the day, you're expected to catch it just as easily as you are the first one, and you're tired and your feet are sore, and it's hard work. Yeah. They get better at it, obviously, the more they do it. I didn't play that many games of that duration, but these guys are seasoned pros and they're used to it. But it's tough. It's tough.
Yeah, vastly underrated what these players do in that sense.
Yeah, physically, it's quite tough.
Yeah.
If you're a seam bowler as well, somebody throws you the ball now and says, give me 4 overs, you know, at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And you've been out there for 6 hours and you've already bowled 14 overs. I don't think people appreciate quite how tough that is.
Here.
D'Oliveira around the wicket, bowls to Hussain, who pushes forward, back up the pitch to the bowler. And the other, I tell you somebody else, I feel really tight. And last week it really struck me with the weather being the way it was. The umpires, they've got to concentrate. They've got to concentrate as hard as anybody. D'Oliveira bowls. This one's a bit short, and Hussain goes on the back foot and drives up to long off, where it's fielded by Tom Fell. They've got to really concentrate and focus, and it's a long day for them. And last week, when it was so cold, gosh, it must have been tough.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira bowls again to Dahl, who works this to mid-wicket, turns a single down as Jake Libby moves fairly quickly round to his left to do the fielding. 247 for 4. D'Oliveira in, bowls Fuller this time, and I think Dahl just came forward and met that one on the full toss and just drove it neatly up to long on. It's almost as though both teams have accepted the situation here. As long as you don't hit too many boundaries, we'll let you tick along to the end of the day, and we won't try and hit too many boundaries. We'll just tick along to the end of the day.
Yeah.
D'Oliveira again bowls, and Hussain goes back, pushes out on the offside, and there's no run, which means that we're just waiting for a mistake, really.
Yeah. Well, Derbyshire don't need to force the issue, really, because they've already got 331 run lead, so yeah, just played along nicely.
Absolutely. Here's D'Oliveira. Bowls. Hussein forward again. Back to the bowler. End of the over. 333. Gotcha.
All right, Mr. Teacher, with the maths there.
333, big lead, isn't it? Go to the bottom of the class. Come back at lunchtime. 248. 248 for 4. Hussein 24, Dahl 6.
Yes, my maths report at school was never the best anyway, to be honest, but neither was my cricket career at school. But I still have an appreciation very much of what these players go through. But my attempts at joining the school's cricket team was so disastrously unsuccessful. It was, I'll get onto that in a minute, as Mitchell is bowling towards the city end, and this one is defended onto the offside. But yeah, they were holding trials for my school cricket team. Secondary school, would have been year 9 at the time, I think, at that point. And my mate Paul said, well, you fancy coming in and giving it a go? I said, well, all right, why not? As Mitchell comes in, and that one is put onto leg side, and it'll be a single as attempted throw at the stumps as Dahl was running to the bowler's end. And I had the chance to bowl first, so I did. I had 1 over of bowling. I had 4 wides as I went round the wicket, so I thought, well, I'll change sides, and bowled 2 wides on that side as well. So that wasn't great as Mitchell comes in, and that one is driven but stopped by Barnard on the offside. So I said, right, well, bowling's not my thing, let's try batting. First ball LBW.
And they didn't make you go out first ball in a trial, surely, in a trial.
So, like, well, maybe it's not for me, as this one's clipped onto leg side.
I hope you were treated more sympathetically, though, than I was by my music teacher when I had everybody had a little trial for the school choir. And I'm not particularly musical at all. I like to think I can hold a note now when I sing a hymn or something.
And Mitchell in again, and this one driven back up the pitch, and Mitchell did get a hand to that one, so it took the pace off it, which allows D'Oliveira to mop up.
But we were just called out one at a time to stand by the piano in front of the rest of the class, and he just played a note, and you had to sing that note. And he called me out, and he went, dong, and I went, ah, and he went, sit down. I was scarred for years. That's an absolutely true story.
As Mitchell bowls, and that one is stopped dead there by Hussein, and that's the end of the over as well. So we have 6 overs left of the day. 249 for 4 for Derbyshire, with Hussein on 24, Dahl on 7. A lead of 334 now for Derbyshire. But, well, I think my cricketing experience just put me off trying to play again, because I was convinced swapping over would change my bowling action, but outswinger doesn't do it justice.
Well, that put me off singing for years, I'll tell you.
I'm not surprised.
I remember the man's name. His name was Roy Massey. There might be a listener or two that have heard of him. He became a very famous cathedral organist. And he played the organ in Hereford Cathedral, in the 3 Choirs Festival and all that kind of thing. And I was on holiday in Norfolk, in Old Hunstanton, and I went to the village church, and there was a sign outside, and it said, organ recital tonight by Roy Massey. And I very nearly went in, and I told him he scarred me for life. But my wife persuaded me not to. D'Oliveira bowls, first ball of the next over, pushed out defensively on the offside by Anuj Dahl. 249 for 4.
Didn't go to sing then?
No.
Because that would have really proved a point if he just showed up.
Unless D'Oliveira bowls, I joined in and he'd stopped playing and said, who is that out there?
He recognises you.
I've heard something like that before.
Watson.
And it hasn't got any better. Yeah. D'Oliveira again, he's in. He bowls to Dahl. He goes back and plays it. Oh, he's out. He's bowled him, I think. Yeah, he's bowled him. I'm not sure whether he chopped that onto the stumps or whether he bowled him, but he went back, tried to play a really late cut, and it's taken the off stump. Dahl's really annoyed with himself because he's been struggling for form this year, and he's gone. bit of a soft dismissal, and at this stage in the day, not one that he'll be very happy about at all. He's been bowled by D'Oliveira for 7. It's 249 for 5. The lead is, well, 334, I think. And
it is, yeah.
It's obviously a very strong position, but Worcestershire they've just reined it back nicely, I think, in the last hour and a half or so. And Joe Leach will be pretty pleased with the way they've come back, because it was in danger of going out of sight.
Yes.
I think Derbyshire are going to want more than 350, and they've got 6 overs left today. They might even have a bat tomorrow, which takes a bit more time out of the game. And if Worcestershire's target now is to save the game, which it probably is realistically, then I think they will feel that this last hour and a half or so has helped them considerably in that cause.
So the new batsman will come in for Derbyshire now. I'm assuming it's not Godleman.
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice.
It's Finn Hudson-Prentice. That'll be coming in next for Derbyshire. And just checking what he got in the first innings for Derbyshire.
It might be Mikey Cohen, I'm not sure.
Let's have a look.
I'm pretty sure it's Hudson-Prentice.
He is due to be next, Hudson-Prentice, but just wait for him to turn around. Big reveal, dramatic reveal here.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, so 6 for him in the first innings, off at 12 balls.
Interesting to see how he plays, because he likes to play his shots. With 5 overs to go after this, is he going to try and play his shots, or is he going to come out and be a bit more circumspect? Same field for him, facing D'Oliveira, who's staying round the wicket to the right-hander. He's in now and he bowls, and Hudson-Prentice drives sweetly through mid-off for a single. Gets him off the mark, brings up the 250 for the loss of 5 wickets. The men out: Rees 17, Deployed 28, Madsen 66, Critchley 84 and Dahl 7. Billy Godleman retired injured on 5. D'Oliveira bowls down the leg side to Hussain, who gets inside that, misses it, not taken cleanly by Ben Cox, and it drops down on the leg side. D'Oliveira once more in bowls, and Hussain reverses nicely, but only gets a single. Ricky Vessel's the fielder. See how early he changed his stance there. It was well before the bowler bowled. I think when I played, if somebody had done that, the bowler would have just stopped and said, "What are you doing?" But it's just an accepted part of the game now. 251 for 5. Hussain's kept the strike. He's on 25. Finn Hudson-Prentice on 1. Honestly, I think I do. I think bowlers would have stopped. Andy Moles, who used to play for Warwickshire, and very, very sadly, I think he's in South Africa now, very sadly, this winter, lost a leg owing to a bite and infection, I think, or something. But he is a highly respected coach now, and played for Warwickshire. I played a lot with him, and I remember him telling me, Mitchell bowls, single down the ground. I remember him telling me that when Bob Woolmer went to coach Warwickshire, he just got everybody sweeping. Everybody said, "We're just going to sweep. In one-day cricket, everything, we're going to sweep." And they all went out and swept, practiced, and they just did it. And they started scoring off spinners and won every one-day competition for that year or something. Bob Woolmer's influence was massive. And Andy Moles told me he played against Sussex, and Eddie Hemmings had gone there, who was an old off-spinner who'd played for Warwickshire and Notts. Just break off again as Mitchell bowls. Single down to third man for Hudson-Prentice, takes the score to 253 for 5. And he said Eddie Hemmings came on and he ran up to bowl, and Andy said, "I went down, got ready to sweep," and he stopped. He didn't let the ball go. He said, "Mola, what are you doing?" And he said, "I'm going to sweep you." He said, "How do you know? You don't know what I'm going to bowl yet?" He said, "I don't care what you bowl, I'm going to sweep you." He said, "Well, you won't sweep this." And he went back. I'll just break off as Mitchell bowls again, and it's defended by Hussain, no run. He went back, Eddie Hemmings, and he ran in and he bowled a bouncer. And Andy Moles got down on one knee and swept it. He said, swept it from above his head from a prone position. But he said they just got to the point where Bob Woolmer had coached them so well they could sweep anything. And these days you do see it all the time. And I've nicked your over again. So I'll finish this one and then you can have it. Mitchell bowls inside edge from Hussain this time, down to short fine leg, fielded by Leach. And they get a single. So Hussain goes to 27, 254 for 5. But it was a real ploy. Bob Woolmer had identified they hadn't scored in one-day cricket off spinners enough, and he just got them all to just sweep everything.
That was pretty much Matt Critchley earlier on, to be honest.
Well, yeah.
He was doing much the same.
Here's Mitchell, bowls, and Hudson Prentice is forward, pushing out on the offside. But I love that. What are you doing? I'm going to sweep you. But you don't know what I'm going to bowl. I don't care.
Yeah. Am I bothered?
254 for 5. Mitchell turns at the racecourse end again now. Bowls to Hudson Prentice, who plays a nice shot, just gets inside that and runs it down to third man. Thinks about 2, but Alzari Joseph's been impressive in the field throughout the game. Quick over the ground, picks up cleanly, gets the throw back. They take a single. Hudson Prentice keeps the strike, and the total with 4 overs remaining in the day, 255 for 5, which means that the lead is 340.
It certainly is.
And we've been toying with this 350 figure ourselves. We're not sure, but reckon it's going to be something like that.
I would imagine so. I think that's more than acceptable from Derbyshire's point of view, if that's what they decide to do. As D'Oliveira is back into bowl from the city end towards Hudson Prentice, who swipes at that one, goes to point region. That'll be a single. Moves on to Hudson Prentice onto 4 now, 256 for 5, and has had some decent efforts with the bat further down the order against Warwickshire as well. Oh look, it's a reverse sweep. And this time it's from Hussain, and Ricky Vessels is there to field. And that'll be a single. But yes, against Warwickshire, Hudson Prentice with 14 and in the first innings, with 21 in the second, and he's on strike now as he steps forward and guides that one onto the offside for a single, puts him onto 5, and Derbyshire 258 for 5. But I've seen another tweet from David Griffin, which is very fascinating, which I'll get onto in a second, as D'Oliveira comes in, and this one is just tickled onto leg side this time from Harvey Hussain. And again, just keeps the scoreboard moving along. 29 for him, 259 for 5 now for Derbyshire. And it's Hudson Prentice now on strike. Oliveira comes round the wickets and he swung at that one to try and get it down leg side, but couldn't get it out. So it's a dot ball. But the stat concerns Matt Critchley, of course. How he could have been a history maker as this delivery comes in, and a step forward from Hudson Prentice, and he launches it back up and over the bowler. It will bounce once, and they're not going to go for the second run. It was Joseph that made the run across and fielded that one very well to deny a second run there for Hudson Prentice. So score now for Derbyshire. We'll read 260 for 5. There we go. It's on the scoreboard now. Hussain on 24. Hudson Prentice on 6, but that stat from David Griffin is, I think that Matt Critchley was 16 runs short today of becoming the first player in the history of the game to score 2 centuries and take 5 wickets in an innings in the same match. And he follows it up by saying that he has checked the Association of Cricket Statisticians website, and he's of the opinion he would have been a new world record holder if that had happened. Well, that would have been quite something if that had been the case. But it didn't happen, so, you know, let's all move on. Bowling now, Mitchell, towards the city end. No, tremendous performance from Matt Critchley. Fully deserving of all the plaudits coming his way at the moment. That delivery from Mitchell is defended back to the bowler. So it stays at 260 for 5. It is Hudson Prentice that's on strike. Frank has just gone to update listeners of Hereford and Worcester as Hudson Prentice puts onto a wide mid-on area there, but no more runs added to the total as we enter the closing stages of the day here, and what has been a very good day overall for Derbyshire as this one comes in and onto his back foot, Hudson Prentice, before he clips it onto the leg side from a fullish delivery. And that's another single. Again, the shout comes not to run back for the second. Derbyshire approaching that 350 lead as a step forward up the wicket from Hussain, but he doesn't get any runs from that strike. Back to Mitchell it goes. 261 for 5, Derbyshire, so that's a lead of 346 at the moment. They could make that 350 before the end of the day. Mitchell comes in, that one is guided nicely towards that third man region for a single. Moves Derbyshire on to 264 for 5 now, with Hussain on 32, Hudson Prentice on 7. As the delivery comes in from Mitchell, this one is put to D'Oliveira, who is at mid-on, and that's the end of the over. We have 2 overs left in the day, and Derbyshire will be very happy with the way things are going at this moment in time. As well, the scoreboard's changed here. It's at the county ground. It's now reading 262 for 5 for Derbyshire. But we're going to have a delivery from the city end now. And it's D'Oliveira back in to bowl, and it's to Hussain, who puts that back to the bowler for a dot ball. Coming around the wicket is D'Oliveira in a reverse sweep attempt from that full delivery, and it's played nicely by Hussain to get him a single. So 263 for 5 now, with Hussain on 31 and Hudson Prentice on 7. And it is Hudson Prentice that's on strike, and that one is put away for a single on the offside. 264 for 5. Thank you for being with us throughout the course of today. Myself and Frank appreciate you listening in as Hussain attempts to reverse sweep, and it goes through to the wicketkeeper. Somehow didn't clip the stumps there. 264 for 5. It's been lovely to hear from you on social media throughout the day. As this one comes in, a reverse sweep again from Hussain, and it's another single for him. Puts him on to 32 now. And Derbyshire 265 for 5. So they have now that 350 run lead as Hudson Prentice tried to swing at that one and launch it towards long on. And Cox taking the bails off, but no fear of Hudson Prentice being out there as he tries to replicate that shot again. Didn't come off for him that time. And that's the end of the over. 265 for 5 now for Derbyshire, with Hussain on 32, Hudson Prentice on 8. And Derbyshire have that lead that probably we've been discussing that Billy Godlinman, the captain, would have been aiming for, and that's a 350 run lead. And we have 1 over left scheduled in the day. So I think from Derbyshire's point of view, it's job done for day 3, really, in terms of what they would have wanted to achieve, I would imagine. It's pretty much ticked every box in lots of respects. So Mitchell into bowl, what looks to be the last over, and that one's clipped away onto leg side by Hussain. Puts another run on the total. And of course, there will be ball-by-ball commentary once again of the 4th and final day tomorrow on the BBC Sport website and app, and also via the Derbyshire YouTube channel. This one comes in from Mitchell, and it's played slowly to mid-on. 266 for 5. We'll get underway, of course, just before 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. As Derbyshire, I would imagine, will probably declare overnight, but we'll see as Mitchell comes in to bowl. A slower delivery, that one, but it's put onto the offside nicely. It's not going to make its way to the boundary, but they will get a couple from it. I'll take it on to 268 for 5. Hudson Prentice on strike once again, following that 2, puts him on to double figures on 10 now. Mitchell in again, and this one played back up towards the bowler, who dives to his left-hand side to stop it. Probably hear some of the fielders chuckling away in the background at that one. A clear blue sky above us. The shadows are getting longer on the pitch as we approach 5 to 7 on this Saturday evening, as Mitchell in with the slower, fuller length delivery there, and that's just defended back to him by Hudson Prentice. We'll go through the scorecard, of course, once the day is over. Sum up how the day has been as Mitchell in again, straight back towards the bowler, clips off his fingers, hits the stumps, but Hussain was very much at his crease. And that is that then for today. That is the end of day 3 of this county championship match between Derbyshire and Worcestershire. And Derbyshire will end the day on 268 for 5, which gives them a lead of 353 runs. We will see, of course, overnight whether or not Derbyshire decide to declare on that, or whether or not they're going to come back out and bat it a little bit more tomorrow morning. But I would imagine a declaration will probably come overnight, so they'll be more than happy with that. But it's been a very good day as far as Derbyshire are concerned overall. The first aim of the day was to get the final 3 wickets of Worcestershire, and it took a little bit of time. It took an hour and a quarter in the end to do that on the start of today. Worcestershire all out for 305, so Derbyshire getting the maximum bowling points for that one, and Worcestershire getting that extra batting point too. So Worcestershire was 6 points, Derbyshire was 7 points. And then it was a case of what could Derbyshire do, because they already had a lead of 85 once they bowled out Worcestershire. So what could they amass as a total and build a lead? Well, it started off with Lewis Rees being the first man to go at 58 for 1. He was caught by Cox off the bowling of Joseph for 17. Billy Gutherman in between, though, did retire not out for 5 with a groin injury. It was thought that he might come back out and bat would have a runner, but not to be the case today. The next wicket to fall was Deploy for 28, bowled by Ed Barnard, 78 for 2. Then a very decent partnership indeed between